Yeah,
Abhiram? Abhiram, can you hear me?
Sir is also here. No, I'll call him, I'll message him. Kennedy sir is also joined. Everybody is joined.
Abhiram, can you make Sharmani Gabriel also the co-host? Or you can make me the host so I can also make her the co-host, whichever way. Hi, Sharmani. I hope you can hear us.
Yeah. Abhiram.
Are you here?
Wait. Abhiram, can you make Sharmani Gabriel? She has to begin.
Yeah. No, I'm just checking. Sharmani, are you here? We have made you the co-host.
Yes, I'm here. I can hear you. Can you see me?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. I'm sure it's lunchtime there.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But not to worry.
Okay, cool. So we'll begin in another 1 minute, right? Just making sure that all the technical, details are in place and everyone's joined in, yeah?
Yes, so far, I mean, I can hear you and I can see you very well. So that's a good sign.
Yes. Okay, cool. Thank you. So we'll begin in a minute, yeah?
Right. Professor Kennedy, we've also made you the co-host, so when it is time, you can just unmute and good morning, sir.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning, Father. And
good morning.
Right. So we'll begin right now. And I'd like to give a gentle reminder to everyone present in the meeting to kindly keep their mics on mute and cameras turned off during the session. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ananya K, and I will be the MC for this session today. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the International Conference on Children and Childhood Imaginaries in Indian and other Asian literature and film, organized by the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ deemed to be University, Banarghata Road campus. On behalf of the Department of English and Cultural Studies, I welcome Professor Sharmani Patricia Gabriel, Professor of English at the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, University Malaysia, who is our keynote speaker. Dr. Father Biju K. Chako, Director of Christ Deemed to be University, Banarghata Road campus. Dr. Jyoti Kumar, Dean of Christ Deemed to be University, Banarghata Road campus, Dr. John Joseph Kennedy, Dean of School of Arts and Humanities, and Dr. Gana J, Head of Department of English and Cultural Studies, Banarghata Road campus. I also welcome all the faculty members of Christ Deemed to be University and other universities and colleges, and all the paper presenters, participants, and our students who are a part of this conference. Welcome, one and all. I would now request the conveners of the conference, Professor Renu Elizabeth Abraham and Dr. Sonia Kalyan, assistant professors at the Department of English and Cultural Studies, to introduce the session.
Thank you, Ananya. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to the Today International Conference on Children and Childhood Imaginaries in Indian and other Asian literatures in film. Um, we hope that these 2 days of the conference will give you a lot to debate and discuss and deliberate on in the coming 2 days. And we hope all of us go back with a more enriching and fruitful experience, which we can then translate into our classes, into our engagements and research work. Thank you so much for being part of all of this. The idea of this conference germinated much before the start of this particular semester, when both me and Sonia decided to co-teach the course Reading and Writing the Child, Theory and Practice of Children's Literature for the third semester BA English Honours students at Christ University, Banarghata Road campus. This course in various permutations and combinations have been part of the syllabus for the English Honours at Christ University for the past 6 years, beginning at a time when universities in India did not have dedicated courses to children's literatures. When I began teaching this course in 2016, one major problem I grappled with was the dearth of theoretical and contemporary research for the Indian space on children's literature from the Indian space in children's literature in India. So the course began with theoretical frameworks borrowed from the West, having the usual Peter Hunt, Jacqueline Rose, Perry Noodleman, John Stephens, and a few others, along with a very few theoretical scholarship done from India by Dr. Nandini Chandra and others. The course, though taught theoretically, also concentrated on enabling students to create their own stories and games for children and hold carnivals for school children and have storytelling sessions in schools in the vicinity. In 2019, we overhauled the syllabus and turned it into a theory and practice paper where their assessments were all practical based on creating stories, storytelling, holding carnivals, and engaging with children rather than penning them into theoretical silos. And we also established a collaboration with one of the NGOs here in Bangalore, which is called Reading Stars, which works with underprivileged children from minority groups in India. And we organize storytelling sessions by the students with them over every weekend. The pandemic put a hold on this particular process for a while. So next year, we hope to continue and take it forward in the coming years. In the course of teaching this paper, I encountered a very curious paradox with respect to our engagements in our classrooms with our students in specific. We realized that the students were well fed on children's narratives from both print and other media, but at the same time, they were almost unaware of children's narratives emerging from the Indian space, from publishing houses like Tara, Tulika, Katha, Kardi Tales, Speaking Tiger, Young Zuban, and a lot of other publishers who are doing really good work in children's literature in India. But our students are necessarily brought up with Western narratives like Enid Blyton and Richmond Crompton's and all your other comics of DC and Marvel and maybe a little bit of anime and manga thrown into sort of, for diversity. But at the same time, indigenous Indian narratives emerging from the Indian space, which is quintessentially Indian, other than Amar Chitrakatha as a bit of Tinkle and maybe a Chota Bheem. Most of them are not very familiar with. So during this course, this is one of the major problems that we faced, or this was one of those things that we had to grapple with and sort of maybe change, right, to introduce them to Indian narratives, tell them that these are also available, and give them a lot of reading to do along those lines. So that is something that we've done over the course of this particular paper or this course. Now, this was also one of those particular reasons, right, why we decided a conference of this nature was important, right, because we realized that over a period of time, our engagements, right, with children's literature, though we do know quite a bit of children's literature, it is by and large Western in nature. And also our theoretical engagements with children's literature within academia is also highly colonized by Western theorizations. So we thought that this is a particular space, this conference would be a particular space to open up, right, possibilities of engagements and indigenous theorizations or native theorizations from the Indian and other Asian spaces to enable maybe a possible, let's say, alternative, right, to Western theorizations available on children's literature from our spaces, from the Asian spaces in that sense. Over to you, Soumya.
Thank you, Renu. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, a very warm welcome from my side as well. Thank you, Sharmani, Amir. You all have really sort of given the momentum that we were looking for to actually have this conference of this nature in the first place, right? So in terms of giving an introduction about the conference, I just want to say that it was the timing that fit in very well. I joined the university that I'm part of, Christ University, about 2.5 years back. And I was also looking to sort of extend my PhD research, which talked about, what is the role of films in constructing children's identities and what are the kind of representations and themes that they find themselves within the cinematic imagination of the contemporary Indian cinema. And when I started looking at this question, I obviously kind of, really extended my research and questions related to what is the definition of children's film across, different contexts, whether it's the West, whether the Europe, the UK, or the America. What is the scope and implications of understanding and sort of bringing children's film to the classroom space, right? Can we look at films as a tool of pedagogy, which a lot of today, scholarship is moving towards, right? It is not just the reading text and, reading narratives and stories of children, but also films that are there for children, right? And also films by children. What are the kind of themes of childhood that are being represented across different spectrums of the context that we all come from? And we all come from different contexts, right? So reading works of like people like Noel Brown, Becky Perry, Shakuntala Banerjee, who are at some level, quite extended their research on children's film and children's media culture at large, proved to be an entry point for me to ask these questions and bring those kind of questions even to the Indian context. And it just so happened that I realized that there is a big gap between the scholarship that exists on Indian cinema and the films or Indian children's films as such, right? So though Indian cinema is the most extended and the most established popular culture that we have today across, and it's been studied very well. It's the scholarship is very, very widespread. But again, scholarship on children's film was very much lacking. And the opportunity came to us when Renu and I, like she was mentioning, we started with the thought of doing a course together. She has been obviously doing this course for the past few years. And when I joined in, I really saw that opportunity of us working together and bringing something which could bring literature and film together and also change the way in which we are actually engaging with the questions of children and childhood and children's narrative across. Also, I have to mention that, Sharmani's edited volume that I worked with as well, and Amir was also part of it, when she invited us to sort of submit chapters for the Springer publications a couple of years back. Also then sort of, really establish this thought that we need to talk about, Asian context and Asian children's narrative. And it's a very beautiful volume that I thought we all came up with, where we had different kind of perspectives coming from, Iran, coming from China, Japan, Indian, South Asian context, of course, right? And Southeast Asian context, Malaysia. And that kind of volume also was then at the backdrop of when we started writing, or at least, thinking about this conference. And the concept note kind of came from that kind of, reading. And so thank you, Sharmani, for that. I think you have played a very key role in sort of letting us, build on this idea and, do something like this where we can bring people from across contexts together. And thanks to the pandemic, in many ways, it has changed our lives for the good or the worse. We still are, reflecting on that. But one thing is for sure, that I don't think so this kind of an engagement would have been possible so smoothly if we were not thinking of meeting online. And I think in that sense, it's really opened up the kind of networks and connections and conversations we can have. And I'm hoping, and the kind of response we have got, right? Like when we wrote our concept note and we sent it to some of the speakers who have joined us and who will be with us for the next 2 days, the response was very encouraging, and that just kind of prompted us and made us sure that we want to do this. And we're very glad and very thankful to everyone who's sort of said agreed to us at a very, very early notice. It's been the 2 to 3 months or over than that we have been working on this. So it's my great pleasure, and I, with a lot of warmth, I welcome you all on behalf of the department, on behalf of both Renu and I really hope that all of us will go back home with a lot of food for thought and conversations regarding the Asian context at large, right? And how do we then decolonize a lot of scholarship and a lot of theories and a lot of practices related to the questions of childhood, related to the questions of children. And since we are all by default in the space of education, right? How do we then bring these ideas also to our classroom level engagement, and also probably rethink the way we are educating our students? So I really thank even the dean, the director, the head of the department, everyone who's joined us today. I will now hand over the floor to Ananya, who's going to be emceeing for today, and she'll take you through the process. Thank you.
I now take the privilege to introduce Dr. Father Biju K. Chaku, Director of Christ Deemed to be University, Banarghata Road Campus. Dr. Father Biju has published several works such as Effectiveness of Mind Mapping, Use of Mind Mapping as a Tool for Creativity, Visualization, and Classroom Teaching, as well as Projection of Personality through Analysis of Both Sides of Facial Expressions. Furthermore, Dr. Father Biju has professional experience in graphic designing, researching, editing, directions, and documentary making. Father is a strong believer in teaching theory through practice. I now invite Dr. Father Biju to give the introductory address.
So very good morning to Professor Sharmani Patricia Gabriel from University of Malaysia, the keynote speaker. Dr. John Joseph Kennedy, Dean, School of Arts and Humanities, Christ University. Dr. Jyoti Kumar, Dean, Banarghata Road Campus. Dr. Ghana, Head of the Department, English and Cultural Studies, Banarghata Road Campus. Ms. Renu and Dr. Sonia, the conference conveners, paper presenter, then research scholars, faculty members, and students who have gathered here to participate in this international conference on children and childhood, imaginaries in Indian and other Asian literatures and film, organized by the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Banarghata Road Campus. It gives me great joy to address an audience after a tormenting pandemic break and to witness normalcy returning at a slow pace into our campuses. The theme of children and childhood in literature seems relatable to every person, material whether they have a literature background or not. Each one of us would have a bunch of our favorite books and comics, which we cherish during our childhood. Adults writing stories for children is quite common, but children themselves writing stories from their perspective is fascinating. Children, they don't have any preconceived notion and express their thoughts as they see it. In fact, I would say there is more truth to what they say and what they feel. As I was running through the variety of topics in paper presentation session of this conference, it dawned to me that childhood can be linked to different aspects in literature, such as gender, suppression, folklore, tales, trauma, war, and whatnot. When I was a child, two books I read completely that impacted me and even influenced my decision making, especially while choosing what kind of lifestyle I need to follow. One was the book on Francis of Assisi, and the other was the biography of Don Bosco. The life of Saint Francis taught me the value of humility and compassion. Although born to a richest family, Francis renounced all richness to embrace poverty and service to mankind. Similarly, one incident in Don Bosco's life, where as a kid, Bosco brings well-cooked healthy food from his home and deliberately exchanges it with a poor boy who brought burned bread from his home. What moved me in this story was how beautifully Bosco pretended to love the burnt bread and exchanged it to give a good one to the friend who is from a poor family. And in each of our lives, one or the other of similar aspects would have played a significant role. Psychologists say the first 6 years of childhood are vital. Although we might not remember anything as we grow up. And research proves that the things we see around and absorb stay in our memory as a permanent imprint, which can never be erased, and which affects our personality traits. I presume that this conference, which will be discussing on Asian literatures and films based on children and childhood, will bring forth a global overview of how childhood may differ region to region, experiences from various vantage points, and predictions on how the digitally influenced future childhood is going to be. Hoping that this congregation of literary wizards will provide great insights to the classified themes. I wish this event a grand success and a happy participation to all of you. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Dr. Father Biju. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. John Joseph Kennedy, Dean of Arts of Humanities, Christ deemed to be University, and Professor of English with the Department of English and Cultural Studies. He joined Christ University in 1990 and continues to inspire and motivate the student community and the faculty fraternity in different capacities. With the rich experience of 3 decades in the field of higher education, his contribution to teaching, learning, and research has been hugely inspirational to the student community at large. His areas of academic interests include post-colonial studies, cultural studies, film studies, subaltern studies, and diaspora studies. He has published 4 books and several papers in reputed academic journals in these areas. Besides, he has contributed immensely to enriching the rich body of knowledge through talks and lectures in national and international conferences. Currently, he is also extensively involved in educational leadership, faculty development, and mentoring at several institutions in India and abroad. I now invite Dr. John Joseph Kennedy to give the inaugural address.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sharmani, the keynote speaker, Dr. Biju, Dr. Jyoti Kumar, Dr. Ghana, and all our esteemed faculty, dear participants, a very good morning and a very good afternoon to Dr. Sharmani in particular. So firstly, I must admit that I'm absolutely, happy to be part of this very important conference. And I think the importance of it has already been emphasized by Dr. Renu, Dr. Sonia, and Dr. Father Biju as well. I don't think the importance of holding such conference can further be, strengthened. So let me first place on record my appreciation, my sincere gratitude to the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Banagata Road campus, for this wonderful initiative, particularly Professor Renu, Dr. Sonia, who are the conveners, of this conference, and of course the student, conference, volunteers, if I may use that word. I think I do believe that you volunteered, instead of being forced upon to be part of this, because I'm sure it's a learning experience for all of us, right? So it's a wonderful initiative. So that's the first thing that I would like to place on record. Second thing is the topic of the conference itself. When I was going through the brochure that you had sent me, and when I was reading the concept note, it did, impress me a lot, because you are focusing on children, number one, which is a very, very, important thing that we need to be doing today. And you are talking about their childhood, right? And in the Indian or the Asian context, right? That's particularly, important for me, because you have categorically stated in your concept note that you're looking at reorienting the locus of the debate and discussion towards Asian perspectives, right, with regards to children's narratives, which is a wonderful, aim, I would say. And also towards the end of your, concept note, again, a very interesting statement that you have made. You're looking at regional and indigenous specificities and nuances, right? Both in terms of production and dissemination, and also consumption, right? That's a third, aspect. And within the larger Asian context. So firstly, I must also, congratulate you for choosing, to look at our own contexts, our own regions. Because as you rightly pointed out, I think Professor Renu, in her introductory remarks, very clearly, stated that we are still largely looking at Eurocentric theories and not really in a position to theorize, for our own selves. We are still largely, in that sense, colonized, right? So I think we need to decolonize our mind, in many ways. Although in post-colonial studies we do talk about this often, but in practice, I don't know to what extent we have achieved. Anyway, so that's a very interesting thing, and thank you and congratulations, once again. Now, coming to the topic itself, the evolution of children's literature, if you observe carefully, I'm sure, all of you have done a lot of research, in this, and Renu and Sonia, they've been teaching this paper. I'm sure they know this very well. It's a very interesting phenomenon if you observe, especially in the Indian context, because there was a time, at least in the 70s, when we thought, having children's literature as a specialized kind of a genre or field was very far-fetched, right, and fanciful. Not many people were willing to look at it, that way. But today, from that position, we've come a long, long way, right? So when you look at the evolution, it's absolutely interesting. It's remarkable, and it's very, very significant in many ways. And perhaps, one of the reasons why we are holding a conference like this today is also an indication of that, the importance of that. And I know I'm fully aware of the fact that we're not the only ones who are doing this. I'm sure in many institutions, in many academic spaces, a lot of academic discussions are going on, carried out in this fast emerging field. So the first point is, that this is a very important thing that we're discussing, and it's very relevant, absolutely relevant to our own situation, our own contexts, right? So that's the first thing. Now, two things that I would like to further, talk about, because when we scrutinize or when we examine, children's literature, especially those published in recent times, two things stand out, and this is what many researchers have talked about. One is, of course, the importance and impact of visual culture, right? So that's very, very important, point that we need to remember. And the second thing is, lack of cultural diversity, and particularly in the US context, many researchers have discussed this. The first one is a kind of an observation, all right? Okay, the visual culture and its importance on, children's literature, in the format, so many things. The second one is cultural diversity, all right? The lack of it. And for me, the second part can be applied, even to our own contexts, I feel, because that is a very important thing. Now, the first part, for instance, why do I say that, it has impacted as in, I did not do the research work, but from my reading, what I understand is that this has become a very global, phenomenon, right? The visual culture and the importance and the impact of it, right? Because we all know, the visual image holds a special appeal and meaning, not just for children, but for all of us. And for children particularly, they're all immersed in a visual culture today. And the images, therefore, the pictures are very central, to the experiences and the kind of interactions that they have, the kind of meanings, that they create and so on. In fact, I was reading one essay by Paul Duncombe, who's an Australian, culture critic, and he says very interesting observation. Of course, we all know it, but then this comes from him. He says more than at any time in history, today we are living in, living our everyday lives, through visual imagery, right? I'm sure it's quite an acceptable thing, the kind of role that it plays, and he also goes on to say that it is not just a specialized kind of thing, to certain specific areas like art class or museum or picture book and so on, but it has become an essential form of communication, right? Today, in multiple ways, we use this in order to know, in order to learn, and so on, right? Because he feels that it offers all of us a kind of a freedom of expression, all right? And it is also, giving us this willingness to play at signification, and it can be self-referential, and, so on and so forth. It's a very interesting observation I thought I will share with you. But the point is, that it has become so important, very, very impactful. And as educators, why am I talking about this? As educators, I think we need to look at it academically, of course. We need to engage, children with visual narratives, particularly, to help and, encourage them to think critically, learn to understand the different contexts they are in, the kind of narratives, that we have, the kind of meanings that they probably will have to create, the multiple kind of perspectives, that are important. Because, you must understand visual narratives largely, they don't have words in that sense, right? Only pictures and images. So it requires a different kind of approach, altogether. And therefore, it also requires a different kind of, training, right? So that's the reason why I'm saying, as academics, we have a very, very important role to play. So the first part that I was talking about is the observation, the impact that visual culture has, on children's literature, and then how we as academics, will have to engage with that. The second part is, with regard to cultural diversity, all right? And I know a lot of people have written a lot of things about this. It's a very problematic thing, uh, in fact, there are people who've talked so much about developing empathy and intercultural understanding, because this is an interconnected world, which is characterized by global mobility, but at the same time, characterized by fear and intolerance and so on and so forth, right? I mean, as academics, we also need to talk about, what we see around us. That's a very strong conviction that I have, right? I mean, not to shy away from the realities, of life. What we see around, yes, we have a responsibility to talk about. So it's not just global mobility that we're talking about. We're also talking about the increasing sense of intolerance and fear, so on and so forth. So how do we, use this, to talk about such things? How do we use this, genre or medium or whatever you call it, to teach children? So two things, right? One is the observation and the other is what we ought to be doing. So this is the role or the responsibility that we academics have. So you need to think about that also. And let me conclude with this. I mean, there's a common perception even today that books as a printed, object, they're on their way to extinction. I mean, this is something that I hear often. It's like, when we started these online, classes, people said, okay, this is the end of a physical classroom. We're not going to have universities and colleges anymore. Now it's all virtual and so on. But I don't think, that's ever going to happen. In fact, if you look at the kind of statistics, it is quite obvious that the print medium is still flourishing despite the ebooks and, books that we have, right? They're growing in popularity, no doubt, right? But I've heard, many students, our own students, they say, we don't visit the library very often. We, use online resources and so on. But at the same time, you also hear people say, no, we still would like to have a copy of the, a physical copy of the book and so on. So this is the kind of dichotomy that we see. So visual culture definitely, is very important. But at the same time, the printed, books are also, I'm sure, going to stay for a long time. So I think we need to be talking about all of these things, to our students. So let me congratulate once again, because I was told that there are about 75 papers that are going to be presented during these 2 days. And I'm sure you're going to listen to a lot of experts. Dr. Sharmani is here to give the keynote speaker. I'm sure she will be able to enlighten all of us. So wishing the organizers and the participants of this webinar very, very well, and a great success for the seminar, and wishing all of you to have a very fruitful academic engagement, which I hope will result in knowledge creation, knowledge enrichment, and a new knowledge system also, that will be beneficial to the community at large, and particularly to our children and our young adults. So thank you so much for having me, and wishing you all the best. Have a nice, fruitful engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's my pleasure and privilege to introduce this session's keynote speaker, Professor Sharmani Patricia Gabriel. Professor Sharmani is the professor of English at the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, University Malay. Her work is situated in the intersections of literary studies, post-colonial theory, and cultural studies, with a focus on cultural identity and issues of diaspora, difference, representation, and power. She is the editor-in-chief of Southeast Asian Review of English and serves on the editorial board of several journals and book series. including Asian children's literature and film in a global age, local, national, and transnational trajectories, Palgrave Macmillan, London and New York, 2020. I would now invite Dr. Sonia to kindly take the session forward. And hands over to Professor Sharmani.
Thank you, Ananya. I hope I'm audible. Again, welcome, Sharmani. It's a great pleasure, like I've said already, to have you as the keynote and also get started with this conversation. Obviously, today you will be talking about, as your abstract, alerted me, is about this idea of globalization and children's narrative, and then how do we critically reflect from the Asian perspective. This also brings me to the question that you have written, and that's what the starting point of the book that you were editing as an edited volume was, regarding that it's not just important to talk about and say that we need to talk about or reflect on locally grounded and inspired contexts from the Asian perspective, because that itself would become counterproductive, and it would again endorse in so many ways the Euro theology by reversal, as I quote you there. So I would hand it over to you and probably just try and understand what is it to unpack the Asian perspective on this field of children and childhood narratives from across the Asian spectrum. Please take the floor.
Much, and good morning, Dr. Biju, Dr. Kennedy, heads of department, and participants and invitees to this conference. It's my, I also wish to thank, first of all, the Department of English and Cultural Studies of Christ University, and Renu and Sonia in particular, for extending to me the warm invitation to be here with you today. I also would like to remark on how wonderful and illuminating the opening remarks were, both by Dr. Biju and Dr. Kennedy, and I think that has set that I think that very expansive introduction, has set the tone for this conference, and it's 75 papers. I understand. So I also don't like beginning with a disclaimer, but I'm going to make one today. I wish to clarify that children's literature is not one of my specialisms. My main focus is diasporic literature, and my theoretical and ideological orientation is informed by post-colonialism. But I'm very much interested in issues of marginality and exclusion in society, cultural identity, multiculturalism, globalization, race, and ethnicity, issues that you would also address in children's literature. And one of the things I try to do in my work is to foreground politics and a criticism from below that challenges the stabilities and fixities of authoritative discourses. I hope that my thoughts and reflections may have some usefulness for the scholars of children's literature gathered here today. Now, the analysis of children's literature and other cultural forms, including, as has been mentioned already in the opening and preliminary remarks, includes film, information books, picture books, graphic novels, animation, computer games, digital text, multimedia, right, has enjoyed greater primacy in recent decades. The resurgence of academic interest can be seen, for example, in the new and increased focus given to the study of children's literature, not only at undergraduate levels, but also in MA and MPhil programs, both in universities in the West and in Asia. While the children's literature texts used in courses run by university departments of education provide material mainly for second language acquisition, they also like the literature of any other genre, function as important points of reference in the literature classroom for the discussion of questions of form, theme, influence, style, historical period, and the social context from which the writings emerge. And of course, the broader cultural issues of representation and intersections of class, gender, ethnicity, and so on that surround the production and also consumption of this body of literature. For instance, where I am, University Malaya, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, a course on children's and young adult literature is offered as an elective in the Bachelor of Arts, in our Bachelor of Arts in English program. The course focuses on local sites of production, including primary texts and reference material published locally, marking a welcome development in the field and in the Malaysian classroom, and ranges from a consideration of the older generic form of the folk tale to its adaptations in the contemporary subgenres of the novel and short story, which cater principally to young adult readers. Now, the generalist approach to the course as it was taught previously, with canonical Western texts and Western culture used as the main, if not sole reference point, something that Renu mentioned also in her remarks, has been superseded by a more localized approach, both in the selection of texts and the subject matter. So emphasis is justifiably placed on the complexity and resonance of children's literature produced in Asia. Now, this is important as modern concepts of childhood have been largely derived from Western works, particularly in the English language. The concept of childhood, we must remember, was a product of the Enlightenment, itself a Western intellectual and philosophical movement. It is also European culture through Locke and Rousseau that produced the idealization of childhood and the ideal of self-realization in the 18th century, precepts which continue to drive cultural suppositions about children across time and space. Thus, as this conference makes clear, there is a need to further knowledge about Indian and other Asian children's literature, and also an understanding of the place of diversity in children's literature and film. While a number of Asian children's texts have received considerable global attention, such as, for example, the counterculture genres of anime and manga, they've received some attention in Western markets. It is a fact that Asian children's literature has made limited inroads in the West. Now, given the economic dominance and cultural hegemony of the West, specifically of Anglophone nations, it is images, from franchises, because films have become so important in this age of visual culture, such as Disney and the Pixar films and the Harry Potter, books made into films, for example, that have received a far greater popularity and appeal. And these have come to represent a global or a universal symbol of childhood and adolescence. Equally noteworthy in this regard are the attempts by US conglomerates to crack the global Chinese market through their appropriation of Chinese folklore. Since its first feature-length film, Disney, for instance, has been abusing folk tales and legends to suit its corporate image and media, and of course, money-making logic, under the authoritative guise of cultural authenticity and its branding and self-marketing as the creator of timeless classics. In fact, Disney's 1998, as one example, animated feature film Mulan, uses as its main source text Robert Sun Susi's Fa Mulan, the story of a woman warrior. But both of these texts, the film and the children's book, are themselves adaptations of the Ballad of Mulan, an ancient poem that traces back to the Chinese southern and northern dynasties. Now, the series of reformations and transformations engendered by these translations of Mulan as self-interested fairy tale princess, warrior woman, filial daughter, through these respective mediums, her identity has undergone several translations to the different medium of animated film, children's literature, and its original source text as poetry. Now, they raise interesting questions about translation as an ethical project in the cultural agenda of a hegemonizing West. Now, as importantly, Disney's practices of cultural misappropriation in Mulan have been viewed as exploitative and imperialist in nature. Scholars have discussed this. So in contrast to the original ballad, which reflects the Chinese ethos of rationalism, filial piety, and loyalty, and embraces an alternative form of feminism that is based on the Chinese, ethic of preference for the collective, the theme of individualism in the Disney version reinforces existing racial and gender ideologies, while simultaneously othering the culture of the original source text. So these Asian texts have been subjected to misreadings using Western theories of feminism and Western understandings of cultural diversity. So although there has been a significant shift, I think this needs to be said, in global cultural and economic relations since the end of the Cold War, underpinned by what might be called loosely the rise of China, which may never have been formally colonized, but which, like the US, whose influence it now more than matches, is itself a colonizing power, right? So be that as it may, an imbalance persists at the level of scholarship on the children's book, where there is a proliferation of studies of Western children's literature compared to the more limited number of studies on Asian children's literature. Global representation and scholarly reception have also traditionally centered on Western perspectives, right? Dominated by a canonical Macon, which includes, as example, stories collected on or written by the Brothers Grimm, Charles Perrault, and to a certain extent, Hans Christian Andersen. So let us thus not forget that to live critically under globalization is to be aware that the supposed two-way flow of globalization marks the reality that for all the transactions between cultures, the balance of geopolitical power and flow of ideas and knowledge still remain asymmetrically weighted towards the West and the North. European and Anglo-American discourses on children's literature, on children's literary culture, continue to dominate the global stage, eclipsing or silencing other voices, perspectives, and intellectual traditions. To paraphrase Stuart Hall, where Asia was a case of the unspoken, Europe was a case of that which is endlessly speaking. This also recalls for us Edward Said's reminder of over 40 years ago in Orientalism, that East and West, and specifically the binary oppositions between them, are products of the Eurocentric Orientalist imagination and its naturalizing, hierarchic, and dominating bias. Thus, to think with, through, and against globalization is to uncover a narrative that obscures the discursive and intellectual hegemony of the Anglophone West under the guise of an endlessly crisscrossing and mutually constitutive influence of ideas and knowledge across borders. So as we move deeper into the third decade of our 21st century, an occasion like this conference then gives us an important opportunity to reflect critically on these power inequalities and asymmetries, and to articulate once again the need, as I said in my abstract, to reorient the locus of debate eastwards. The goal also is to foster a truly two-way flow and exchange of ideas, and to restore to its rightful place Asian influence in an era of globalization, not just economically, but also in terms of knowledge production. Now, the reality of globalization also means that we need to place our discussions of Asian children's literature, film, and popular culture, and the scholarship associated with it within a larger representational field. Mainstream European and North American scholarship on children's literature, like other areas of humanities scholarship, is either ignorant of or tends to lack interest in the concerns of Asian scholars or in the intellectual traditions that underpin their work. There is thus an urgent need to give representation and recognition to our region's literatures and films, much of which, as I've mentioned, continue to remain underrepresented at a global level. The need to decenter the dominance of academic perspectives and cultural productions from Europe, even if these are not Eurocentric in their underpinnings, is as urgent as ever. It would be useful to keep in mind that even anti-hegemonic Western concepts, such as multiculturalism and their associated ideas of cultural diversity, tolerance, these are terms, right, that need to be unpacked because they are premised on liberal humanist ideals that in turn are predicated on essentialist, self-other attitudes to cultural otherness. So one way of dismantling the hegemony of Western scholarship in the field is for Asian scholars to be more aware of our insider locations, by which I mean that we should put to productive and critical use our sense of our embeddedness in our own cultural and political locations. Every location comes with its attendant priorities, emphasis, and concerns. Scholarship produced in Asia is informed not only by its own themes, but also by its own theoretical and methodological positions, paradigms, and epistemologies, along with its locally grounded concepts of childhood, for instance, with reference to children's literature. So projects, workshops, and conferences like this one, organized by the Department of English and Cultural Studies of Christ University in Bangalore and convened by Sonia and Renu, do their part to help move the privileged sites of scholarly attention and production away from their current positions in the Anglo-European West. They also help advance Asian-centered discussions of literary and cultural practice, and as importantly, they do so by foregrounding the embeddedness of Indian and other Asian literatures and films in larger global processes. That is to say, the task to bring to light the themes, methodologies, concepts, and paradigms that are of interest and relevance to the community of Asian children's literature and film scholars is not predicated on the impossible, and I would say also undesirable, task of retrieving or uncovering or drawing attention to uniquely local or uniquely Asian or purely Asian critical or scholarly practices. Bringing Asian scholarship to the global stage means promoting the movement of concepts and methodologies across the world and highlighting the potential of the content and theme of a creative work, be it from the West or Asia, to inform and transform methodologies across the world. So there is a need to bring to light, as Sonia mentioned when she was introducing me, that I say this, right? The need to bring to light locally grounded contexts of critical analysis so as to retrieve from global obscurity the intellectual pursuits and preoccupations of Asian scholars and representations of the different ways children inhabit the world. Is not the same thing as to say, we want to do children's studies from an Asian perspective. That gesture, as I've said, is both counterintuitive and counterproductive in a globalized world. It not only endorses but also practices, a point picked up by Sonia as well, Euro-teleology by reversal, or as a kind of reverse Orientalism, if you like, which sets up the very idea of Asia as a kind of static, stagnant, unified entity, which was the very ideological construct imposed on us by the West. So the question then as to what is Asian about Asians' literature, about Asian children's literature, inevitably then requires us to understand the processes of connectivity and transformation that might be enabled by cultural globalization. I'm here wanting to pick up on what Dr. Kennedy mentioned. What do we mean by processes of connectivity unleashed by globalization? These seem to be very facile words, but I hope that will become a little bit clearer as I move through my lecture. This means that we should be mindful that though we should be mindful of globalization's tendencies to flatten out differences, we should also be open to the possibility of globalization providing conditions for the local to come into representation. This is Hall's, the point made by Stuart Hall. The point here is that globalization can facilitate new forms of agency. Now, this suggests that as social subjects, scholars are not passive recipients or passive participants, in top-down regimes of globalization. We just don't passively receive knowledge from the West. In fact, as Bill Ashcroft in his essay, Alternative Modernities, Globalization and the Post-Colonial argues, globalization, scholars can utilize strategies of representation, organization, and social change through their access to global systems to empower themselves and transform their local conditions. So globalization is not all bleak. It's not all a flattening of differences. So for example, when local practices respond to global discourses, and as global discourses become absorbed and adapted in local settings, the optimum outcome is a localized critical practice that is always in a state of becoming. There are many pathways to such localization, and there are many opportunities for doing so. And this conference is one of them, for us to be able to engage in a dynamic conversation about evolving practice. This resonates somewhat with Gayatri Spivak's assertion that what globalization requires is a change in ourselves as instruments of knowing. The deconstructive epistemic framework that she proposes allows for a critique of both Eurocentric globalisms and entrenched localisms from the specificities of our own critical locatedness as scholars. So this localized practice enables an interrogation of the universalist tendencies present in first world academic productions or readings of Asian children's literature, but closer home is also critical of the narrow insiderisms of the local, with which Asian societies, including the institutions and structures that govern them, and the scholars who study them, may be continuing to engage. The point also is that Asia is enmeshed with the multitude of non-Asian centers of the world. This also means that we should not other the West. As I've said elsewhere, the East is to be found in the West and the West in the East. The concept of localization then offers us a way to move beyond Orientalism or reverse Orientalism, beyond provincialism, beyond disengagement, beyond exclusion. So thinking globally requires focus. It requires flexibility and the ability to see things from the perspective of the other. So such issues are lent further credence by Asia's many changing faces due to globalization, and with the changes and transformations in traditional family units, social and gender structures, and the various and complex issues now confronting its youth at both national and international levels. So as scholars of Asian studies, then, we cannot only look inwards, but we must keep ourselves open to the circulation of ideas within and across Asian societies. We must keep abreast of research being done outside our own context, keeping up with developments in the field outside Asia, in other parts of the globe. So Asian scholars should build alliances and solidarities and inter-reference one another. That's important, that we should be referencing each other's work. We should be listening actively and attentively to each other, and forming regional frameworks where we can interact and learn from our Asian interconnectedness, intersections, interrelationships, and mutual dependence. This is one way in which we can challenge the bounded and the polarizing modes of East-West knowledge production. It is also important for us to be self-reflexive in our scholarship. I think that's very important to me. Our responsibility as scholars and researchers from the South involves a self-critique of our own biases and our own prejudices, as well as an acknowledgement of our aspirations and our epistemic standpoint. So self-reflexivity is especially important in the humanities discipline of literary and cultural studies, a domain of analysis. The kind of work we do, it's a domain of analysis in which ways of reading and interpretation are deeply bound with the politics of representation. So practicing self-reflexive scholarship means being aware of our critical locatedness and ideological positions that we take up with reference to receiving, re-theorizing, and contributing to knowledge construction in our respective contexts. Now, in this concluding section, I just want to say, I've attempted in this lecture to speak to you. I think that has become clear, not so much as a specialist scholar of children's literature, but as a scholar of the humanities, looking for a space of contemplation and analysis that is grounded in the Asian local, yet not bounded by it. I believe that the humanities, and literature in particular, is the best custodian of critical thinking, an area of knowledge production that mandates us to think not only imaginatively and creatively, but also critically and contingently. So the dual emphasis on redressing the imbalance on the global stage of Asian children's literature and establishing Asian traditions and output as a point of reference for a two-way global, or East-West if you like, dialogue is an undertaking of immense significance. So in talking to you about this undertaking to seek greater intellectual diversity in global academia, I'm also aware of the hegemony of English language scholarship, especially in the critical industries. I echo the point made by other scholars that the taken for grantedness of English, especially in academia, has probably never needed challenging as much as it does now. Although the role played, I say this, although the role played on the ground by English differs significantly from place to place. For instance, the cultural politics on the space and status of English in Malaysia will differ from that of in India, right? In Malaysia, English is a disempowered language, right? Because of the politics of race and ethnicity practiced by the state. So English language scholars and in English literature writings in English by Malaysians have been excluded from the national canon, right? And pushed to the margins. So English is occupies a subaltern or a marginal position, really, although it is a language, what do you call it? It is not a hegemonic language as it might be maybe in India, because scholars have said that the hegemonic hold of English in former colonies and in generally in many parts of the contemporary globalized world has been helped by the rise of neoliberal ideologies, the Anglicization of the middle classes, the decline of progressive nationalism. So these are points that might apply variously to India. So the point I'm making is that it is worth reminding ourselves that we live in a deeply divided world, notwithstanding English's status as a global lingua franca. And this brings me to my final point: the significance of the concepts of translation and the transnational. I think these are important when we talk about Asian perspectives, right? Asian productions, Asian literary and scholarly productions. We need to keep in mind the idea of translation, the concept of the transnational, how the importance of these terms to contemporary social as well as intellectual life. In his essay, The Role of the Humanities in the Corporate University, Walter Mignolo argues that a transnational society is a society of interaction across national frontiers and across languages and cultures. This, explains Mignolo, means that a major in foreign languages and cultures would no longer be someone competent in a national language and well-versed in the national literature and culture. So he says, a major in foreign languages and cultures would no longer be someone competent in a national language and well-versed in the national literature and culture. It would be someone trained in living between languages and cultures, an expert as necessary for society as a major in computing science. So this insight that Walter Mignolo provides us is highly important, and we need to think about it, and we need to contemplate on these words. One of the things you can take away from this is that while the concept of the national as operative in formulations, these are very artificial and false formulations, such as national language, national literature, right, pulls culture inwards to the fixities of the local in a parochial sense. The idea of the transnational moves us outwards. It relocates culture to the interstices, the space of the in-between, to the otherness of ourselves. So the majority of us here, I think, are fluent in more than one language. Bilingual at least, and multilingual at best. A Malaysian, like an Indian, is someone who, whether consciously or not, is trained in living between languages and cultures. My translated cultural consciousness as a Malaysian who speaks English and Malay and Tamil and Chinese and any of the other Malaysian languages is what will inform my cultural identity and languaging practice. So the interplay of difference between these languages that I speak, right, and between these different languages, the difference between what you mean and how you mean, between signification and mode of signification, which approximates, in a sense, the attempt to arrive at what Walter Benjamin, in his seminal essay, The Task of the Translator, what he calls a pure language, and what Jacques Derrida calls the language to come, allows different languages to talk to one another as supplements of one another. In other words, as each other's other. This idea of the language to come, or pure language, exists on the level of an ideal language. But this ideal is of value because it defines the ambivalence of culture, the othernesses within culture. So the space of translation, where the language or the practice of the other supplements the language or practice or even academic practice, that is in use is the space for critical reflection on the production of knowledge and understanding. So cultural translation is to be understood not as a homogenizing tool or as a means of converting difference into sameness, but rather as a set of complex practices which allows the heterogeneity of society to remain active and productive. This is the ethical. This is a critical thinking space that the humanities has opened up for us, right? This is, to me, what it means to practice decolonial thinking. This methodology prioritizes frameworks and perspectives that encourage productive ways of thinking in and thinking through our complex and interconnected histories and contested knowledge terrains. So this may be an ideal language, an ideal concept, right? The idea of the language to come. But we must understand that what is ideal is profoundly grounded in the realities of social context, discourse, and struggle. I think this is a good time to end my lecture. So thank you so much, everyone, for giving me the pleasure of speaking to you, the pleasure and the privilege of speaking to you today. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Sharmani. I think I cannot reiterate more the fact that you have foregrounded almost everything that as an exercise that I think we're all trying to engage with, right? It's not just about saying that we need to decolonize the existing scholarship, which is mostly American and Eurocentric in more or less way, but also to understand what it is to be a real, true global citizen or to exist in this a very, very, what do I say, fast and constantly fluxed modernity that is now part of almost all the cultures at the local level as well as at the global level, right? So, I mean, of course, I mean, it's very interesting because your context of Malaysian literature, if I would want to extend there, or just to understand the question of language and then inevitably the question of translation, why is it that I mean, it's not so much of a question, but I want to take questions from the audience, but what is it then the popular culture, even in this very so-called global or local sense, is still yet, you know, not completely coming to its fruition, right? What are the blocks of, like, as much as globalization is providing us with these opportunities, which you pointed out, and I think post 2000, we have seen this new wave of popular culture coming across, at least in the Indian context, we have seen how the films have completely sort of taken a new direction altogether. There is this rise of indie films, new wave in vernacular languages in both literature and cinema that have come in. A lot of local narratives are being sort of consumed and appreciated at a more so-called a global platform, especially the OTT platforms are really giving the space for this kind of narratives to come in. But still the kind of even understanding the context or the foundations on which the globalization itself exists or builds itself, right? Whether it's economically, through the capital means, or is it the exhibition and the distribution channels? Why is it that still we are, you know, I mean, Netflix is still coming from a space of Western, you know, what do I say, you know, capital in that sense, right? Or so what is it that if the channels themselves are in that sense still orienting themselves towards this Western, I don't know, I think it's more of an economical capital reason, but what is it that we can, at least at our level, think in ways of bringing this local, or, you know, as you're saying, local, but locally rooted cultures and traditions? Like what is the medium or through which we can bring that? One is classroom, of course, but then what are the ways in the popular culture sense, especially the visual culture, which is completely taken over a lot of aspects, right? And I think one of the question also talks about the Korean wave, right, which has suddenly come up as a phenomena of its own. So I just want to also place this, whatever you have set for us, as a great context to also think about not just acknowledging the issues that we are dealing with at the global level, but also how then we negotiate with the channels, because we need the global channels, right? We need these so-called neoliberal or capitalist models in order to even, do anything enterprising, right? And bring readers and consumers of the local of these narratives, but at a global level, because unless and until we do that, we mediate that, it's not going to go any far. So that's where I would probably leave you. And yeah, I think Renu also wants to just add in there, probably, since it's the keynote, we are taking the liberty to sort of set the context.
Right. I was just having this conversation also with Ananya next to me. So as we're talking about the global, right, I also realized that, in this particular kind of scenario, right, what with the proliferation of the digital that we're living in, right, it's also important that at this particular point, we also redefine, right, what we understood to be local also, right? I mean, what exactly does then becomes the local now, right, in the kind of context that we are living in, right? We'll have to also factor in the diasporic, right? We'll have to factor in the transnational, right? So in that sense of the word, we might also have to sort of, when we're discussing notions and locations of children's narratives and, theorizations and narrativizations for children, let's say, we might also have to sort of, relook at the way in which, we think about, right, and situate ourselves within the kind of spaces that we situate ourselves in, right? Even as we're talking about the local, right? Today, do we have something that is so purely local anymore? Right. So how is it, therefore, when we're talking about the global, right, in opposition to the local, or, in tandem with each other in that sense of the word, we might also have to sort of, relook at the terminologies that we use and, redefine these particular kind of spaces, right, in terms of practical interactive spaces rather than, what you call them, static, right, stagnant spaces, right, like we talked about it in terms of geographical and physical locations anymore. So culture itself has become, this very dynamic, right, influx kind of an idea. So the space also has become in that, right, I mean, something that's not so definable anymore, right, according to the very constants that we've been living with for a very long time. So I think that is also something that we missed in the larger context, but your talk sort of reiterated or sort of brought to our notice that that particular aspect is also now important, right? And what with, even as Sonia was pointing out, right, Netflix or Amazon Prime or Hulu or whatever else it is, right? The kind of, they also have a certain emphasis that they're placing on local narratives per se, right? So particularly if you look at the Netflix that is available in India, you have a very huge content that is, very Indian in nature, right? And there is a very specific and strategic way in which they market these narratives also, right, to the audiences across and within the country, right? And there is also a certain kind of a recognition that they've made about, what one understands to be like a space like local or, national and things like that. So I think that's also something that we might have to factor in when we are now, right, moving into discussing narratives for children, right, within spaces in that sense. That is, yeah, so now we can take questions.
Okay, Sharmani, would you like to read, should I read out the questions to you, or would you want the audience to also unmute and ask the question? We do have time, so whichever way you prefer will be okay with me. Should I read it out for you?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the first question is from a student, Tess, and she has asked a couple of questions. I'll try to take all her questions at once. She says, regarding the abuse of folktales, Disney latest venture like Raya and Last Dragon was implemented to represent the Southeast Asian culture. However, from a personal perspective, do you think that the fact that the movie was created to collectively showcase the Southeast Asian culture through the legend of Kumadra instead of a singular ethnic background, the same eradicates the diversity of, it's difficult to read the chat box for me somehow. Difficult to eradicate the diversity of the same, as Southeast Asia is a vast land consisting of Burma, Cambodia, and others, Vietnam. So how would you respond to that? Was my question clear? Because I'm not able to see the chat very properly, actually.
Maybe Tess can can maybe
Yeah.
clarify the points she's raised. I have to say that I haven't watched this films yet.
Yeah, so Tess, can you unmute and ask both your questions at once and try to keep it a little more condensed?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you can even come on
Tess.
video.
Okay, I'll try to keep this concise. So basically what I wanted to ask was, Raya and the Last Dragon was implemented to sort of represent Southeast Asian cultures. However, they used the rules of representation to sort of collectively showcase the cultures instead of focusing on the importance of each specific culture. For example, Southeast Asian culture consists of Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, and so on. So don't you think that eradicates the diversity of the land when they sort of use the movie as an excuse to showcase everything instead of showing the significance of each culture in a global forum? And my other question, I'll just say the important part which I had a doubt in. Ma'am, you were talking about transnationalism and transculturalism. So with the recent Korean wave, do you think that there is a chance that history will repeat itself and this would sort of lead to cultural appropriation of the same? For example, how after Pocahontas and Peter Pan was released, a lot of people were ignorant to the fact that Native Americans had their own sort of, they did not showcase the respect that was needed for these cultures. Like they dressed up as native characters for Halloween, and everybody excused the fact simply due to the fact that these children visual cultures showcased all of these the dress and attire in a global forum, and the people who were acting as Native Americans, even in the live action films, were actually white. So isn't there a danger of cultural appropriation when transnationalism and transculturalism occurs? Those were my questions. I hope it was understandable.
Well, it is understandable insofar as it was clear, but I'm not sure that I can answer them to your satisfaction, Tess. Regarding your first question, yes, there is going to be a danger of when you say when a film says it wants to represent Southeast Asian culture. Now, what is Southeast Asian culture? I mean, these are again artificial constructs. There's no such thing as a Southeast Asian culture, because because Southeast Asia itself is a huge and diverse region that is going to encompass the various cultures of Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, the Philippines, Laos, right? Vietnam. While I mean, how do you then put this together into a composite whole? It's going to be an artificial construct that is not going to pay. It's going to rather, as I said, it's going to create a representation that is that will flatten out the heterogeneities and create a unified picture of Southeast Asia, which does not exist. Just as you say, South American culture, Latino culture. What is that? These are huge, broad constructs that really are not grounded in everyday cultural and social life. So, and films do that. And films do that, and Disney films do that. And they come up with their fabricated, manufactured understandings of non-Western cultures. So yes, we as scholars, we need to be. I don't think if I were to watch this Dragon, I would recognize Malaysia in there, Malaysian culture being represented, because what comes across is it's the artifice of representation that's not able to pay fidelity to the everyday realities, the specificities of the everyday culture. So that's what I can say to you. Is that the question? Have I answered your question?
Yes,
the
ma'am.
movie was created to collectively showcase. Yes, but even when you say collectively showcase, Asian, where is that collective Asian, Southeast Asian culture? Where do you see it?
Hello.
Yes.
So in the movie, they showcase the legend of Kumadra, which is apparently an island which is in the shape of a dragon. And the story was like Raya had to unite the nations, and apparently each nation represented a culture. But like when I was watching it, I couldn't really see Singapore or Malaysia, like
Yes.
what you said. So I
Yes.
feel like that's a huge problem nowadays, where, especially Disney or any other sort of multinational entertainment company, when they showcase culture, they tend to generalize it. Like, for example,
Yes.
Aladdin, they were showcasing Desi culture and Persian culture. So like, it's really offensive to an extent.
It is, because a caricature culture as well, different cultures are caricatured and stereotyped, and but this doesn't meet the reality of our of everyday, how people see themselves as cultural beings. So yes, definitely, yes, that's it's very important, and you've made me want to see this film. Kumadra, is it? Raya.
Yes, ma'am. It's called Raya and the Last Dragon. It's based on the legend of Kumadra.
Yes.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Tess. Have you visited Southeast Asia? Tess?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which countries have you visited?
Singapore.
Oh, I see. So you couldn't see Singapore in that film?
No, I couldn't see Singapore at all. And I was looking for at least some Malaysian reference, but I couldn't. So I think they just like collectively showcase the stereotypical Thai
Yes.
and Philippine.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have another question. Nazneen, are you here? You want to unmute and ask?
Yeah, okay, I'm here. Yeah. Ma'am, this is regarding orature. Orature that had flourished previously in colonized nations like India has been suppressed and not given due recognition even today. So I'd like to know your thoughts about it. And in connection with that, there's one more thing that I wanted to mention. It has been observed that creative writing in the West focuses on showing rather than telling, which is not always the way oral tales were and are narrated here, say in India. So your thoughts regarding that too?
Definitely oral cultures are on the wane. They've not been valorized as much as written and now even visual culture. So I would definitely agree with you that that we need to keep oral cultures, oral traditions alive, and that creative writing in the West focuses on showing. I'm not sure that I agree with you there, that creative writing on the West focuses on showing. What do you mean by that, rather than telling?
I just wanted to mention how, there's this person in the northeast of India, and she conducts creative writing workshops. And I read an interview regarding, her thoughts on how the West kind of focuses on showing in terms of, through dialogues, through actions, to make a story more interesting, you have to show rather than tell. Yes. Whereas in India, I feel oral storytelling, like the phrase itself mentions, is more of telling, more of narrating a story rather than, showing it through dialogue or showing it through action. And that's what I meant.
Okay, there are two different mediums, of course. One is the storytelling, right? Oral, in the oral tradition, and one is the written form, where you're trying to approximate
yes.
the action, right? So yes. They're quite different.
Yeah. No, but then, orature should be influencing the way we write too. You know, so that is what I was implying.
Yes, definitely, I do agree with you there. That orature and our oral culture and oral traditions need to be retrieved, actually, and they need to inform our writing practices, maybe, as you say. right? If you feel very strongly about that, Nazneen, you must write a paper. Why do you feel so? You know, why do you feel that how can orature impact the written form? You know, because most writers sometimes, you know, they write in a way in which you can hear the voice. You can, it's as if they're telling you a story rather than the reader reading a story. It's as if the reader is hearing a story being told. But those are the narrative techniques that even writers use, right? I mean,
Yeah.
where you know, they are approximating the oral traditions of their culture. I mean, a classic example is Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. It's like as if, you know, a story is being told, a story of a Konko is being told, like an elderly grandmother. I also want to tell you this from your own context. Kandapura, Rajarao. It's more like, you know, you're hearing the story, although it's Rajarao who's writing it in the novel form, but it is when you read the story, you can picture an old grandmother telling you the story because of the way in which the writer, all right, is approximating the human voice with its digressions, its long sentences, flowing sentences. It's, you know, it's one leading to another and this story leading to another story without, you know, the tidy, you know, the Western tradition is very neat, and you know, the written tradition needs to be neat and contained, whereas the oral tradition it's you know, it flows everywhere in all directions without necessarily an end, you know, beginning and an end, you know, and it gets to the end through many detours, right? So writers sometimes do that too. They follow the oral tradition where you hear the voice of the storyteller. So I won't say there's a complete that orature hasn't influenced the writing style. It's the techniques and the options, the narrative options that the writer chooses, and for what reasons does he or she choose those techniques. Those would be important. Nazneen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I would like to add that I did actually give a talk where I brought in, you know, how orature continues to exist in our picture books in India. If you've read some of our picture books, ma'am, our picture books actually continue the tradition in so many different ways. So I did actually give a talk on that.
That's very good, Nazneen. Yes, because I always feel that if you feel something is important, your perspective is important, and it needs to get out there, then you need to give talks. You need to take advantage of you need to take opportunity to go out there and make your perspective heard, either, you know, in the form of talks or in the form of an article. Right, so you can write not necessarily for journals, you can write for the newspapers, you can write for magazines, you can write for your college newsletters, you know, but this is a way in which the more the information or your idea goes out there, people are beginning to think and reflect. And, you know, so that interventions that are made by us as academics, you know, as Sonia and Renu were also saying earlier, you know, they're all this content, you know, you have all this companies now. Visual culture is so important. You have Netflix coming into the homes every day. You know, everybody almost has a Netflix account. You know, and although they try to encompass, you know, give a nod to diversity by having films from Southeast Asia, from India, but there's a particular kind of film and a particular kind of image that sells. That, you know, these are neoliberal firms, and their profit, their bottom line is profit. What sells? So they're going to give you, so Indian films that come out of Indian films that are showcased on Netflix could also be giving a certain kind of commodified representation of Indian culture and Indian realities. So we need to have alternative. We need the state. We need national and local agencies to support independent filmmakers, you know, to counter the prevalence of this multinational corporations with their money, and they're able to finance and fund all the sorts of mainstream productions that cater to the audience's taste, because that sells. So we need alternative voices, alternative productions, and we need them to get funded. And we need scholars, we need critics, we need public intellectuals to go out there and make interventions, because The ordinary man is not able to do that. The ordinary man and woman is not able to do that. So scholars, we have responsibilities as public intellectuals to make those interventions for them, right?
Thank you so much, ma'am.
For that question. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for 2 more questions. Darshanbir, you can ask your question in a clubbed manner, both your questions, and then we'll take one last question as well, because, yeah, that will be the time for us.
Good afternoon, Professor. Ma'am, my first question is related to the what we search on internet, and the kind of results that we get is related to Japanese manga or anime, instead of they are just ignoring the other Asian nations such as India and Iran, which is known to be a hub of best children's films. And my second question is about the repetition of the episodes from American nations and other Western nations in the Indian cinemas. They are just repeating episodes from the era of 2000 and 2010. So will these topic come under globalization and the ignorance of other Asian narratives?
For asking the question, you say that whenever you search for Asian cartoons or literature, so when you Google Asian cartoons, what appears on the screen is Japanese manga or anime, right? And you say, how come yes, and how come cartoons from other cultures and other nations don't appear? That's again, yes, because that shows you the prevalence of who is popularizing manga and anime. How is it that manga and anime are on the consciousness of the public, of the global public? How has it come to be? I mean, you're asking this question, will this topic come under globalization? Definitely. How is it that manga and anime have become global phenomenon, and not the productions from other nations, from Asia? Yes, definitely globalization. The flow is just one way, right? And why is it that it's Japanese? Again, it's Japanese, it's Asian, but why this particular Asian? Because they also have hegemony. They have cultural hegemony. It's not that all Asian cultures are subaltern. Some are also imperialist, also have an imperialist function in terms of their cultural influence. So I would say Japanese, you say manga and anime instead of narratives. Yes. So would this come, which is known the hub for producing best? So do you think there's a specific reason for this? So what is the reason for this, you think? Darshan, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So what do you think?
Ma'am, ma'am, most of the narratives from other nations such as India and stuff are just ignored, and they are mostly repeated from the Western nations such as America. So,
yes,
ma'am, I think this is the main reason why the Japanese are kind of making new episodes of and they are starting new concept.
Yes. So there is a lot of interest from the West on these forms of popular culture, isn't it?
Yes.
So there is a market out there. So the market has captured and has made profit of this, and it continues to feed. So there is it's a circuit of representation. So, and that is excluding other forms that may be there but haven't got onto the circuit of representation yet. So this is the inequalities, the asymmetries of the global representation that I was talking about. Definitely, this is an aspect of globalization, and one of the what do you call it? The exclusions of globalization is shut out other images, right? To focus on a particular or particular cultural representations. So definitely part of globalization circuit and of exclusions. Definitely, Darshan. Do I have another question?
Yeah, we can take one last question. Aditi, can you quickly ask your question so that ma'am can respond?
Yes, ma'am, sure. Ma'am, my question was basically based on the readership of translated web novels online. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but web novels
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Ma'am,
You mentioned a name?
yes, ma'am. Translated web novels from Korean, Chinese, and Japanese. Basically, my
Yes.
question is regarding that. So there has been a significant rise in readership in the global audience. We can see that, like mostly they're translated from these languages to English, and
Yes.
it has a major rise in the global audience. We can see that, and in these translations, it isn't totally translated to English per se. Like there are some terms, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing, like shifu, yifu, shime, and all of them. It's kept in the original language because some terms can't be translated, and these terms give us an idea of the culture, original culture. And because of this, many readers are getting enthused to actually learn the original language and experience the culture in the original sense. So can we say that this idea of a balanced globalization has been...
We've lost you, Aditi.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. From where should I repeat again?
Your question again,
you can continue from where you left. We heard most of it.
Yes,
okay.
The last part, your question.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, as I was mentioning, the Western audience, because of this, has been gaining more enthusiasm to learn the original language and understand and read the novel in the original language. So can we say that this balanced globalism idea has been gaining more traction, since more audience from the West are also interested in the East? And as we know, East has already been interested in many Western novels as well.
Yes, Aditi, I think the question that you raise is important because, again, translation, right? What is the goal of translation? Is it to communicate the meaning of the original, or is it to communicate the mode of meaning of the original? The mode of signification and the signification are two things. So when you say that's a philosophical question that Walter Benjamin asks us to the task of the translator is not to communicate, but it is to communicate the incommunicable, he says, right? In other words, as you say, some of the terms cannot be translated. Those are the incommunicable things according to Benjamin's language, right? So because you cannot find translation, it's good that this translator has not rendered that into the immediately available equivalents in English. He has retained the original language, right? And I think that is when translation is done correctly, when it gives you an idea of the foreignness, the otherness of the language being translated. We should not aim for sameness. We should aim to keep the otherness of the original in the receiving language. That is the translation done right. That is the ethical task of the translator. So yes, I agree with you. And in this case, right, as you say, people are not showing an aversion. What are all these terms? I don't understand. In fact, people want to learn the language, and in learning the language, they may want to learn about the culture or the originating culture of that setting, right? So I definitely agree that this is a good translation. Then this is globalization done right. So thank you for raising. Have I answered your question, Aditi?
Yes, ma'am, you have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
All right. I think we are kind of finishing on time.
That's great.
Yes. Thank you, Sharmani, for taking just so much interest even answering all the questions from the students and even the participants who have registered.
I'm so pleased to see this level of quality of questions, and this is one of the better conferences I've attended, really. You know that I need to congratulate, before I go, I need to congratulate you and Renu and even your, your administrators, for your dean and your directors for making such warm, lucid, and illuminating opening remarks that has set the tone for this conference. And I must say, it's one of the better organized conferences also. And it cannot have been an easy task for you, having to schedule, almost 100 papers, and then you are still smiling, and so for me, and the level of questions from your audience, right? The way they express themselves and ask the questions, I'm very pleased with Christ University. This is my first experience speaking to Christ University, and I'm sure you have a remarkable journey ahead of each of you individually and collectively as an institution. So I wish you the very best, and thank you so much for giving me again the privilege of speaking to you today.
Thank you. I mean, the pleasure and the privilege is all ours. Also, the students, some of the questions that came were from the students who are doing the course. And let me just reiterate that they took a keen interest to actually read the introduction to the book that you have edited, in which we all have contributed. And they had these questions which were coming from an experience based level, because they are consuming and reading and living the lives of this global citizen. But the questions now were posed in terms of how do we think about the Asian perspective, and how do we understand what is it to contextualize your own literature, your own narratives, your own stories. So I think that kind of really bridged the questions that they had in class and the readings of the chapter that they did of yours and Bernard's, and then now actually finally coming to meet you. I think it's I'm sure
you must keep this conversation going, and you must have projects like this.
Yes.
Keep the conversation alive. It cannot end here. I'm sure that you have set in motion something. You have Amir here as well. So I'm very pleased to also see that Amir is on your speaker list. And
yes.
And
he also heard your keynote. Actually, he was there for your keynote as well.
Yes, he did send me a message that he was very pleased to see me, and he will be speaking tomorrow.
Today afternoon, actually. Today afternoon, India time. So that would be maybe 2 hours. So that's 3:30 in the afternoon India time. So that would be around, say, 5:30 for you.
Yes, if I'm able to get away from my classroom, I will definitely be listening to Amir. It's a pleasure again. Thank you so much for bringing me together.
Thank you so much, Sharmani. Thank you.
Thank you so much again.
I'll be in touch on meals.
Yes, we will be in touch.
Yes.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
We will now have a short break for about just 10 minutes. And I request all the participants to either stay there or just keep yourself muted and take a short break. And we come back to the same platform for the next panel that we have with us, where 3, again, very interesting speakers would be coming and discussing, children's narrative from across spectrum, especially Japanese and Indian context. So I request all of you to sort of be there and be on time. We'll start the session at 11:30. Thank you.
Hello. Hope you can hear us.
Good morning, Nozomi.
Good morning. Yeah,
Are you guys awake? Sorry for this time. We just
Sorry, I can't want to put the volume up. I hope you can hear us.
Yes.
Oh, great.
We can. We're just going to make you the co-host as well. So you can, if you have anything to share.
Yeah, sure.
And also Siddharth. Hello, Siddharth.
Hello, Siddharth.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Hello.
Hey, we can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay, great. Hi, Nozomi. Hi, Anisha. Hi. Hello, Sonia. Thank you so much for having me here. Hello.
Thank you so much, too.
Thank you. Yeah, please go ahead. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Please. Yeah.
No, we're just making both of you all co-host as well, so that
Okay.
we can just get into the session once we start. I think now
Sure.
all of you are co-hosts, right? So yeah, I think Siddharth is a co-host now. Abhiram, even Nozomi also, yeah. Okay, so we'll begin. I think everything is on track. All right. First of all, let me welcome Nozomi and Anish, and of course Siddharth, who are going to be the panel speakers for this particular session, which will go on till about 1 o'clock. First of all, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. After all the glitches in communication and gaps in communication, the fact that we have come together is really great. And I'm so glad that finally we're getting to meet and getting to know each other's work as well. So thank you, Nozomi. I've not had much interaction with you, but now I'm sure Anish has communicated everything to you. So thank you for joining us as well. And Siddharth as well. I have to thank Anish for suggesting to call Siddharth. And I was very thrilled because I've worked and looked at Siddharth's work earlier when he's written on Indian cinema and childhood in Indian cinema, particularly for a couple of papers of his. So it's kind of, coming together of a lot of build up in various ways. And obviously I have to thank Becky for putting me in touch with Anish, and we have been in touch for a while for various reasons. So it's nice to finally have a platform which is common, and also the topic itself, right? I mean, we are planning, the whole agenda of this whole conference came because of the course that we are teaching this semester to our English honors students, which is reading and writing the child, and the conversations and narratives regarding the theories and practices of children's literature. And of course, since my interest is films and films for children, by children, and what are the notions of childhood getting represented in the visual medium, children's media culture, this was a very fitting conference that both Renu and I, my co-convener here, decided to have together. And we've just been very overwhelmed with the kind of prompt responses you all gave to be a part of it. And I couldn't, welcome you more than what I'm already doing. And our students have also engaged with some of your works to some extent, right? And I shared the abstracts that both of you all had shared with the students. So now we look forward to having this session with you all. So first, I think we'll start with the Nozomi and Anish. You all can present, and then we can probably have a Q&A with the students and everyone else who's joined. There are a lot of participants as well externally who have joined us, so they can ask their questions. I request the audience to post their questions as and when the presentation is going on the chat box, so we can take up those questions when the presentation is over to save time. And followed by that, we will then have Siddharth talk to us as well. So we'll have now Japanese and Indian context coming together from different perspectives. And I now welcome Nozomi and Anish to the floor. Thank you.
Yep. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us here today. Very excited to be part of this. Can you see our slides? Yeah, fantastic. So as you said, we'll be talking about Japanese animation for this first talk, and particularly we'll be introducing ideas around heteronormativity and children's fantasy, and then looking at two particular animations, the children's television series, Meitante Conan, Detective Conan, and the film Omoide no Mani, when Mani was there. Okay. Sorry. So we'll be discussing the concepts of childhood in these two major contemporary works of Japanese animation to examine their cultural roots in modernist Japanese literature and their challenges to stereotypes associated with normative childhood, particularly cultural framings of heteronormativity. For the first part, we'll talk about child detectives, specialist knowledge, and adult child identities in relation to the long-running manga and animated series Detective Conan. Detective Conan is by the best-selling manga artist Kosho Aoyama. It's been running since 1994, and the manga has sold around 250 million copies worldwide. The second part of the talk will examine visions of intergenerational solidarity and complex intimacy that take place in When Mani Was There, directed by Hiromasa Yonebayashi for the renowned Japanese animation house Studio Ghibli. Yeah, so the goal of this talk will be to analyze those two works for the question of these two works for children that question the boundaries of adult and child in nuanced ways. These texts both draw on a range of Western and Japanese cultural sources for their narratives, and in particular, they respond to the ideas evident in the works of modernist Japanese authors, Edogawa Rampo for Detective Conan and Junichiro Tanizaki for When Mani Was There. And these were authors who themselves were reflecting on Western cultural influences and how Japan might respond to them in the early 20th century. The literary and cultural norms embedded in the Japanese context reshape these stories to represent diversities of childhood, queer attraction, and child genius, and can effectively de-center visions of childhood from Western cultural norms, specifically around children's ignorance and innocence, in quotation marks. In this, we'll be drawing on the approach to Asian children's literature set out persuasively by Bernard Wilson and Shamani Patricia Gabriel in their recent edited collection. They argue for a greater focus on local cultural contexts and a challenge to the centrality of Western cultural forms. So they write, for all of globalization's touted two-way dialogue and exchange of ideas and transactions between cultures, the balance of geopolitical power and knowledge still remains asymmetrically weighted towards the West and the North. Indeed, European and Anglo-American discourses on children's literary culture and their regimes of literary and visual representation continue to dominate the global stage, eclipsing, overlooking, or excluding voices, perspectives, and discourses from Asia. Their response to this is to think about globalization, which they discuss as follows. The question then as to what is Asian about Asian children's literature in a global age inevitably requires us to understand the processes of change and connectivity engendered by cultural globalization. Indeed, where local practices respond to global discourses, and as global influences become absorbed and adapted in local settings, the outcome is globalization, a practice or perspective that is once global and local. This means that though we should be mindful of globalization's totalizing tendencies and homogenizing effects, we should also be open to the possibility of global processes providing conditions for the local, quote, to come into representation. So drawing from this for the specific cultural context of Japan is particularly complex, as Nozomi will tell us more about shortly, because Japan holds the position as a colonial force within Asia, and thus in many ways holds a cultural authority that is different from many of its surrounding countries. Japan stands in a complex relation to the West, having never been colonized, but experienced US occupation after the Second World War. And as we will see, strongly engaging with and reflecting on Euro-American literary and cultural outputs in the early 20th century. In thinking about the boundaries and relationships of adult and child, we draw on Maria Nikolaeva's key concept, heteronormativity, which she defines as follows. While feminist theory has made us aware of male authors creating women characters as the other, and while post-colonial theory reveals alterity in the images of ethnicity A heterological approach to juvenile literature examines the power balance between the adult author and the implied young audience. On analogy with the central concept of queer theory, heteronormativity, we can propose that the concept of heteronormativity, Latin eto, pertaining to age, adult normativity that governs the way children's literature has been patterned from its emergence until the present day. It's undeniable that such power relations exist. They are codified in law, in what children are not allowed to do that adults can, and they're expressed everywhere in culture in the assumed limitations on children's interests, desires, and needs, for example, in terms of sexual, economic, intellectual, and social engagement. However, we seek to reflect on this concept of heteronormativity within the specifics of being a child in Japan, of going to the Tanabata festival as Mani does, of drinking coffee as a young Conan does, of speaking with specific age-based language markers, such as choices of personal pronouns in the Japanese language. Many authors and artists have sought ways to diminish or trouble their own authority in an effort to empower young readers. Nikolayeva has noted too that children's literature has the potential to question the adult as a norm. In laying emphasis on potential, Nikolayeva highlights the difficulties in practice of effectively challenging adult authority. Fantasy as a mode in particular has great potential towards subverting adult authority, as Nikolayeva also asserts. Indeed, Rosemary Jackson attests to the power of fantasy to challenge norms and hierarchies of all kinds. She says, fantastic literature points to or suggests the basis upon which cultural order rests, for it opens up for a brief moment onto disorder, onto illegality, onto that which lies outside the law, that which is outside dominant value systems. Through the magical affordances of fantasy, ghostly visitations, and shape-shifting, the very category of age itself can be undermined, as these two animations do, imagining worlds where adult and authority are not necessarily aligned. In these texts, we'll examine how fantastical and supernatural elements open up possibilities for disrupting norms and expectations, and for creating intergenerational communication among people of different ages who appear to be equals and to be peers that can educate and support each other. So moving on to Detective Conan now, there is a rich cultural history of child detectives, starting with the supporting role of the Baker Street Irregulars in Conan Doyle's Sherlock stories, and later the stars of their own shows and books, following on with works like Kessner's Emil and the Detectives, remaining hugely popular in the long-running manga and television series Meitante Kona. Child detectives challenge the distinction between adult and child based on the adult's supposedly superior knowledge and intelligence. A detective is a holder of specialist and specific knowledge beyond the remit of most non-specialist adults. And so for a child to hold that knowledge undermines the heteronormative assumptions of children's innocence or relative ignorance. These issues are at their most complex and illuminating in Detective Conan, in which the child detective is in fact a teenager, Kuro Shinichi, whose body has been shrunk back to pre-teen childhood by a mysterious criminal syndicate. As he says of himself in the title sequence to each episode, he has the body of a child and the mind of an adult. As we'll see, this claim in fact belies the complexity of the situation, and more on that later. He goes to elementary school under the name Edogawa Conan and solves crimes with a group of children who call themselves the Shonen Tanteida, translated as Junior Detective League, but in fact literally meaning Boy Detectives Club, despite the inclusion of two girls in the group. Conan is later joined by another victim of the evil syndicate, a female scientist who is shrunk to the size of a child, who calls herself Haibara Ai. Ai and Conan's specialist knowledge and intelligence separate them not only from the children around them or ordinary adults, but even set them out as unique among the many adult detectives on the show. While they are not children in their own minds, they're both teenagers before being shrunk, Shinichi around 16 and Ai around 18. They're perceived as young children of around 6 or 7 by the people around them. They feign childhood to keep their identity secret, and they have a powerful impact on the intelligence and detective skills of the real children around them. Very little has been written on Detective Conan, despite its enormous cultural influence. just a couple of articles about the representation of non-Japanese characters in these works, which is unfortunately quite a Western perspective to take when responding to this rich cultural phenomenon. On child detectives more broadly, some work has been done, such as by Chris Routledge on adult-child relations, particularly focusing on Emil and the detectives. So Routledge says, detective fiction for children often explores the differences and tensions between adulthood and childhood. And he said that childhood can be seen as a radical discourse. Child detectives often pose a challenge to adult hierarchical structures, like the archetypal great detective, whose success often rests on finding significance in things overlooked by the police. Child detectives tend to things overlooked by or invisible to the adult gaze. The hero's name for this show, Edgar Conan, merges the name of two famous authors of detective fiction, Arthur Conan Doyle and the modernist Japanese author, Edgar Allan Poe. So I think somebody might have their microphone.
Yeah.
Great. Oh, yeah. No, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. So Rampo wrote a highly popular series on the private detective Akechi Kogoro, running from 1925 to 1955, and included in that works targeted at younger audiences, in which Kogoro leads a boy detectives club, Shonen Tanteidan. So we can see that Detective Conan picks up directly on elements of these stories, including the name of the boy detectives club, and in the name of a private detective who is also the guardian for Edgar Conan, and his name is Mori Kogoro. However, in contrast to Rampo's character, the Kogoro in this series is a figure of comic relief, an incompetent private investigator whose poor deductive skills are often displayed to contrast with the superior skills of Conan's deductions. Rampo's work comes as part of a specific element of Japanese literary history, the Tantei Shosetsu, which means detective story, but is itself a specific genre and different in many ways from kind of the Euro-American understanding of detective stories or crime fiction. Kyoko Omori reflects on the specificness of this genre. She talks about indigenous deployments of the detective story and the structural characteristics of the genre being debated and developed through a critical discourse specific to early 20th century Japanese society. She talks about how it was also related to this particular moment in modernity and thought of as having an educational impact on young people, a critical impact on questioning and challenging society. So she talks about the work of the essayist and author Hirabayashi Hatsunosuke, who advocated the genre as the most appropriate means for cultivating the kind of critical intelligence necessary for young people to negotiate modernity. In terms of Rampo specifically, his name is also a play on a Western author's name. It's based on the Japanese pronunciation of Edgar Allan Poe. So he's drawing on this author who not only wrote horror and mystery fiction, but also early detective fiction too, but merging these two genres together. So Kenko Kawasaki in her research on Rampo talks about Akechi, the main detective's mixed blood, and sees this as a metaphor for the formation of detective fiction as a culture of translation in Japan, something that has been brought over from the West. However, others have seen the way that Rampo merges different elements of Poe's work together and of Western influences together as being specific and unique to his own approach to detective fiction. So Tangeman argues, in the Taisho and early Showa eras when modern mystery fiction was developing in Japan, so early 20th century, elements of mystery fiction and tales of the bizarre often appear to co-mingle. Analysis of Rampo's fiction will show elements of both genres side by side in his work. From this, we can understand more nuanced connections and influences from Rampo's work on Detective Conan. In particular, the way Conan engages with the supernatural and the fantastical age-bending elements of the series. Seemingly supernatural elements in Conan Doyle's stories, in contrast, are always revealed through Holmes's rational intellect to be actions of ordinary humans. However, in Rampal's work, the supernatural is a more prominent and vibrant force, which cannot always be dismissed by reason. And in Detective Conan, the experimental drug that makes Kudoshinji and Haibara-ai into small children cannot be explained by ordinary science. It aligns the series with the mystical and the uncanny. Indeed, Haibara and Conan can be seen as uncanny children, with their specialist knowledge often coming through as knowledge about death and gory details of the human body. When we first meet Haibara, she talks about her research in developing the pill that shrunk them both. She says, ordered by the organization, it was the drug that I created, with its unique side effects from the auto-destruction program of cells, excluding the nervous system, the skeletal and muscular tissue, organs and body hair. All of these cells are returned to the state of a kindergartner. And bear in mind, this is all coming through the voice of a 6-year-old child. It's a very kind of disturbing moment. And Conan too is comfortable talking about death in very specific ways. So among a group of detectives, he says to them, since all metabolic processes cease after death, even a high temperature wouldn't cause sweat. One of the detectives responds to him, hey, children shouldn't be near crime scenes. And another detective observes that children see things differently, and that's how they notice things we do not. So we see here an adult acknowledging that it's inappropriate for a child to be casually standing there performing a post-mortem analysis next to a dead body. We also see a detective try to explain away Conan's expertise as being because he's a child, in a similar way to Routledge discussing above the power of the childlike perspective. It is true that on occasion, Conan's small stature enables to see things from a different perspective. But more than that, it's his highly specialized knowledge and analytical skills that enable him to solve cases. He shows regularly that his knowledge is more than just that of a typical adult. He shows that his knowledge outstrips the knowledge of the detectives he meets, who are not merely comic relief and foils to his genius, but themselves highly capable and intelligent detectives. Jackie Salkup reflects on the conception of the child as a colonized subject and ways that this model of adult-child inequalities can fall apart upon critical reflection. One of the ways that she argues it falls apart is through the subject's relation to dominant language. So she says, this is where a comparison between adult colonized subjects and children breaks down. Language can be used to hail colonized subjects into place, while adoption of the dominant language implies a separation from their original identities. But this separation, so problematic for colonized subjects, is of essential importance to children. Unlike colonized subjects, children must learn to utilize the language of the dominant group because they must eventually, systematically, imperceptibly become one with it. She quotes Rod McGillis on the ways that this reinforces and reinscribes social hierarchies. So McGillis says, the older generation might encourage children to speak, but it does so by expecting them to speak its words, to pass on its wisdom, to perpetuate its vision of the world. However, what we see here in language and speech that challenges adult authority, even expert authority, is an expertise in language that pushes against heteronormativity, mocks adulthood, and empowers the children in the show who are actually children, especially one of the members of the detective group, Mitsuhiko. So Ai says it's a code, and Detective Takagi questions her on having broken the code. She insults him by saying bakane, which literally translates as what an idiot. She says it's so obvious, and then the child Mitsuhiko picks up on the code that she's decoded and understands the next step more quickly than the detective does. We see Mitsuhiko learning from the people around him and developing specific skills in a later episode where Conan and Haibara are taken hostage, but Conan manages to pass on a message using radio code from the Tokyo Fire Department that Mitsuhiko has been learning on his own. So he shows an ability to solve cases and gain specialist knowledge because of the people around him, despite them not being truly children of the age they appear to be, but rather older children. In this way, Haibara and Conan act as more knowledgeable others in the kind of concepts of Vygotsky, educating those around them. So a final thought on this is the way that Conan often tries to claim as an excuse for his knowledge that he saw it on TV or that he read it on the internet, even for very specific and unique knowledge. as you can see in the slide here. And this indicates or suggests the ways that, in fact, media itself can be a more knowledgeable other. And this show, as we watch it on TV or on the internet, can itself be something that educates children, teaches them a specialist and unique knowledge and vocabulary. To sum up then, we've seen how the presentation of child detectives in this show draws on its cultural roots in the work of Edogawa Rampo, and examined how this manga and animated television show presents a complex challenge to stereotypes of both childhood and genius. Conan feigns childhood, he code switches, and ultimately his presence in a group of children influences them towards successful detective behaviors. It's implied that he can have the same influence on the child audience of the show, teaching specialists and unique knowledge through the television and his role as a more knowledgeable other to his viewers. Okay, over to Nozomi.
Hi. Okay, thank you for the floor. So before going to my section, as Annie said, I just want to briefly mention about the positionality of Japan across Asia. 19th century, well, it's called pre-modern period. Japan had a very limited kind of access to the diplomacy because of the governing, well, I think for non-Japanese, probably you recognize if you call it samurai period, Edo period. But in 19th century, Japan started opening up to the diplomacy and cultural knowledge. And then along with that, Japan sent male elite to Western countries and then try to catch up with the civilization and modernity for Japan. So, and also, Second World War, Japan has lost the war. It also, it's called occupied Japan. So what I'm trying to kind of, give you the context is that Japan's positionality is very ambivalent in a way. Of course, there's a certain period of time during the war, Japan colonized other parts of East Asia. So in a way, colonizing subject, but also there's a certain sense of shame being lost in the war. And there's a really famous history book called Embracing the Defeat. So if you're interested in that kind of complexity of the positionality, I would really recommend that book. Ikoma Natsumi mentioned that positionality of Japan is called void because long for West country or West civilization, but also have a experience of being a subject to colonize other parts. So I think the reason why I'm kind of drawing this context is quite important when we look at this film when Mani was there. So then I'll go back to the script. So in this section, we'll read the animated film When Mani Was There, Omoide no Mani, as depicting Anna, who is left on the short here. Anna constantly outside the know and connecting as an outsider with her deceased grandmother. So this is a huge spoiler alert. So Mani on the blonde, somehow it happens that they meet in a conscious and in dreamlike, but also Mani is happened to her grandmother. So sorry to spoil your fun to watch that, but I highly recommend for you to watch. It's really fascinating and a beautiful film. So to briefly summarize the story, Anna, an adopted girl who lives in Sapporo, which is north part of Japan, suffered from asthma, and her doctor suggests that she should go to the countryside for her recovery. In the countryside in Hokkaido, Anna finds a large European-style manor known as a marsh house, which she is immediately attracted to. Anna starts to sketch it from the outside of the shore. She's a painter and then drawer. Goes to explore this house where she meets Marnie. The film presents girls' development not through linear temporality nor no usual buildings romance narratives, but in the mode of fantasy through tracking back and intertwining with the temporality of the protagonist's past. As Anna encounters and interacts with Marnie, who it turns out in her own grandmother. I don't know how we got there, but yes, grandmother. Anna is able to disentangle the past and forgive those who have passed. Forging intergenerational solidarity through this temporal disruption enables Anna to break free from the suffering and pain in her past and live the moment of now by communication and ultimately through arts. So in Don't Tell the Grown Up, Alison Lurie talks about the taboos of children literature. Quote, of the three principal preoccupations of adult fiction, sex, money, and death, the first is absent from classic children's literature, and the other two either absent or much muted, end quote. So Lurie's claim for classic children's literature's frequent disentanglement from death, money, and sex indicates that these three elements disturb the concept of childhood innocence. So however, money involves all these three, and by doing so, it undermines the presumptions that adults have on childhood innocence. Anna suffers from the death of her biological family, feels when she discovers that her foster family receives money to raise her, and she's attracted to mysterious girl, Marnie. Against the expectations of childhood innocence, she is on the verge of entering into adolescence, losing such innocence, or feeling disturbed by the pressure to retain it. So she's outside of the know of childhood innocence. She knows too much. Indeed, Anna begins the film by saying it in a voiceover. In this world, there's an invisible magic circle. There's inside and outside, and I'm outside. Ultimately, Anna knows far too much of the world. Diana Fass explores the meaning and mechanism of inside and outside in contesting conventional binaries. Quote, inside-outside functions as the very future for signification and the mechanism of meaning production. It has everything to do with the structure of alienation, splitting, and identification, which together produce a self and an other, a subject and an object, an unconscious and a conscious, and an interiority and an exteriority, end quote. So just as Fass explores the figure of being inside or outside of the invisible magic circle has a numerous analogy and layer of significance in Ghibli's Marnie. So basically this invisible Marnie is coming from original texts when Marnie was there in British children's literature, but also this is more visually represented in the film. So in Marnie in the film, it represents the invisible magic circle represent not only Anna's exclusion from her schoolmates or expectation from adults, it implies the tidal shift between reality and fantasy that Anna encounters with Marnie. Her close relationship and intimacy with Marnie work to uncoil this rigid but invisible circle, and it is a process of exploring her memory and unconscious inside out, connecting to the world. And in this sense, Anna's psychological development does not follow and adhere to the linear model of Bildungsroman. So in the film's key dialogue, Marnie and, where can I say that? In the film's key dialogue, when Marnie and Anna confess their love to each other and jealousy of each other, they help each other to overcome their traumas. Through the repetition of each other's lines, I wish I was you, and the mutual support, they support each other, this becomes an empowering dialogue among equals. Even through Anna's deceased grandmother, there's no sense here of either Anna as a more innocent child, nor Marnie as a more knowing adult. Together, they face their traumas and find strength and comfort. While both are outsiders, Marnie is best able to engage Anna in conversation and help Anna to open up by appearing to her as a child of her age. The fantastical affordances that show her visually as an equal to Anna mean that Anna and the viewers of the film can shed preconception about the stark age difference between them and recognize that they have much to offer each other through their solidarity. Her close relationship with intimacy with Mani worked to uncoil this rigid but invisible circle. It is in the process of exploring her memory and unconscious. So this is kind of a non-linear temporality, seeing, challenging in a way the adult and child between Marnie and also Anna, also really aligned with the idea of non-linear development of queer child in Kathleen Bond Stockson's word, the queer child or growing sideways in the 20th century. So there are ways of grow. This is a quote. There are ways of growing and not growing up. The gay child's fascinating asynchronicities, its required self-ghosting measure, its appearance only after its death, and a frequent fallback onto metaphor as a way to grasp itself indicates we need new words for growth. And I want to prick, deflare, or just delay the vertical forward motion metaphor of growing up, and do so by exploring many kinds of sideways growth depicted by 20th century text. So when we think of right now, so somebody is putting the microphone on. I think Alan Edwin. And well, anyway, so when we think about growing up, it's kind of sense of linear progression. But these kind of two texts that we are discussing here really challenges that kind of linear narrative of it. Stockton is writing here the difficulty of expressing queer temporalities without metaphorical transformations and shift in literary work. In Anna's life, Marnie appears in precisely the way Stockton points out, through a literal ghosting, coming after her death to bring a new insight and self-awareness to Anna. Moreover, Anna's queerness is conveyed through the film in a number of non-verbalized scenes of physical intimacy and intense love between her and Marnie. These are particularly apparent in scenes where Marnie teaches Anna how to row a boat, fully embracing her from behind to do so, and causing Anna to blush. At the party scene, where Marnie shows interest in the boy Kazuhiko, we see frustration and jealousy in Anna's glare. Anna's queer attraction to Marnie is an uncommon element of children's film and is never clearly spelled out in the film. Instead, it comes across in silent but strikingly visual moments that are left for the viewers to interpret in their own way. Anna is attracted to Marnie because of her charisma, liveliness, charm, and mischievousness, but also Marnie's apparent Western physical appearance with blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin. Anna's interest in her is strongly inflected by the Japanese context of exoticizing and eroticizing Western appearance, so blonde, blue eye, pale skin, in particular fetishizing the Victorian style girl. Japanese literature from the early 20th century onwards have drawn on the exotic appeal of not only Western women, but specifically Western-looking Japanese women, notably in Junichiro Tanizaki's modernist novel Naomi. And this fetishization is also evident in the Japanese fashion trend in Loli or Lolita, with freely dressed stockings and the influence of Lewis Carroll's Alice all playing a significant part. So indeed, Marnie with her blue dress in the film is reminiscent of Tenniel's Alice illustration, connecting her to these images of the Victorian girl. So this is something, not Victorian itself, but also Marnie is seen, well, mixed race in Japanese context. So that's something resonant with Conan's part as well. Marnie's and her lifestyle represent Western culture in Anna's and the audience's eye. We are told that her house in the marsh has historically been the house that American gaikokujin foreigners used to for summer holiday. In between Anna's dream and unconsciousness, she's invited to the summer dance party where wealthy foreigners are gathered and do charity, where Mani sets up Anna to appear dressed as a poor flower-selling girl. Anna enters in this way and is welcomed by the wealthy guest with lavish amounts for her cheap flowers, after which she is too shy to stay in the crowd. Class and race differences between Anna and Marnie are explicitly drawn here, with Marnie as a daughter of the wealthy parents who host the party, and Anna as a working class girl. This interracial attraction entails a tango orientation of desire towards one another. The Oriental-Occidental relation works here not in the Orientalist form that Said has established as prevalent from the Western perspective, West as active and observer towards the Orient as a passive and an object of desire, but in an exotic othering of Marnie as the object of desire. This racial issue of exoticism play a further ambiguous role in Marnie when we discover that Marnie and Anna are related. This is an animation adapted from British children's literature into Japanese context, and as the action is translated from England to Japan, the physical differences between Marnie and Anna are made apparent at first glance. Although they are blood related and 2 generations apart, the audience is unlikely to anticipate any relation between them. Marnie was blonde hair and blue eyes, while Anna passes as Japanese with brown eye and hair. So Anna is mixed race. In one scene, Toshiko, who often dominates the conversation, recognized the unique and unfamiliar color of Anna's eye, not exactly like most Japanese people who are often associated with dark hair and dark colored eyes. This triggers Anna to run away from Toshiko as she is further positioned as an outsider to the community, and acknowledge on their subtle physical differences from others in the village and in Japan alienates Anna further and pushes her farther outside of the invisible magic circle of the known. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So to kind of sum up and connect some of these ideas together, what we see in these 2 animated works are questions about adult-child power relations and stereotypes, particularly questions about childhood innocence and childhood ignorance. We see the blurring of boundaries of national influences, the ways that the West is interpreted through specific Japanese cultural and literary contexts. And also we see the potential of these works to empower and engage real children. So with Conan, we see the possibility of the show itself as a sort of more knowledgeable other. And in Marnie, we see a particularly uncommon and powerful example of queer representation in mainstream Japanese media and children's media. So thank you for listening to our talk, and we look forward to hearing any questions or thoughts that you have.
Thank you, Anish and Nozomi. I'm so sorry. I think we started in a hurry and we right away jumped into the talk. We formally didn't introduce you both. So we will now, before we take the questions, there are a lot of questions. I would have to admit that I'm not much of a manga or a Japanese literature or even a watcher of Japanese animation myself, but my students here are quite literally taken by the whole wave entirely. So they have like filled the question box with a lot, chat box with a lot of questions, and I will take it up. But before that, I will do what is due. I will call Swastika, my student here, who is going to formally introduce Anish and Nozomi to the audience, and then we will take up the questions towards the end of both the talks. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. Swastika, if you're here, you can take the stage and you can unmute and yeah.
Am I visible and audible?
You have to be a little loud. Can't hear you.
We can't hear her, or is it that she's muted? Just a minute now.
No, we can't hear you.
Which is muted.
Can you unmute once again? And if it doesn't work, then I'll do it.
Ask to unmute. Now try unmuting.
Try unmuting yourself once.
Now she can. Now
Ma'am,
she
is
can.
it better now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Louder.
Louder, please.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. It is now my pleasure to introduce our guest speakers, Dr. Anish Barai and Dr. Nozomi Uematsu. Dr. Anish Barai is an interdisciplinary researcher working on cultural representations of education and connections between education history and philosophy with literature and cinema, particularly children's literature, film, and television. His research interest includes early 20th century cultural representations of educational shifts, including in children's literature, modernist literature, and cinema. Also, youth activism relating to pacifism, climate crisis, and LGBTQIA+ youths in children's film, television, and computer games. Example, Howl's Moving Castle, Steven Universe, She-Ra, Final Fantasy VII. Dr. Nozomi Uematsu is a lecturer in Japanese studies at the University of Sheffield in the School of East Asian Studies. She is a literary scholar in Japanese and English literature and culture, including contemporary women's writing, children's literature, and animation. Her research interests include gender and neoliberalism, literature, and the pedagogies of happiness and self-esteem. Today, they talked surrounding Japanese children's animation and literature. Over to Professor Sonia Ghalia.
All right, let me just add, and maybe Anish and Nozomi, just to quickly wrap up and sum up, or just try to have a conversation that we can take up once the talk is over by Siddharth. A couple of things was, this relationship between adult and child, and at some level, the kind of binaries that it has in the very relationship of it, whether it's literature or films, right? The content being produced by the adult for the child audience, or even within the narrative itself, right? I mean, either it's the children seeking out an adventure or rebelling against the system. And I think those kind of notions are kind of common across even in Indian context, right? So even in Becky's talk the other day, we were discussing the same thing, right? How do we, at one level, acknowledge the presence of a very didactic, a very almost, the presence of the adult always almost there, and then acknowledging that, but then also moving past and seeing what is it, the agency that the child herself or himself can bring to the narrative as a reader or even as a character for the people to associate with in that sense. And I think those are the questions we have dealt with even in the classroom space. And a lot of my students have the similar questions when they were producing their own work for as children's narrative. The questions that they were bringing up time and again was this idea of, how do we forget that we are the adult or we are writing for the child, and how do we keep the child at the center of what we are creating? And then they also took that work that they created to children. And this is something that will be showcased tomorrow, and it will be very interesting in terms of the kind of responses they got. But this question of the adult child, I think both in the narrative and also outside of it, is kind of common across. So that's one thing that I probably would want you all, maybe both, to comment on. And the second is, of course, this very, very almost universal success and an international audience that Japanese animation and manga in particular has found, right? Across the globe, right? So in the earlier session or at the keynote, Sharmani was talking about, and just underpinning this idea of, what is to be global in today's context, and how do we then globalize, use the global context, but then bring the local to the center of it. And I think somewhere Japanese animation or Japanese literature to some extent has been able to already do that. So maybe Nozomi can also probably help us understand as to what aspects of Japanese animation and manga in particular have kind of had this universal appeal and acceptance across cultures and context. So that's what I would leave you with right now. And we will take up more questions from the chat box after Siddharth's talk. So Astika, I would request you to again come in and introduce Siddharth as well before he starts.
It is now my pleasure to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Siddharth Pandey.
Thank you.
Dr. Siddharth Pandey is a writer, photographer, and curator from Shimla, Himalayas, currently based in Delhi, NCR. He has a PhD in English and Materiality Studies from the Faculty of Education, University of Cambridge, UK 2019, and an MPhil 2013 from the same institution. His first book, titled Fossil, was published under the aegis of this project in August 2021 as the only Asian artist from a selection of 40 commissioned writers worldwide. At present, he is researching his hometown Shimla for 2 new histories. Today, he will discuss the material genesis of contemporary Indian English fantasy fiction for children and young adults. This talk studies contemporary Indian English fantasy fiction terrain for young adults whose appearance can be dated to around 2 decades ago. Everyone, please join me in welcoming Dr. Siddharth Pandey.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Swastika. Can you hear me, first of all, and can you see the full screen as well? Yes, you can. Okay. Thank you, Renu, and thank you, Sonia, for having me here. It is such a huge pleasure and a privilege to be speaking about something that I really love a lot, fantasy literature. And I'm so happy and grateful to Anish for putting me in touch with both of you and to have this opportunity to speak in a company of august speakers from not only India, but all over the world. And so I'll be speaking on, this is my topic, which you can see on the first slide. I have around 9 slides here, and I don't have anything written. So I'll just be, sharing the slides and trying to speak as fluently as possible on the topic at hand, which is Himalayas or Iceland, Yali or Aslan, understanding the in-between material genesis of contemporary Indian English fantasy fiction for children and young adults. Okay, and please do let me know if the voice breaks away or something like that, and I'll try to fix it up again. Fine. So my basic contention or argument is just to show how this new genre, which is now around 2 decades old, has taken birth. And what lies at the heart of its material genesis, by which I basically mean, how does this genre portray its characters, plot, action, non-human cultures, etc., right? And why I have picked up this particular topic is well, simply because this is still kind of it's very much a thriving genre, still very much in the process of its making, and it's very, very, it's become extremely popular in the last 2 decades, definitely, particularly after the massive success of Harry Potter and Western fantasies within India, right? And most of you would have encountered at least some or the other version or some or the other book from this particular genre that I said is still within the process. And my basic argument is that this genre is characterized by around 3 things at least. One is a new conception of the space of Indianness, as compared to, say, the existing general Indian English literature that had been there until, say, 2000, and which is still proliferating, of course, right? But the space of Indianness and what it means to be Indian and all is something which is being challenged by this genre when looked in comparison to the previous one. The other is the facet of myth domestication, which is very, very crucial for the proliferation and the creative, and the endless creativity of this genre. There is constant use of myths and fantasies and folklore strategies, not only from India, but also from outside, from a very internationalist context in that sense. And why I use the word domestication is because it is trying to, this genre is constantly trying to sort of domesticate myths in the context of the ordinary, and thereby sort of removing that sense of hallowedness or reverence with which we have always connected, traditionally connected myths and mythology with, right? And the third is the notion of series fiction or the long form of fantasy writing, and which again I'll be dwelling on for some length here, because it is that long form of fantasy writing or series fiction that has been able to literally sort of generate a detailed and descriptive kind of a content, and that's why you have so many like quartets and heptologies or trilogies mythologies and those kind of concepts, which have been prevalent in the West for at least a century within the fantastical tradition, right? And all of this, and I'm very glad that I'm speaking after Anish and Nozomi's wonderful talk, because it has very many similar concerns with what they were also trying to say, that all of this is taking place within a very, very modern, contemporary context where you cannot ignore the effect and the influence of the West. But not only, and therefore I would like to sort of go a little bit against the grain of the main abstract of the conference, because even though on the one hand we are very much committed to finding ways of understanding, new ways of understanding indigenous or Indian or South Asian or Southeast Asian or Asian, literatures, it is but I would say natural and understandable that we are still using certain strategies and focusing on a kind of a wider context in order to understand this particular our own domain. Of course, as we know, children's literature, the study of children's literature is itself a Western construct, and it started very well, 30 years ago within the West, and entered India kind of very, very late in a sense, right? So it's more on that sort of relationship, the internationalist relationship, and of course the globalism, as Sonia was also saying, arising out of it, that I would like to focus my presentation on. Okay. Now, this is the first slide. Now, I just wanted to start with the term fantasy. The term fantasy has had many, many, meanings, and we use within the Indian South Asian context. We have been using it in various ways. In popular layman's terms, immediately the one cultural construct or product that gets associated with fantasy is, of course, Bollywood films, right? Then, of course, we have lots of other meanings as well. Say the Incredible India project of the government of India that also tries to promote the image of India in a fantastical tradition. Then, of course, we have the Orientalist gaze, on which much has been said, so I won't like to repeat the things that Saeed and everyone have been talking about within the colonial context. But within the context of children's literature, and because that's the topic here, I would like to draw your attention to these two and other encyclopedias like this, like the Continuum Encyclopedia for Children's Literature, or for that matter, the Oxford Encyclopedia. When I started researching my topic, I realized that when I went under the fantasy and India section, it's quite interesting that always they start with those entries always start with some sort of reference to the classical text. So Panchtantra and Kathasarit Sagar are obviously there, and then folk tales and the oral tradition, which all of us know about, has been much, much more prominent in India than the written tradition, which came quite late, just a couple of centuries ago, right? So why I'm trying to stress the multiplicity of the meanings of fantasies, because everything has been clubbed together under this, right? And what is happening now, at least in the last 2 decades within this genre, is that it is this sort of this sort of clubbing together of various, a hodgepodge of ideas, as it were, that is being critiqued by this particular genre. A distinctive identity of fantasy is being sought through the novel form, through the novel series form, right? And this all happened, as I was saying, particularly with the massive success of Harry Potter. It wasn't that people weren't writing children's literature before. Of course, we have had lots of indigenous traditions which are still proliferating and thriving and all. But in that sense of a massive boom or scale, it was the Harry Potter moment that just like changed the publishing scenario, as well as the sense of perception around children's literature. And for that matter, this is one of the many editorials that came out in 2003 with the children's writing in post-Potter India. So I like the sense that Potter almost became a sort of a temporal marker, right? Which was sort of almost forcing people to rethink and reject their understanding of how do we now understand and what do we now do with our own traditions, but also how do we think of a global understanding of children's literature in India. And the other comment here is also quite interesting, where Kartika Vicky, the then editor-in-chief of HarperCollins, said that in India we lack good children's fantasy and mistake folk tales as fantasy, which then obviously goes back to the idea of fantasy as something of an umbrella term, which I was trying to also talk about in relation to the two encyclopedic entries, right? So it is this separation of fantasy from folklore, from myths, from folk tales, from fairy tales, that is now happening, at least in the last 1 to 2 decades. And although I have not written it here, the market, of course, has played a very, very important role. You cannot deny the influence of the market and the commercial sphere in promoting this kind of in this kind of a genre. But remember that this is not something new. When we look at the history of children's literature, and say the first Western, what is regarded as the first Western children's literature book, Newbery's Little Pretty Pocket Book, that was also very much promoted within a market context, with free gifts and all, gendered gifts and all for boys and girls along with the book. So this idea of commercial aspect or market aspect of children's literature is not something new. But of course, what has happened is the boom and the scale has, of course, been massive, particularly in light of globalization and liberalization, right? So it's that, and this is a point that Colin Manlove, another very important critic in fantasy, also talks about, how market and the commercial sense has always been extremely crucial to the sense of children's writing, and especially children's fantasy. All right, so before I begin with some of my examples, textual examples, I would like to draw attention to the fact that how this particular genre has grown under the influence of Western fantasies and Western strategies, and which have then led to a very distinctive sense of space and time, within the Indian fantastical tradition. So these are three of the many amazing works that exist within the Western academia on fantasy. First two are by Charles Butler and Carroll, and the other one is by Farah Mendelssohn. I'm sure everyone researching fantasy would be knowing something about Mendelssohn's work. And why I'm just putting them out here is because it's a crucial sense of space, and also the strategic sense of the placing of the supernatural that directs these three critics, amongst many other critics, in their formulations of what constitutes a fantasy novel, right? So in other words, the idea of landscape and the strategic positioning of the supernatural is very crucial for these three critics, and they are all theorizing within the Western fantastical tradition. Now, when you read these Indian texts, which I'll talk about in the next slide onwards, you can see that these strategies and this focus on very detailed landscapes, detailed temporalities, detailed spatialities has also started becoming a very important, crucial feature of the Indian English fantastical tradition, right? So so this is more at the level of the theory. And what this is then doing is that it is creating a distinctive sense of a fantasy chronotope. Chronotope, as we know, is a term given by the Russian critic Mikhail Bakhtin, who used it in the simplest terms to think about the unity of space and time within any kind of literature. My supervisor, Maria Nikolaeva, whom Anish was also talking about, she then took this concept and brought it within the field of children's literature, right? And then talks about how children's literature works with its own sense of chronotopes. When it comes to fantasy chronotope, by definition, is potentially endless, because fantasy is not reliant on one idea of space and time. It has its own inherent understandings of like rules, regulations, laws, etc. But it is not governed by that you can show only one world. That is why you have multiple worlds, parallel worlds, secondary worlds, when you look at lots and lots of popular fantasies as well. So what this also then means is that it creates a sense of expansiveness within fantasy. And expansiveness is again a term which Colin Manlove uses for British fantasy, but it can now equally be used for the Indian fantastical tradition, particularly in English, right? And what this chronotope therefore does is that it expands the imaginative domain of Indian fantasy, or domains of Indian fantasy, which obviously then, form-wise, they get appropriated by the novel series form. Carrie Mond, in her article for Cambridge Companion to Fantasy Literature in 2012, notes therefore this very important observation that when one thinks of fantasy, it is often the series novel form that springs first to mind. Fantasy is a very broad church, yet the series is close to being its dominant form, right? And interestingly, it's not that we haven't had series fiction, but that's more to do in the realm of comics, right? So Amar Chitrakatha series and all, where every comic almost sort of stands stands alone. So it is a series, but every comic would be looking at one legend or legendary person or one mythology, etc., etc. Right? This sense of a long form of fantasy is something otherwise which we are very much deriving from a Western understanding. Yeah. So that's why you go to various bookshops, and there are these numerous panels on display: book 1, book 2, book 3, book 4. Right. All right. So now I'll go to one of my favorite examples, Kiti Chandra's Book of the Guardian trilogies. For me, she is amongst the best Indian fantasists writing for both children and young adults. And this is a series that was written around 10-12 years. Yeah. And the last book, Eye of the Archer, came just last year. And Chandra used to teach English at St. Stephen's College in DU, and now she's in Iceland. And I'm saying this because her work has a lot of Iceland in her work as well, despite being very, very Indian texts. So this book, by manner of example, it's very contemporary. It's set within contemporary India, modern India, and focuses on the Chandra family. She uses her own family as a source of inspiration, and takes the 6 children of her family and cousins and all, as the main heroes and heroines of the plot. There is the usual the good god hero kind of a figure, and the bad the villain, right? And the good god here is Vasuki, who belongs to Indian mythology, but she constantly finds parallels of Vasuki in other cultures as well. And then there's the adversary. And the plot basically is about protecting these 3 gems which protect the power of Vasuki, and about the good and the ancient good and evil narrative. But it's a beautifully written and very, very it's not a bland derivative novels of any kind. It's very experimental, and it very much is positioned within the contemporary context of India, but also the larger globalized and localized context of the larger world. The first book is set within Iceland and Gurgaon. It starts from Gurgaon, goes back to Iceland. It's a time slip fantasy, so there are different temporalities as work. The second book, again from it has Iceland, but it focuses more on North America and India. And the third book explores Scandinavian mythologies and cultures, as well as African mythologies and cultures, folk cultures in association with Indian. So what I find fascinating is this sort of lengthening and this expansiveness that the fantastical form promotes and enables you to imagine with. I want to read out one section from the first book, which just points to a kind of a self-reflexivity and this sort of internationalist influential sphere that has become a strong part of the Indian fantastical tradition, the contemporary. So this is when, in the first book, the adversary attacks, and the 6 children and their parents, grandparents, and uncles, they also, they fight them off. And in that fight, the uncle of the 6 children, Harshvardhan, he transforms into a half lion, half man person, right? And when all of that, when the dust has settled, then one of the girls comes up and she says, Ananya broke the spell first. Uncle, you look like Aslan, from the Narnian books. And then the uncle says, I have read my C.S. Lewis. Thank you, Miss Ananya. Who is Aslan? This is the grandparent saying, who has not read Narnia. Okay, who is Aslan? Demanded Harish Chandra. It's pronounced Yali. And you're right, Ananya, it's about the lion god. But I'm surprised that you have remembered this, because you were very small when we took you to South India to see the Meenakshi temple. And then Ananya opens her mouth to deny any knowledge of Yali thing. She has the reference of Aslan in mind, not the Yali in, yeah. And then another child who is just 3-4 years old, she says, he looks like Tigger. Now look at the number of influences that are there just in this one paragraph, right? You have Aslan, which is the lion god. You have Yali, which is version of Vishnu's avatar, half lion and half man, right? Then you have Tigger from Winnie the Pooh, right? And so it's this rich realm of equivalences, I would say, yeah, which is promoting a kind of a playfulness and a new imaginative experimentalization, which is at work in this new genre that is still upcoming. So another example would be, so this is from the realm of characters, and one of the things is that when Chandra transforms this ordinary man into an avatar of Vishnu. What happens is that it's essentially the domestication of myth that is at play, right? You must be remembering the old television serials that came, the first television serials in India that came, and wanted, like, as well as cinema, which used to show these mythological cultures of Hinduism and other cultures as well, where there was this constant sense of a certain reverence, right? That was at play. So although they are our gods, we still think of them in extremely reverential and hallowed terms. What fantasy is doing is that it is trying to break away that sense of reverence, right? And it's trying to sort of appropriate those kind of myths within a very domesticated kind of context. This is a very crucial feature of innumerable fantasies that have been coming out in the last 15 years or so. Now, this is at the realm of at the level of characters. I want to talk a little about space as well. So as with many fantasies, there is a prophecy at work, and within the middle of the book, the first book of this Chandra's trilogy, the children get to realize that they have to work on a particular prophecy which tells them about a land of blinding white, and things happen and all, and they end up reaching Iceland. One of their uncles has been, in fact, Gitti's husband is also Icelandic. So one of the uncles lives in Iceland. So they think that the prophecy is referring to the land of the blinding white. And I'm very sorry for the spoiler, but I have to tell you this, otherwise you won't be able to understand this. But then it's when they are there in Iceland that they realize that the land of the blinding white is not referring to Iceland, but it is referring to the Himalayas, the Kailash. Okay. And I find this also extremely important, because this fluidity of space without any anxiety of migration or cultural anxiety is something which we did not have prior to the coming in of this genre. So one of the most important Indian English critics, the late Professor Meenakshi Mukherjee, who used to teach in JNU, she had this brilliant work come out in 2000, The Perishable Empire, in which she basically tried to think about what is it that distinguishes Indian English writing. This is before the coming in of this genre. So she is talking about, all the Arundhati Roys and the Vikram Seths and, that realm of Indian English genre. And she argues that no matter what and who is writing from where, the Indian English genre in general is burdened, and she uses the word burdened by the concept of real India. So real India is nowhere to go away if someone from India is going to write in English. Okay, now this is the sense of real India that this new genre, which is only two decades old, roughly 2 decades old, is trying to do away with. There is in many ways no burden as such of the real India at work. Okay, and that's why it's quite interesting as what this fluidity means for the larger literary domain, right? Dawson Barughese, whom I'll quote again, she has written this brilliant book on post-millennial fiction, and I think her website is also called post-colonialism, something like that, right? And she also dwells a lot on these particular concepts of how this notion of the real India, which was such an important, almost a staple diet of Indian English, general Indian English literatures until 2000, and for that matter, it still is for the realistic fiction, right, is something that this genre is absolutely not at all sort of has worries about, right? It's constantly experimenting with a massive sense of fluidity. That is something. For my second example, I will look at, and this is my last example. The second example, I look at this David Hare, who also wrote this very amazing quartet of books inspired from the Ramayana, again very much like Gitti, focusing on 4 teenagers who are in Rajasthan, contemporary India, and they start remembering their past lives, which then get associated with the plot of the Ramayana. So of course, figures of Ram, Lakshman, and Sita, their lives get connected to these 4 teenagers. But it's not just the figures of the Ramayana, it's also the figures from lots of historical narratives and historical fictions that also start remembering, right? And therefore, what this sense of memory does is that it gives the author the space for the exploration of as many different locales of India as possible. So while Chandra is constantly shifting her narrative between India and, say, a foreign country, all of his narratives, Hare's narratives, are very much set within the Indian context, but here too the burden of real India is not there, in the sense that when he's exploring the terrain of, say, Rajasthan or Gujarat or Central India or South India, he is talking about a lot of historical figures, but then he mixes and merges them with historical fictional figures, right? And which is quite a strategy that often is used by British fantasy fiction, as also detailed at length by people like Jane Susan Carroll and Charles Butler, whose books I was referring to in my third slide, right? So what Hare is doing is that he's trying to write the Ramayana in the present sense, but not the epic as such. It's just the past, the mythical past, that is influencing the plot, along with the historical past of India, the rich historical past, right? And what he's trying to do is what Graham Slate in his work on, in the Cambridge Companion to Fantasy Literature says, the pleasure of the impossible counterfactual. Counterfactual is itself one step, is itself something which is against the factual. And when we add the word impossible, it obviously gains a sense of the fantastical. So this is what a lot of Indian English fantasy is trying to do, trying to engage with the pleasure of the impossible counterfactual. And just as another example, the Ravana figure, it's called the Return of the Ravana series. So the Ravana figure is a very, very modern and stylized figure in this particular book, and he's very much flaunting his champagne and his Italian clothing, etc., etc. It's quite interesting. I mean, I would definitely not at all, rubbish them as just quirky things. There's a lot of thought that has gone into the study of these characters and the conceptualization of these characters. There's a lot of influence of Bollywood and several other things as well at work. Okay, and again, the continuation of myth domestication is very much there, whether in the figure of Ravan, or in the four teenagers who become avatars of Vishnu, of Ram, Lakshman, and Sita, yet remain very, very ordinary people coming from lower middle class, poor, or middle class families, right? That sense of myth domestication continues, but myth domestication also continues at the level of objects. So once these four teenagers start finding their powers from past lives, they also start finding that they can use and operate bows and arrows and swords, right? But again, the references to those bows and arrows and swords are they are referring to these armory and weapons which belong to the gods and goddesses, and yet now they are domesticated. This is something that also gets to be seen in the Brotherhood of the Conch series by Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni, who also talks about this one magical conch that a street urchin finds in Kolkata, and that magical conch has some sort of relationship to the characters of the Mahabharata, and then that gets deployed in a very domestic sense. Yeah? So again, the notion of play is something which keeps recurring over and over, right? Right. This is my third last slide. And now that I have given these examples, and I want you to just focus on three quotations from a collection of essays that came out, that was published by the Children's Book Trust of India in 1999, before this genre came into being. Okay. And it's very interesting that this collection is again focusing a lot on the real, just like Meenakshi Mukherjee was focusing on the burden of real India. This too had many essays that was constantly talking about the importance of the real India, right? So in the first quotation, Naveen Menon and Ira Saxena said that Indian children's literature is more towards realistic stories to project to the child that literature does reflect real life. Then there was another, this was by Menon and Ira Saxena. Then there was another third essay by Neelama Sinha, who also talked about the idea of real India as the most appropriate subject for Indian children's writing. And she completely lambasts the influence of the West and says that it's very bad that children, unfortunately, are reading Western children's literature. This is like in 1997 and 1999. I don't at all agree with her assessment, but this is what she had to say about real India as being the most important. And no wonder, therefore, when we speak about children's literature in general, the first two examples that we have are of Malgudi Days and Ruskin Bond, again focusing a lot on the realistic context. And then the third quotation, which is extremely important and quite telling in context of my research, is that Indian society, this is Ira Saxena, Indian society encourages the child to realistic appraisal as soon as he is ready, and scoffs as adults indulgence in it. In fantasy, the fantasy symbols in our culture have acquired either religious connotations or remain segments of folklore folklore, no wonder Alice and her likes have not been born, or the Lord of the Rings never built his empire, right? This is quite an interesting statement to make, because again, she's trying to focus on the almost the kind of the great weight that folklore or mythology have in our country in relationship to religion, not in relationship to fantasy. And as I was quoting E. Dawson Varghese, this is the final quote is quite telling as well, because she's the one who has been working a lot on this particular genre. And she makes a distinction between mythology-inspired fiction and mythology-inspired fantasy. So she says that mythology-inspired fiction, which remains significantly true to the original story, does not easily identify itself as fantasy fiction, whereas mythology-inspired fiction that considerably moves away from original inspiration more readily invokes the idea that fiction is fantastical, right? So this is a sort of break that is now happening in the last 10 to 15 years. My second last slide would just focus on these three illustrations, because although I did not have time, but we can talk about it later, that all of this is what that I'm trying to talk about is something very much within the literary sphere. But remember that this boom that has been happening in the last 2 years has had a exceptionally strong visual component. This is not that they are illustrated. Of course, we have had illustrated novels as well in the last in the last 2 decades, but these are just through cover arts, just through promotions, just through market tactics. And now, even books have a lot of trailers on YouTube, which I find quite interesting, a phenomenon, right? So the first book that was promoted by the Indian market in 2001 or 3 by Samit Basu's Simic and Prophecies as the first Indian English fantasy parody satire book, right, had this cover. And I found it very interesting that they chose Stonehenge, right, as their sort of marketing strategy. And of course, this is a place that appears in the book as well, which is not Stonehenge, but sort of a hybrid space. So this immediately creates a kind of a dissonance in relation to when you're thinking about the previous covers of, say, an Arundhati Roy book or a Salman Rushdie book or a Vikram Seth book, which would have very much Indian motifs and lotuses and textiles and all on their covers, right? And then the second illustration is by a very famous artist, Ujan Datta, my student is and friend as well, who has been painting beautifully for the last many years on inspired from Indian mythology and folklore, figures and action series inspired from there, but also merging and mixing them with a lot of Western understanding of sci-fi heroes. And also here you can see a very modern and contemporary understanding of Ravana. And the third is another, and I mean, there are thousands of examples, of course, but the third is the second or the third book from Ashok Banker's retelling of Ramayana, which again has a very superhero sort of a feel to it. It's very well written, those 7 books. And this, I just wanted to place it here because the book cover shows this, the middle structure that it shows immediately reminds us of the Dark Tower or the Tall Tower, which is a staple of thousands of fantasies and fairy tales from the West. And yet when we pull our gaze down, we see the elephants and the horses, which of course refer to the miniature arts of India as well, right? So it's this sort of an intermixing and intermingling that is very much at the heart of what is happening in the new genre. And by way of conclusion, I'll just read a very long quotation by Giti Chandra, whom I've been interviewing for this is my last slide for a long time now. And this basically summarizes everything that I have been wanting to say. So Giti says, I think the burden of real India belongs more to adult fiction. There was no Indian YA fiction in 2000. The structure and strategies of YA fantasy allow for escape from, as well as access to, certain global spaces, which may not have been available to me as a writer of adult fiction. For instance, my use of Icelandic mythology, geography, and culture in the first book, and Native American mythologies in the second, are part of this escape access structure. I like being able to place Indian contexts and stories alongside others, which are better known globally, in an effort to create for the reader a sense of familiarity without the alienating sense of the exotic when confronted with a new set of myths in her YA reading. As for influences, I think it is foolhardy for any writer of YA fiction to think that they can write without having the voices of their childhood readings in their head. So Tolkien and Lewis, Riordan and Rowling, as well as Marvel Comics and their recent movie avatars, were all speaking to me as I wrote. I chose to, and this is quite important, I chose to openly acknowledge these voices within the text rather than avoid, ignore, or camouflage their existence. This created for me a kind of a level playing field for the new entry into a more global space for Indian mythology, where the Indian or non-Indian reader would accept this as one of the many mythologies now familiar globally through fantasy fiction, placing, as it were, the Jali or the Indian stories of snakes alongside the pixie and Western stories of snakes. And I think the last sentence sums it up all. In Indian English fantasy, there is no East versus West or East meets West. This is who we are. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Siddharth. And this was quite an interesting debate that you raised, largely because, when we discuss fantasy in classes, right, most of our students are more familiar with the Western fantasies, like you said, with the Harry Potter and a lot of others, right?
Yeah.
Tolkien or Percy Jackson in specific, right? If not Harry Potter. So it's also interesting to see that, we have very interesting young adult narratives emerging from the Indian space, right? That is fantastical narratives emerging from the Indian space. And I also remember when I began my career as a journalist, right, one of the first people I interviewed was Samit Basu in the 2000s.
Yeah, of
right?
course,
Prophecies, because at that particular time, Thomas Abraham, who was the who had just taken over as Penguin managing director, was trying to promote Samit Basu as one of the most important key figures of that particular time, right? So I remember having this conversation with him and saying that it was and I also remember reading that narrative at that particular point, and I was like fascinated with the way in which one was able to engage with, right, fantasy within the larger Indian space in itself. So thank you so much for this, and some interesting ideas have emerged in this particular conversation, in this particular debate that you've raised. And what struck me was one in terms of this idea that you were positing about the expansiveness of the expansiveness that the fantasy form enables, right, in terms of negotiating between nations and spaces and all of that in a very seamless kind of a manner. Like the final comment that you were also making through Giti Chandra, where she says, there is no East or West in that sense of the word. It's a composite whole in that way, right? Yeah. So another important aspect was also, this intertextual equivalences, right, that allow for, let's say, experimental engagements and playful experimentations that you were pointing out, right, with which the fantastical space makes available for you. And also this breaking away, right, from the sacral. But at the same time, I also realized that, to add on to what you were saying, without making them seemingly sacrilegious in that sense, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So
absolutely.
that is, that's the sanctity still remains in some form or the other, though there is a certain way in which you sort of, relook at it or, re-engage with it in that way. Yeah. So those are some of those some of the comments that I want to sort of maybe posit. I'm sort of talking a little too fast, I think, largely because I have a lot of ideas. At the same time, I also see that there are a lot of questions that the students and others want to ask. So I'd rather open the space up to them, right? Maybe at some point or the other we can have another conversation with our students separately beyond the conference. We could sort of
maybe I would love to. I would be very happy to do that. Thank you. Thank you
and
so
it's
much.
also one last comment, maybe, in terms of the real India that you were talking about, right, that the fantasy sort of, negotiates with or sort of, attempts to subvert in certain ways and all of that, right? That's also interesting to see that, particularly, in this particular context in which we're living, where, the notion of nationhood and nationality and India and Bharat and all of that becomes, very, very assertive and authoritarian in very specific kind of ways, right? It's also important for us to sort of, maybe disengage, right, from those particular conversations and look at India as another, in a different kind of a
absolutely.
So that is also interesting that fantasy is able to do that.
Yes.
It'll
Thank
begin
you.
the conversation somewhere there.
Thank you. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that there were so many, enriching ideas that you felt, and I'm very glad. I'll be very happy to take the questions here as well and observations.
Right.
So, thank you.
We have a set of questions here from students. What we will do is we'll begin with the first speakers, Nosumi and Anish, right? And meanwhile, Siddharth, you could take a look at the questions already there, which
I will do that.
At you. And as they answer it, and after that, you could come in with your responses to those questions.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Over
you so
to you, Nosumi and Anish. Do you want us to read those questions, or the students, for paucity of time, shall we just ask you to sort of, respond to these questions?
Yeah, I think no need to read them. We'll just respond to them because otherwise I think it will take a lot of time. But first of all, just Siddharth, fantastic paper. Thank you. Really enjoyed it, and see a lot of interesting connections here as well. Yeah. So starting with the question about Howl's Moving Castle. So any difficulties faced while doing the research on Studio Ghibli? I mean, I think actually my PhD was in comparative literature, and there are different debates about how comparative literature works as a field, but being able to speak the language is something that I kind of, at the level of kind of research you need to be able to do. So, I do speak Japanese, though I can't read and write it particularly. So having that ability to understand the language directly, I think is crucial there. Obviously, Nozomi speaks, reads, and writes Japanese. So if I had questions about
my
language.
Japanese is pretty good. I'm a native speaker.
Yeah. So collaborating with a native speaker is always a great approach to comparative research as well. And obviously we co-authored that paper. Yeah. In terms of the question about gender, I think there are lots of different genres of anime. So there are ones that are targeted at young boys, shonen anime, but there's also shoujo for girls and josei for young women. Things like Nana, which is an excellent anime for women. So there are different audiences. Some of the most popular ones have been for boys, like the fantasy ones like Naruto and One Piece that have had huge runs. But Studio Ghibli films, I think specifically, often really target a wider family audience and have girls as their main characters. So there's less of that sort of gender imbalance or inequality there.
I think it's interesting. As for the Studio Ghibli, and I could see, I thank you for the response by students. I could see that there are a lot of geeks for Japanese animation, so I really appreciate your response. In regards to the Studio Ghibli, there are a lot of strong women figure, because one of the things that quite often talked about is that how mothering figure from Miyazaki Hayao, the director, is very prominent. She is really, influenced by the kind of his mother, really. So that's something that we need to probably will be helpful to think about. Another thing is that also, I would say that but his work is quite ambivalent, because of course, he's a pacifist, but also he's obsessed with military. So he's trying to depict in similar way. He tried to depict the strong woman, but also some sort of there's some sort of a bit of controversial issue around there. So bit being mindful of ambivalence would be probably helpful.
Third question in there about representing other Asian figures and other countries within animation, Japanese animation. So certainly I can think of some examples of Indian figures in Japanese animation, like in Revolutionary Girl Utena or Shokugeki no Soma. And Soma especially, it has an Indian character. We see his kind of childhood in slums in India, and he becomes a very prominent and important figure in the story. So there are some representations of it, but certainly, a lot of it is more focused on life in Japan. On to the next question about teenagers. I think this is a really good question and reflection on this idea of the adult-child binary, because in fact, child is such a huge category. 0 to 18 is really, it's more than one category. The differences between a 3-year-old and a 15-year-old are enormous, for example. So absolutely, just thinking about teenager itself is a disruption of that binary. Similarly, if we think of adulthood, a 30-year-old and a 90-year-old have so many differences between them. The fact that we kind of set it up as a binary is just one of those kind of conveniences of culture and society. But on reflection, it falls apart as a model altogether, and it needs to be questioned and teased apart. So that's really, really good thoughts. Do you want to answer the one about Doraemon?
Oh yeah, Doraemon. So one of the students asked me a question about portrayal of Doraemon. I don't know how many of you understand that knows about the Doraemon. Doraemon is a very, very, very popular animation with probably maybe it's broadcasted in India. I don't know, but then it's a blue robot, cat robot, talks about and help Nobita-kun, and then it's a kind of companion. But I think I've never thought of that, but I think the question or comment from the students, the concept of adult in child body as in Doraemon as that kind of figure. I never thought of that, but I think you're right. It's about Doraemon is about, you know, he can do anything because he's a robot, and then he has a magical pocket of being able to do anything and solve anything. But also he's supporter of the protagonist, but also he's a child as well. So that's something I agree. There's something going on about that child and kind of ambivalence figure in knowledge and also maturity. Yeah. And other things, regards to the homosexual subtext, yeah, it's not really explicit mention, so we can call it as a queer child. Do you think Japanese culture is becoming more progressive, the LGBTQA representation of children, or probably heteronormative for the same? I cannot generalize, but also I think the reason why I picked when Mani was there, I think it's, as you know, it's really big platform. Studio Ghibli has a global platform, and then bringing that kind of queerness in front, I thought it was phenomenal. And you know, the audience, I wasn't sure if the audience was ready, but I think being out there was really, I think it's really important. So I think that really relates to actually Sonia's question about global. I think, you know, as I said, Studio Ghibli has a global platform and then have accessibility to, especially with Netflix. But I think it's a kind of product of cultural policy, cultural campaign from the government of the push about the kind of creative industry. There's a campaign called Cool Japan. So that was a really big business push from Japan to reach to the world through animation. I think that's really something that business-wise is really successful. And then also when they try to think about the kind of Japanese commodity, I think that's one of the things. So there's a certain tension, especially Studio Ghibli, when we think about the kind of political or connotation. Yes, it has a lot of potential to reach to the audience, but is it successful? Because putting out there fundamentally kind of contribute to the capitalist and then also capitalism and other kind of aspects of it. So that's something that we need to be really mindful of. So
yeah, for the next question about kind of creating fantasy worlds, is it just a distraction or is it a kind of a coping mechanism for difficulties? So I think the example of My Neighbor Totoro is a good one there, because they have the sick mother in the hospital, and it's about kind of managing to work through that trauma, that kind of distress. And I think it's about not just the power of imagination, but of art and creativity itself to kind of help us through difficult moments in life. And we see that in when Marnie was there as well. As Nozomi mentioned, Anna is an artist, and at the end of the film, she connects with another artist figure. So the kind of the power of creativity in art is really emphasized for coping with difficulties in life.
That really reminds me of Siddharth's PhD thesis about art and craft. So maybe, in relation to fantasy. So yeah, that's a kind of thought around that work. Anything else?
Yeah, so there are mentions of some other animes. Should we move on to
Siddharth? Sure.
Have you finished your part of questions? Have you, or would you like to?
I don't know. Rain put the microphone on, so I thought like.
Yeah, so I thought shall we then move on to Siddharth's portion now?
Fine. Yeah.
And if you want to, if there are anything unresponded, you could possibly type in the chat box if you want to respond to the questions, right? So the rest. I'm really sorry to do this. It's largely because of the paucity of time.
It's fine.
Yeah, I know.
Totally understand.
Yeah, fantastic. So great. I mean, first of all, thanks again, all of you. There are more than 100 people here, and I'm completely bowled over by the kind of responses, both to Anish and Nozomi's paper as well as to mine. These are just brilliant, brilliant questions. And I think one can do a PhD on each and every question for that matter here. It's just beautiful. And I'm very happy to be challenged and to be thrown these kind of observations. So the first one I can see is, if I'm not wrong, just give me 1 second. Yeah, Darshan Beer. Yeah, a hypothetical question. You mentioned that the main reason for this fantasy literature is Harry Potter. So, would fantasy literature have ever come into being if Harry Potter wasn't actually present in the actual world? This is such a beautiful question, but let it be a part of speculation itself. It's very difficult to engage in speculative politics, and particularly when it comes to publishers and publishing market. One really doesn't know what would have happened had this not happened. I mean, we think of one thing as something which, and of course my paper was also focusing on this one success. Like, people are still trying to debate why did Harry Potter become famous, for that matter, not in India, but first and foremost in Britain. There are amazing number of writers there as well, right? So there is a lot there, but the factors that lead to some sort of a popularity are many, and much beyond our own grasp as well. It's many times it's a word of mouth thing, many times it's a heavy sort of publicization, many things. Who knows what would have happened 20 years ago if she had not written? Probably someone else would have written something, and that would have influenced our sphere. I mean, we really don't know. And given the proliferation on digitization and digital media, when every single day we have so many new advancements in technology, so many new ways of getting to know about one particular thing, right? Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everything, and innumerable things. It's very difficult to actually predict what would have happened had Harry Potter not come. So I think I would just leave it at that realm of speculation. Probably you could engage or indulge yourself in a creative exercise and just try to write a novel of your own. What would have happened had Harry Potter not become famous? It's so. But I would stress on and emphasize on this idea of leaving it at the speculative realm. Okay, that's as much as I can answer. All right. Sorry to disappoint if it is not a good answer, but that's all I have to say on this particular observation. Samir is asking, where would you locate the work of Amish Tripathi in the context of mythological Indian fantasy? This is a very good question, and I would have included Amish's work in my presentation as well, but there was no time. This all, as Dawson Varghese, you should look at her work. She has written a lot on all of these, not only Indian children's fantasy literature, but also these new, like other Indian fantasy literature for a general audience, or Indian thriller, new thriller fiction, say the Ashwin Sangvi narratives and Amish Tripathi. There are many of them, right? So I think this would all come, according to Varghese, Dawson Varghese, it would all come within the term what she has coined is Bharati fantasy, which very much is the kind of work that I was also trying. So they're talking about. There are lots and lots of parallels and issues that converge and sing and speak to David Hare and Giti Chandra and Chitra Banerjee Devakani. So this is very much a part of, you're right, a part of this new surge in fantasy coming. But I would like to say one thing here, and it might not be a popular opinion. I do not quite like his works. It's not that I don't understand what he's trying to do. It's the concepts that he's trying to work with, trying to think about the alternative genealogy of Shiva as a sort of ordinary person turning into a fantastically revered person. They're quite interesting things that he is doing. But in terms of the literary style, I found it so utterly bland and without any sort of, I mean, it just did not have the richness of, say, a Chandra or a Hare narrative. That's a very personal and subjective opinion. The other thing I want to point out, and I have deliberately not spoken about it here because it would have taken up a longer space, is that there are quite a few fantasists writing within this umbrella term of new Indian English writing who might be using it, their literary practice as a way to forward right-wing politics. I have read this somewhere as well, and I know that quite a few critics of Amish Tripathi also exist, because he sometimes seemed to be, promoting this sort of agenda of the right-wingism. I do not know how much that is true, but I know that he has been subjected to that kind of criticism, as well as a lot of others as well. I think, therefore, what we have to do is that while we are able to think about this genre in a general sense, we also have to be very particular about the kind of authors that we are treating. I don't think so at all that Giti Chandra or David Hare are in any way trying to promote any kind of parochialism, or for that matter, Hindu domination idea. Nothing like that is happening at all in their narratives, right? But there is something about him, and I have not read the two other books, so I can't comment with complete surety as well. There's something about these kind of narratives as well, which might, slip into that Hindu nationalist sort of strand as well. So I just would like you to be careful about, how, where is it that this experimentation with a global form is ending, and where is it that a nationalistic, jingoistic understanding of a certain religion is starting. That I leave it up to you. But Amish's work very much forms a part of this new narrative that is a new genre that have been coming up. Third question, Bilal, do you think myths like Nordic and Greek are already domesticated? In India, they are revered and respected to some, but we can see games and movies coming from other Western myths. And even this is a fantastic question. And here we have to understand, what do we mean by myths? My supervisor, Maria Nikolaeva, wrote in one of her books that in the Western world, for the large part, myths, the idea of belief is not associated with myths, right? That is the one crucial difference that we have when we compare it to the Asian context, and particularly the South Asian context. Here, the idea of belief and myths has been going along for a very, very long time, centuries and millennia. It is only with this genre that we have been able to sort of make some sort of a break between myth and fantasy. Otherwise, for many people around, around the subcontinent, many of the things of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, they still happened. They would consider it as part of itihas or history, right? And it's a very fine and delicate domain. But therefore, what I want to say here is that they are very much domesticated in the sense, like the Nordic myth and the Western myths are very much domesticated in the sense that that sense of belief, according to Nikolaeva, who is actually building on the works of Northrop Frye, who is another very important, English literature critic. So he says that, myth has the element of belief, and once myth gets domesticated, it becomes literature or fantasy literature. Okay, so I think that is there, but that sense of belief is not there, and in the West, in generally speaking, simply because of the movement of enlightenment that took place within the 18th century, where reason and rationality became that one big prism through which to start viewing Western sense of identity, right? In India, however, we haven't had that kind of a pan-Indian or pan-South Asian movement, which would say that now we have to break between myth and start only believing in rationality. And hundreds of philosophers, including Ashish Nandi and many other people, have talked about how these Ashish Nandi, as well as the South Indian, the great scholar A. Ramanujan as well. He talks about this, that the same person who is a scientist is also applying and the same same amount of belief within his worship of Krishna or Rama as well, right? So that's the difference, and this is how our myths then acquire a different flavor and acquire a different sort of different sort of symbolism than from the West. So belief is at the heart of how we think about the differences between myths between those of the West as well as the East, of the East, right? So they are very much domesticated, but that belief system is not here. Whereas here, even now, that belief in myths as history is very much there. Karthik, the works of Devdutt Patnaik as well, for that matter, he's known for making conscious systems and do these retelling of myths in the Indian context inclined towards fantasy or mythology genre. I think so. I love Devdutt Patnaik. He's just brilliant, and anyone who hasn't been following, you should definitely listen to his many, not only read his works but also listen to his various conversations that have been, and he's been quite outspoken in many ways, in the last 2 years especially. So I don't think so that he's trying to do, necessarily trying to tilt and the balance towards towards fantasy or mythology genre. I think he's one of the very few people, I would say, in the public sphere who is trying to keep alive the multiplicity and the multiple meanings that we associate with mythology. The greatness of Indian mythology and subcontinental mythology is precisely this, that wherever you go across the country, you will find another version of the same myth that was there, right? So we have 300 Ramayanas, you have hundreds of Mahabharatas, we have a Jan Mahabharata. They're different, like same characters, but completely, indulging in different kinds of behaviors, different kinds of actions. And that is what I think he's trying to do. Patnaik is more sort of in that sense politically active in trying to, politically active in the sense that he's trying to create a very balanced but also a rich understanding of how to think about this very potent sphere of mythology and respect the divergent opinions that exist on the same mythology across the country. That's I think what he's trying to do. And of course he's retelling a lot of these things for children and for young adults. And I know that he's also trying to create these equivalences between Western structures and Indian structures. So he's in that sense is quite creative. All right. Second last, most of the fantasy was discussed, is seen in the literature is very heavily rooted in mythology. Does that essentially mean that there is a gap when it comes to original fantasies? What is original and what is not original? These are very huge philosophical contexts. We can't work without the influences that have already existed in the subcontinental sphere for millennia, right? Mythology, folklore, folk tales are something which is part of our cultural psyche, cultural conscious and unconscious. So it's impossible to not be, like the last slide that I was showing, that's exactly what Giti was also saying, right? That it's impossible not to be influenced by that. I'm not saying that it is not possible to do something like that, but this is something which comes almost naturally to us. A.K. Ramanujan has this beautiful line in his essay 300 Ramayanas, where he says that in India, no one reads the Mahabharata and the Ramayana for the first time, which basically means that you never read the Mahabharata consciously, or you read it only after you have already come to know about it through music, through cinema, through various forms of artistic productions, right? So I don't think so that reliance on myth is necessarily any kind of a bad thing. I think every author is, has his or her sort of wherewithal to experiment it in whatever fashion they deem correct. And I think we should be looking at that experimentality or that literary inventiveness rather than thinking about, oh, this is another book inspired by myths, So I'm sure someone would be writing something which would have nothing to do with myths, and that would obviously, start a different kind of a tradition altogether. So I think I have already, answered most of the questions, but if you do have something else, I'll be happy to respond to that. Sonia, Renu, anything? Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. That seems to be the gamut of questions, and thank you so much for answering them. And once again, thank you so much, Dr. Nozomi, Dr. Anish, and Dr. Pandey, for being with us today and for this really, really enriching, enlightening session, right? I mean, I keep telling my students don't use adjectives, right, when they're engaging, when they're thanking people and all of that, right? But I think, I've already sort of pointed out all those little things that I sort of, found very interesting in your talks, and Sonia has already responded to both Dr. Anish and Dr. Nozomi. Thank you so much for being with us, and hope to see you more often with us in other platforms or other occasions where we can possibly take these debates forward. And since all of us are working in similar kinds of fields, right, within the Asian spaces and on children's narratives or young adult fiction, right, we could sort of, maybe make more, let's say, interactive spaces, right, with the students and ourselves, right, where we can come together and debate and maybe engage with more activities like that. And in the same vein, right, I mean, we have, I think we'd sent you those links also for our students where they've sort of done their work and all of that. If we could take a look at it and maybe, respond to some of them, it would be an interesting thing for our students. So thank you so much, and see you again, and see you in the other sessions of the conference if you can make it. And yeah, thank you so much, and see you all. Maybe, we could have other conversations later.
Thank you, Renu. Thank you, Sonia and Anish and Nozomi.
Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, it's a nice space to be in because, some contacts which we thought we made a few years back or recent, but they're all coming together. And I think today's conversations from the beginning of the introductory session or by Sharmani, and placing the question of how do we unpack the context of Asian narratives, and then jumping into some of the specific contexts of, say, Japanese animation and literature, and also then Indian fantasy. I think it's coming as a full kind of a connected thread already, I can see, and we can have many parallel and continued conversations, and we should. So one of the things that I can give for certainty is that you will keep hearing from me and Renu even if the conference is over, and we'll try and see how else we can come together and also build this kind of space, because there is definitely an urgent need to not just do academic scholarship, but also do it in the way which is contextualizing a lot of work which has been marginalized to a great extent, or at least now we know that knowledge of consumership and readership has changed. So even the theory has to change, the practice has to change. And I think the work of that kind of somewhere lies with people who have already invested in this kind of a scholarship to some extent. So thank you once again for accepting, and thank you especially to Anish and Nozomi for waking up at a very, very early hour in the UK. And I hope you get some sleep after this, if that's what the day is like. And hope to meet you guys soon. I'll be in touch. We'll write back to you guys for any further communication on the conference, but do join us if you can for the other sessions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Anish and Nozomi. Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank
so
you, team.
much.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us, Sonia.
Just a quick announcement. We will have just 40 minutes, not even 40, 35-minute break now for lunch, those of us who are with us. And 2 o'clock, we start the next session. So grab your lunches, and sorry for the extended session, but I'm sure it was worth with all the questions that were answered. So thank you so much, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Yeah, hi Anurima. Yeah, sure, you can try that. Actually, I have to make you a co-host once.
Yeah,
Abhinam, are you here?
I'll call him back. Is he there?
I mean, it's logged in.
I'm sure he can't move unless he's made us late. Hello.
We can see the screen, Anurima.
Next is
can you see the entire thing, or is it in the mode of in the pre-present mode? I'll just try and figure this out. Just a second.
Hi Anurima, just wanted to check. So you will be presenting the screen for everyone?
I'll be
Will
presenting
everyone
the
be
screen
presenting their own screens and
yeah, no, for 3 speakers, I'll be presenting the screen, and for the rest of them, they'll do it on their own. I think the last speaker
Anurima,
doesn't
can you
have.
hear me?
Oh, yes, I can. Just a second. Yeah. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can. My question is, would you be sharing the screen for everyone, or do we have to make it?
So I will be sharing the screen for 3 of them, because 2 of our speakers is not joining. So I'll be playing their videos also, the pre-recorded video that they've sent. Ahona will be sharing her own presentation. Ritika, who's the last speaker today, she doesn't have any presentation.
Okay, fine, cool. But anyway, we'll make Ahona and Ritika as well.
Yeah, those are made co-hosts already.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks. And the screen is working fine, yeah?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Right. Hi, Anurima. I'm Renu, and hi, Ritvika. We've had a lot of conversations on Messenger and all of that, but we've not necessarily met. And hi, Ahona. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your interest in being part of a panel here. Thank you. We'll begin another 3 minutes, exactly sharp at 2 we'll begin. Yeah.
Sure.
And also because we have another speaker at 3:30. If we could stick to the time limit, it would be good, right? So you maybe you all of you could speak till around 3:15, and then 10 minutes for question answers, and then we could. Yeah. And Anurima, were you able to figure out the share options in the screen? She was okay.
I think so. I just can't. Yeah. I hope I'll not make any goof up while the presentation.
Do you want to try and see right now? Because if you have a minute or so.
Okay, all right, I'll try that.
Yeah, and do you need the audio and things like that?
Yes, I will need the audio while I'm making like for the pre-recorded presentations. I think
I think when you're sharing the screen there, you need to enable the share system audio.
Okay.
I think Ahuna will also need to be made co-host because she's also.
They're all made. All 3 of you are co-hosts now.
Okay, I think this is working. It seems like it's working from my end.
Yes, yeah. So if you're sharing an audio video, you can
I'll
just
try the I'll try the
use
audio also. Yeah.
yeah. Share sound. There is share audio option there right before you share. When you click on the share screen down, there is a tick box which you need to tick.
Okay. What about this? Is this audible and visible?
No, it's not audible. It's visible. Yes. Let's see. It's buffering.
Yeah. I think I'll stop sharing for some time and just try and buffer it at my end.
Yeah. Shall we then begin? If that's all right with all of you? Yeah. Okay then. Um, Good afternoon, everyone, and we'll begin this afternoon session of the conference for the day. Zainab, you can take over from this point.
Good afternoon. I'm Zainab Iqbal, and I will be the MC for this panel session today. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the participants and attendees to the International Conference on Children and Childhood, Imaginaries in Indian and Other Asian Literature and Film, organized by the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ deemed to be University, Banarghata Road campus. This panel session is on the topic Scoops of Stories, Tracing the Crumbs of Contemporary Kid Fiction Eaters by ACLISA, which is short for the Association for Children's Literature in South Asia. This organization was recently formed in 2021 with the aim of furthering children's literature scholarship with a focus on South Asia. It is a 5-member founding team that comprises of Dr. Anurima Chanda, Ms. Titas Bose, Ms. Arpita Sarkar, Ms. Ritvika Roy, and Ms. Ahona Das, all of whom are associated with the field in various capacities. We have Dr. Anurima Chanda as the moderator of this afternoon session. Dr. Anurima Chanda is an assistant professor at the Department of English, Birsa Munda College, North Bengal University. She completed her PhD on taboos in 21st century Indian English children's literature from Jawaharlal Nehru University. Also, a children's author published with Scholastic and DK, she challenges some of the very taboos in her writings and her doctoral thesis hoped to expose. She will also be one of the speakers of this panel session. We are really glad to have you with us today, ma'am. I also take the privilege to introduce other speakers of the session. We have with us today Ms. Titas Bose, who is a PhD student at the University of Chicago, and she's working on post-independence Indian children's fiction in Bengali, Hindi, and Marathi. She has taught She has taught at schools and helped organize workshops for tribal children in Birbhum district of West Bengal as part of Sayam Bharata. We also have Ms. Ahona Das, who recently began her PhD on children's literature and graphic design from the Center for Interdisciplinary Studies, IIT Hyderabad. Ms. Arpita Sarkar has also joined us today as the speaker of this session. She is a PhD scholar at the Pennsylvania State University, working on disability, education, and ethnography, focusing on the voices of marginalized children. And our final speaker for this panel session would be Ms. Ritvika Roy. She is a PhD student and senior research fellow at Jadavpur University. Her doctoral research looks into mental health in contemporary Indian middle grade fiction, and her work is largely preoccupied with issues of power, silence, and infantilization in children's literature. I, on behalf of the Department of English and Cultural Studies, once again welcome you all to this panel session. I would now request the moderator of the session, Dr. Anurima Chanda, to please take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Iqbal, for that generous introduction. And thank you so much to the Department of English and Cultural Studies, CHRIST, for giving us this opportunity. We are really, excited to be able to share our research with everybody over here. And because this is one of a kind of a conference, and which I think I'll kind of elucidate while I speak about my own research and what we are doing at ACLISA. It is also with great pleasure that I would like to inform everybody that this is actually the inaugural forum of ACLISA, the Association for Children's Literature in South Asia. That's the short form, ACLISA. This was a culmination of a dream which we collectively started dreaming sometime in last year. But I think it's fair to say that, this is the germ of this idea was already in our minds individually since a very long time, or at least since the time that we started, working in this area of children's literature with the focus on South Asia. As Zainab has already mentioned, our 5-member founding team comprises people who are associated with this field in various capacities as writers, scholars, readers, people who've engaged with children at various levels. And I think before I talk about what I'm supposed to talk about, I think it might, make more sense to kind of give a little bit of an idea as to why we suddenly decided to congregate and form ACLISA. And it's also a pity that, 2 of our members won't be joining with us today, not like directly, they'll be virtually with us. They've sent us our pre-recorded sessions, but Arpita and Titash, both of whom are doing their PhDs from the US. Right now, I think it's 3:30 for them and they're like sleeping. So they had to send their recordings to us. But that's the team, and I'll try and share a little bit about, what we do. But before I launch into that, I think the best place would be to kind of share these 2 incidents. So right after my PhD, when I was trying to get chunks of my PhD published as chapters, as research papers at different places, I remember submitting a paper for a special issue of SARE, that's the Southeast Asian Review of English, and Professor Gabriel was a panelist in the morning, and I was listening to her talk, and I was like, this is exactly what ACLISA is trying to do, trying to, break this entire idea of this universal republic of childhood and trying to bring the focus on South Asia and the need to talk about these different childhoods from these erstwhile colonized spaces. But about that later. So going back to this, me submitting this paper, I got back this review and, very constructive review by the guest editor and Professor Gabriel, who mentioned that, and I'll quote, she mentioned that I was using a lot of semi-anonymous web quotes. But before I could actually explain myself, Professor Gabriel, and she spoke about this in the morning to today, she was very kind enough to also tell me that, and I'm again quoting from her, it is probably enough to state the rarity of discussion of such topics within Indian society. And this was only in 2018. I started writing my PhD, 4 years before that. But even like 2 years back, we did not have a forum like this. And that's why I'm so thankful to CHRIST that for giving us this, opportunity where, children's literature is the banner for this entire conference, which was very rare to find at that point of time. And the sources that we all had were these semi-anonymous websites. Mothers were writing reviews. They were making their children, write reviews. One of my major sources was this group called Reading Raccoons on Facebook, where, there were a lot of parents writing about their books. But, in the academic context, this was not serious material that I, should be citing in a paper. But Professor Gabriel was very kind to kind of give me that space to actually talk about that. And around the same time, I want to go back a little bit to my own PhD. My PhD was on the topic of, I was studying taboos in 21st century Indian English children's literature. and trying to understand that how these taboos get formed, who considers what is suitable and unsuitable in children's literature. I was very passionately trying to make a case for Indian English children's literature. And I was saying that we need to talk about Indian English children's literature. We need to talk, have a different theory for, these different childhoods. But after I finished writing my entire PhD, I realized that 2 of my main theoretical chapters was actually based on theory from the West. And then I couldn't help but mention this in my conclusion. I said that, I embarked on this path of trying to deconstruct this Eurocentric imagination of children's literature and childhood, but I did the same thing. I created this entire platform of measuring my work against the theory that has been set by this children's literature scholarship that is coming from the West. And I also think that it is inevitable, because in some sense the English child, the child which is at the core of this discourse, which grew up in the West under certain social and material circumstances, is a very English child. And this English child might not be the same as those different childhoods that are there spread across the globe in different culturally, divergent regions. So some of these incidents were at the core of our formation of ACLISA. And, when we came together, we were very sure and we were in agreement about one fact, that we wanted to create this space for scholars like us who could fall back on not semi-anonymous, web quotes. This would be solid research and something that could be quoted, and something that would not be considered to be non-academic. So that was one of our ideas. But one of the second ideas that we had in forming ACLISA, something that our panel today is based on, is the idea of the, what we wanted was to bring back the child, and the child in the flesh and the blood, not the imagined child which lies at the heart of this discourse, to the core of this discourse. That was one of the main things that we wanted to do. And here I think I should quote Perry Nodelman, like even looking at some of the seminal works in this direction, be it Perry Nodelman's Hidden Adult, or Jacqueline Rose's Impossibility of Children's Literature, where she's talking about how the child at the core of this discourse is this imagined child, which is a projection of the adult insecurities, right? So quoting again Nodelman, he says that this is a genre which defines itself through an audience rather than a time or place or a specific type of writing. Now here, the problem lies in the fact that this audience itself is also not a very autonomous body. It is not a standalone entity, but it is an entity which, as Rose would say, is a projection of the adult insecurities. So in that process, the act of storytelling itself becomes an act of identity making, which is a little scary, because the subject that you're talking to is somebody who might not have the the kind of exposure that one would have to kind of weigh in these kind of identity making, meaning making information that are being fed to us. So these are subjects for whom the critical literacy is not at the level that who could maybe differentiate between a prejudiced kind of a reading from a non-biased reading, or a real news from a fake news. Writers, publishers, distributors, all adults, but also the people, the principal buyers who are buying the books, they are adults. The person who's picking out the book from the bookshelf to read it out to their kids at night, perhaps, that's an adult. So now what we wanted to do was that we wanted to decode who the storyteller is and what they are trying to say, in what sort of identity making formation is happening over here. But we wanted to create a space for the child itself. And our website, which goes live in January, and I invite everybody over here to please join our launch, which we'll announce very soon, the details of it. But we have a corner in the website, which actually kind of suggested by Ohana and Ritvika, and they said that why don't we have this separate space where children can write directly without feeling the pressure of being moderated by somebody else or through somebody else. So there is this space of kind of reviewing text, engaging with text, but also writing their own text. to give them a space, freedom of expression. And I think that is what, the heads behind the tails, what my talk was supposed to talk about. So I think I kind of clubbed it together with the formation of Akhlisa and my talk today. But I think it's a safe space for me to stop over here and pass on the torch to Arpita, who will be kind of carrying on the thread from here, because her talk essentially looks at storytelling as a means of identity formation or child rearing process. So I think it's a good way to kind of transition into her talk. Unfortunately, she has not joined us here today in person. I will be playing her recording. But as an aside, before we go into her talk, I must mention that Arpita was my library hopping partner during the time that I was writing my PhD, and she was writing her MPhil, and she'll talk about her MPhil also in her talk. And those are some stories, because we went to library spaces, some of which required us to have a child as a gate pass. They said that, "Bacha nahi hai, how will you come inside? You need to get a kid first." And we said, where do we get a kid from? They said, "That we don't know, but this is a children's library and you can't enter into this without having a child of your own." There was another library, several other libraries which did not have the books that we were looking for. I actually had to apply for a pre-doctoral fellowship to Germany, where I found those books, which is amazing, and saying something also about the library spaces and children's scholarship in the country and the books that are available for scholars. But there were these libraries which did not have the books, or there were books but in very, very bad condition, and we had to literally kind of restore them first before we could access them. But that is for a different panel altogether, though Titash, one of our panelists, will be touching upon a little bit on the library spaces. But I'll stop here, and I'll pass on the torch or the virtual medium to Arpita.
No, we can't hear her.
Okay, so what do I do?
When you're sharing it, you need to sort of enable the tick box which says share system audio.
Share system audio.
There is no sound. For me, it is not appearing when it is. It says share tab audio or something like that.
Where will this be on the screen?
It is right when you just do the share, right? Mm-hmm. When you just click on the share screen, towards the end, see there, the share system audio. This is Microsoft, which is Google is what you use.
Share sound, yes. I think I found it.
Correct. Yeah.
Just check if it's playing now. And now
Yes.
Yes.
My paper and my research is both on children's literature.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Arpita Sarkar, and I'm a PhD student at Penn State College. I am presenting as a representative of Akhlisa. My paper and my research is both on children's literature and especially Indian children's literature. I have done my MPhil from Delhi University on children's literature, folk tales of India, especially Bengal. My paper here talks about using children's literature in classroom for literacy practices. It's about stories and how they can be used in classrooms for further development of children, their play, their understanding of society, and how it provides a safe space for children to interrogate, to review, and also to accept or kind of explore new ideas. Stories are an integral part of Indian households and is transferred from one generation to another through oral or written forms. These stories are told for multiple purposes. Sometimes they impart entertainment, traditional and cultural values, and sometimes they become an ideological motivation to empower and inform the child. In India, children's literature, especially traditional tales, has been used to motivate and influence the child during nationalistic movements to fight the British ideologically. New children's literature written in the 1900s became a resource for nationalistic motivation to contest Western ideologies, which rooted a generation of children to the stories of the land. In her work, Anna Katerina Guterres in 2009 highlights the role children's literature play from the perspective of colonized spaces and how they deconstruct the Western hegemonic idea of childhood. She notes children's literature is one of the areas that strive to battle a colonial mentality by retelling old tales and producing new stories that highlight the beauty and individuality of the country. The stories were not limited to pleasure reading only. They entered the education system to context the prevalence and domination of Western literature. Western colonization of children's thoughts became evident when the British replaced traditional knowledge with English education. Michel Suppelet's work in 2012 delineates how colonization and Western culture shaped contemporary children's literature and, in the process, influenced Indian childhood through education. She traces the effect of Macular's minutes in the Indian education system and how it introduced Western knowledge, which systematically changed the course of learning in India. In a significant work, Masks of Conquest, 1987, Gauri Vishwanathan discusses at length the effect of Western missionary education and Macular's minutes had in building the Indian education system and, in the process, the elite classes, which furthered the Britishers' idea of language dominance. On tracing the root of the Charter Act of 1813, Vishwanathan realizes that educating the native was not a role that the British initially were inclined towards adopting. It is a step even the missionaries did not take for the people back in England. The colonial administrators realized that disseminating English literature was a valuable way to maintain control over the natives under the guise of liberal education, which led to introduction of English literature in the colonial education system. Vishwanathan states that teaching English literature became a discipline originally introduced in India primarily to convey the mechanics of language and was thus transformed into an instrument for ensuring industriousness, efficiency, trustworthiness, and compliance in native subjects. While Western education and literature performed a certain ideality that defined the child as an able, fair, obedient, and educated individual, Indian texts were not too far behind. The ideals and the rules of the certain performativity and the embodied idealities were portrayed in examples of good and the bad boy as early as Ishwachandra Vidyasagar's Gopal Rakhal in Borno Porichai, an introduction to alphabets 1855, and continued till date as Dakshinaranjan Mitra Majumdar's Charu O Haru, 1912. Supal in 2011 writes, Indian novels too aspired towards the ideality of being good, national and disciplined, and modeling successful, empowered child characters. They do seem to invite young readers to act to create change on both the individual and societal levels, but largely within existing hegemonic structures. Many Indian children's novels provide highly dramatized and individualized characterization that feeds into the child's psyche, offering both the chance of harmful and homeful consumption. This obsession with ideality intercepted in child-rearing practices which force the girl child into becoming the ideal woman by following the rules that make an ideal home, family, and a woman, as noted by Yashodhara Bakshi in 1993. In 1916, Shukumar Roy's Pagla Dashu was one of the first child protagonists in Bengali literature, that deviated from the ideal child and did not fit into the good and the bad child's black and white moral compartment. Characters like Dashu can be found throughout Indian children's literature, making this canon a rich resource to break many taboos around normative childhoods and offer a world of multiple childhood, a word that is introduced by Sharda Balagopalan, and identities that help children and adults alike develop a wider and more liberal sense of children's identities. Now, these kind of background help us to identify and situate the further understanding as to why we kind of use children's literature the way we do in our child developing and child rearing practices. As mentioned in my paper, children's literature has been a constant presence in our nationalistic movement, in society development, and in creating a sense of identity amongst our children. Teaching children's literature. Now, teaching children's literature is coming from my personal space as a teacher, where I teach undergrad students in the US how to use children's literature as a resource for pre-K to class, for pre-K to 4 students, and what does that entail. Children's literature is used in the classroom teaching in different forms. For example, these books are used as library resources, teaching resources, activity and classroom practices. As a teacher teaching children's literature, I have taught my students who are planning to become future teachers to use different resources like Tell Me by Aidan Chambers and Picture This by Molly Bang. And they borrowed from these books to read and use further children's literature texts for classroom literacy practices. In my class, I teach students who use Chambers' Tell Me, where they use children's literature in an interactive process where they read these books with children and try to understand their likes, dislikes, puzzles, and patterns through activity. Aidan Chambers uses likes, dislikes, puzzles, and patterns as a chapter where he talks about how these can help to start a very basic interactive conversation, a dialogic and reflexive interaction between the teachers and the students, and among students and their peers. My students also use Molly Bang, which helps them in terms of picture books and how children read picture books. Molly Bang uses different colors, shapes, and structures to understand a psychological effect that readers of children's of picture books can have upon viewing or of perceiving a picture. It's a sensory approach to reading picture books. These books help prepare young students to become early education teachers and for young students to interact with the text and add their reading experience to their learning and meaning-making process. Like Chambers and Bank's work, in Perry Nodelman and Peter Hunt's work, which borrows from reader response and reception theory, has further criticized, which has been criticized in the past, but has been changed and altered and used in terms of children's literature research to further interact with children and provide children more agency and more power and more authority over their own reading of children's literature. Reader response and reception theory have helped educators understand the needs and demands of children from different marginalized spaces and identities and develop a more welcoming and encouraging classroom practices. For example, researchers like Evelyn Arispe and Morag Stiles and Donna Adamat Sayers used a mix of reader response theory and reception theory and literature discussion groups. They have used a different anthropological and ethnographic practices, qualitative research methods in order to develop a much more interactive research where they use children's literature in order to understand how children perceive this text. Children's perception has been left aside from the world of children's literature itself for a long time, and I think these practices and these methods help researchers to develop a much better interactive process, a dialogical process where children are more reflexive. And I think this change is seen in India too, where researchers have taken up more qualitative methods and literary anthropology, for example, and ethnographic methods where they are kind of giving space to the child who is interacting and who is talking with the text, reading the text, and throwing out their adult perception, but also not entirely, because the adult perception is still present and they're working through it, they're negotiating, they are kind of working around the power structures that they are in. And these texts, when taught in classroom, becomes a way of empowering them, of a way of identifying and acknowledging their spaces, their experiences, and at times gives them the authority to speak up, to provide their valuable concern about the representations in these texts. My research is in this area. I am currently working with children, with adults, authors, teachers, and parents. But my work is narrowed down and deals with children with disability. I'm also interested in looking at disability experiences of children, parents, adults, through intersectional identity politics and experiences. And I think my engagement with children's literature is entirely based on my personal experiences with children's literature and how I kind of developed my passion and my experiences, my reading habits, and my storytelling experiences that I had as a child. My research with Akhlisa and has been a very encouraging form. And from my MPhil experience, I have interacted with a lot of books written by indigenous houses and writers, especially those who are working with disability. For example, Zainab Suleiman, Anushka Shankar, Payal Dhar, Soumya Rajendran. These writers have, Lavanya Karthik, these writers have kind of written stories that are breaking the ideas that were earlier considered taboo, giving children and writing children in a way that's more empowering. It's not the idea of getting it right, but providing authentic experiences and authentic representation, which bring children's experiences in textbooks in a way that makes it more relatable for children. And I think it is also a moral position that writers come from, which gives them some kind of acknowledgement as to being an honest makers of change. My research and my relation with Akhlisa is born out of these stories and storytelling and fears of interacting with our mother of Akhlisa, Anurima Chanda, and how we have kind of exchanged stories, done research in India, and how we want how many problems we faced while researching for children's literature, and how we want this world of storytelling and this world of children's literature in India to develop and become more powerful, more widespread, more acknowledged in the world, because we have stories to tell, and we have stories that are empowering, that are path-breaking, that are extremely liberal in their sense. We also have stories that are not, but it's important for us to bring those stories out in the world, bring those researchers, academics, authors, writers, text, and children out in the world who are a part of these change-making process. And I think Akhlisa is invested in making that change happen and making that conversation, having that dialogue started. I'm sure there are other groups in South Asia that are doing that, and we are happy to continue to do that in collaboration with everyone else. So thank you so much.
Hi, so am I audible and visible? Okay, so I will pick up the thread of what Arpita De's presentation essentially dealt with. And the large part of that was the experience of sharing children's literature with children, especially as a teacher. And I'd just like to preface, before I get into the presentation and share my screen, I'd just like to preface that my talk deals with this specific experience of sharing fiction and fictionalizing with children as a former middle school English teacher in an urban Indian school in Delhi. So I'll quickly share my screen. It's visible, right? It's visible, right?
Yes, it is, Ahona. We can see
it. Okay, thank you. So I'm the youngest member of Aklesa, and I just like to say before I get into the next slide that I always mention this at the beginning of anything to do with children's literature, that I wouldn't be here if I hadn't found these wonderful people at Aklesa. And so I just like to, just say that I'm grateful to life for bringing me to these people and to this organization. Because otherwise I wouldn't have dared to research on children's literature in India. So my talk today is titled Kidding in the Classroom, Reading Stories, Telling Lies. There are two impossibilities that unite researchers working on children's literature. The impossibility of authentically representing or interpreting children's subjectivities, and the impossibility of children's literature scholarship without insights into children's experiences. While some scholars profess childhood as an inaccessible realm, considering the pedagogic and authorial entanglements in children's literature, others, like Mara Guber, insist that talking about children is unavoidable, that even works that strive to refrain from the subject by acknowledging the power imbalance between the writer and the readership cannot escape this inevitability. This paper lies at the conjunction of these theories. The narrative analysis laid out in this paper acknowledges the difficulties of detaching adult intentions from children's experiences and admits as a limitation its reliance on shared personal narratives, but aims to rethink the idea that children's experiences are inadvertently sealed off to adults by offering ways in which one can trespass into the impermissible world of children's readings within and beyond the classroom. I would like to make a case that by critically investigating our acts of reading together with children, we can attempt to trace out the undertones of children's reading responses between the voices of the adult writer, teacher, or reader. Drawing on experiences of sharing children's literature with children as a former middle school English teacher in Delhi, I would attempt to examine the experiential particularities of sharing stories and storytelling with middle graders in an urban English classroom in India. For this purpose, I would like to organize my observations into two experiential categories: reading stories or sharing fiction, and telling stories or fictionalizing with children. Taking the risk of theorizing, as Mara Guber puts it, I will attempt to enhance upon the existing methodologies of understanding children's experiences by tracing the crumbs of classroom readings and the scoops of stories spilled outside. The classroom as a social space changed dramatically in the pandemic. It shrank into the four corners of the phone, tablet, or laptop screen. For many, this implied borrowing devices and battling unreliable networks and amenities. For others, it meant a discontinuation in studies altogether. The four batches of middle graders from classes 6 to 8, that is the focus of this talk, had students coming from varied backgrounds and interests that became the entry points to their readings. While some were voracious readers, others were drawn to books through associations to their specific interests. Yet, they all inherently conversed in the language of stories. The syllabus permitted sharing a variety of texts from different genres with children of age groups 10 to 12. I observed what children make of complex sociocultural issues and how they negotiate with prevalent notions around caste, class, race, gender, religion, etc. I use the texts to facilitate class discussions around the thematic possibilities of each story. To make complex concepts comprehensible, I would often make parallels with relatable examples or ask children to think of parallels from their lives, correlating it with the topic being discussed. It allowed for other stories to be told and connected, and often ended either in a collective consensus or a clear division of opinions. In one such discussion, while reading the novel Journey to the River Sea by Eva Ibbotson, with 7th graders, we came across the phrase "make a man out of" in a passage by Ibsen. I asked the class what they thought it meant to make a man out of someone. In the novel, the phrase was followed by several attempts made by the narrator's family to that end, by trying to bully him, cane him, and drown the fear out of him, and other merciless ploys to toughen him up. Interestingly, the student who brought up this paragraph for class discussion correlated it with a theme of trauma. I witnessed how children meditate upon complex issues if they are brought around to it by drawing on relatable experiences. Consequently, the discussion covered the terrains of what the class felt the phrase meant, and what it was to be a man or a woman, and of the social perceptions that revolve around qualifiers like manly or womanly. I asked them why they think toughness, not feeling pain, and not being afraid were ideas deemed necessary for a man, and conversely, couldn't women be tough and brave? The children brought up incidents from when they heard phrases like cry, run, throw, or fight like a girl being used in their own lives to condescend or ridicule someone. By opening up the discussion to personal experiences and creating a safe space for them to be shared, they could briefly coexist in the overlapping narratives of fiction and reality as they recounted their own memories of being bullied or being a witness to bullying or being considered girly or tomboyish for certain quirks and interests. By the end of the class, all students agreed on the ridiculousness of expecting to be a certain way because of one's gender or race or caste and so on. Reading together also led to shared meaning making, as children were able to participate in the narrative in collaboration with their classmates. This ensured more active and engaging classroom discussion as students were eager to contest each other's ideas. Another experience of reading with children took place over the comic Asterix and Son in 6th grade. The ebook was shared using the shared screen feature of the virtual classroom. Each child chose a character, and the book was read together between class discussions on its themes and contexts. It can be argued that through this kind of dramatized reading, children, as Anne and Filipenko notes, cross-reference and reconfigure their roles with respect to others. Most kids wanted to read as Asterix or Obelix and would wait for their turn to impersonate these heroes. Once the protagonists were taken, children would vie for the characters of the village elders, thus learning through experiencing concepts of power and hierarchies in social relations through their readings. The story about the ghoulish misadventures of an unidentified baby delivered to the cottage of Asterix and Obelix had many instances of inarticulate baby warble, action words, and humorous pictorial depictions, animal noises, and onomatopoeias that particularly delighted young readers, who competed with each other to best impersonate characters and excel in feats of ventriloquism. These sites of enjoyment while reading, both within and outside the classroom, become particularly important in light of the argument that our discourses on pleasure do not really form an integral part of our discussions on literary education, as Clementine Bouvet observes in her talk on reading pleasure in the 25th IRSCL Congress. Comics and visual narratives become important spaces to investigate the mechanisms which invoke or excite reading pleasure in children. In the focus text, through the anticipation of action via visuals, words, and the potential for sounds evoked. The combination of words and pictures in the comic book, the scope of role playing through the act of reading with your classmates, implied reading not just with the eyes, but also the ears, interpreting the visual and linguistic registers of the text, and then imagining and interpreting the same through their acts. As children engaged in both the acts of reading stories and retelling them, at once consuming fiction and fictionalizing, the class came alive as each period dragged on many minutes past the gong with children clinging to the story and their shared experience of telling it. Compared to the experience of reading alone from a static page, reading together in the classroom created spaces for shared communal feeling so lacking in a pandemic. Reading aloud also allowed the story to hover outside of the page and in the virtual classroom atmosphere, as each child brought with them their own storytelling prowess and imaginative munitions, and in making and remaking the narrative with their individual quips, theatricality, and playfulness, stretched the narrative out of the book. A natural consequence of reading stories is the desire to share and connect. Fortunately, the focus school allowed children the space to do so and empowered educators with a mindset to do things differently. As a result, discussions opening with the text often ended up connecting with various aspects of children's lives in the classroom, with stories told and related by children. In telling stories or fictionalizing, children were encouraged to tell their stories or make stories, reimagine alternate endings or outcomes for their characters, connected with the body of the main text. Often, children would put themselves in situations within the novels they were reading and tell the rest of the story in it. As creative assignments were encouraged, the literature classroom was used as a space for allowing children to inhabit alternate realities through fiction, not just in the reading of it, but in the telling and the writing about it. In one such exercise, a sixth grader wrote of a Hogwarts school of artificial intelligence, replacing the sorting hat with technology that filters students into groups based on their skills, and Owlery with high tech robot mating systems, thus merging magic and science so characteristic of contemporary childhood. Children reading about the mirror of Erased discussed their reflections on the unrealistic desires that would perhaps appear in the mirror if they were facing it. Most strikingly among these responses was a desire to go back to a pre pandemic world. Children are constantly offering new readings on the world. Instead of approaching the latter with judgment and skepticism, if we seeked new knowledge about what the child makes of itself, adding these encounters of the child with themselves through texts to our existing discourses on childhood, we would arrive closer at unraveling the impossible. Such participatory approach to research with direct engagement with children as knowledge makers is already a growing trend in academia. The story, recalled or revisited through various creative mediums such as dialogue, retelling, games, art, or roleplay, begins its extra-textual life in the child's memory. Taken out of the book and into their lives, the story becomes a visceral, mutable undertaking. Children participate in the narrative to re-narrativize, redraw, react, and rethink their realities, blurring the boundaries between fiction and life. Thank you. So after this, I think we have Tita's presentation, and it's also interesting to see because a huge part of my talk was about being a mediator and my experiences of mediating between children's literature and children, and that is exactly where Tita's talk also begins. So I'm really interested in seeing how our talks, all of our talks, work together. So Anurimadi, you could share Tita's presentation now.
Hi everyone, I am Titash from Team Aklisa. I just want to begin by thanking the organizers for this wonderful conference. I really wish that I could be there live with my co-panelists, but I'm based out of USA at the moment, and it's just going to be in such an ungodly hour for me. Um, so anyway, for my paper in this panel, I am basically dealing with the question of mediation in the performative act of storytelling. I believe that mediation is such an important issue when it comes to children's literature, a question that we cannot evade in any case, even if we are not doing reader response theory hands-on, right? So the format of of children's literature that I'm going to concentrate on is the picture book, which in itself is a complicated genre. I mean, it has words and pictures and all of them coming together, and sometimes these words and pictures, they act together to influence the meaning of the text. Sometimes they might act against each other, to affect the reading, response of the text. And sometimes they just add on to the meanings of each other. But other than words and pictures, I mean, added to this is the structure and the format of the book, the way that the colors and shapes and sizes of pictures, they are represented on the page of the book, that also has a bearing on the way that the book is received. But in my paper, I'm not going to deal so much with the materiality of the picture book itself, but how it transforms um, in an act or a performative session of storytelling. The specific question that I'm asking is, what happens to the reception experience of the picture book when this oral and interactive storytelling that takes place in a community space like a library is forced to move to an individual digital platform with the onset, of course, of the COVID pandemic. Right. What I'm referring to is, my point of reference is the community library project. For those who don't know about this project was launched by Mridula Koshi in 2014. It's an absolutely important movement in project in the free library movement. It provides free access to books to about 4,000 children in Delhi NCR. A large section of their members come from economically marginalized communities and are first generation learners, right? So when COVID set in, they faced a crisis, because how will they accommodate their or adapt their entire their entire activities online, shift their activities online. So that's when Dunia Sabki, a platform, was conceptualized by librarian Zoya Chadha, who launched it with a long-term vision to give library members access to picture book read-alouds through their parents' WhatsApp. Hindi read-aloud recordings, both audio and video, are uploaded to a common WhatsApp group every alternate day by librarians. These same audios and videos are also then shared in YouTube, SoundCloud, Telegram, and their website. The auto-documentation nature of the virtual mode ensures that this exercise leads to the creation of a free digital library to be easily accessed by anyone, quite in keeping with the community library project's goal of making reading spaces free and open to all. Right. I will now, I think, jump directly into into the picture book and sort of scaffold some important points that I felt were interesting in the storyteller, in the community librarians, the community library projects librarians storytelling session, that had a lot of significance for how the story was to be interpreted. So regarding the read aloud, regarding their training sessions, the read aloud, I have seen in the community library projects training sessions in YouTube that they place a lot of importance to how the book is selected by the volunteer. So there's a lot of care and responsibility and time that is given to choosing the appropriate book, because choosing an unsuitable book can lead to obfuscation and disinterest, which cannot be dispelled in this kind of a one-way format of pre-recorded videos, right? Because if it was happening in a community space like a library, then the volunteer can just jump in and dispel that obfuscation or disinterest by asking questions or by peer engagement. But in a one-way communication format, that cannot take place. So and since the ethics guiding their preparation of the questions and gestures are such that they invite critical reflection of the book from the children or from the audience, it is very important that they choose the proper book. So, for example, My Brother's Wheelchair, which is written by Salil Chaturvedi and published by Pratham, I think it was chosen for, say, very early readers, not because of the richness of the plot or the complexity of the plot per se, but because the text is completely in verse, right? So the versification, which also comes out very well in the Hindi translation, is it makes the storytelling easier and more fun and more conducive to probably oral communication, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is about the details of the picture themselves, right? The pictures have a lot of things that are probably not even addressed or described by the text. So there is not a direct correlation between the text that is there and the pictures. But the volunteer, the storyteller volunteer, what she does is she points to objects in the pictures that might be relatable to her audience. So for example, she points out to the presence of the school bag and the school shoes in this picture, and says how much this and says that this is something that that her audience is going to pick up because they are a school going audience. So that's something that she does on her own accord, even though it's not there in the text. The third thing that I want to scaffold is the idea of the text itself and how it is introduced by the volunteer. Now, she could very well have introduced, or framed the text as by its title, right? My brother's wheelchair. Now, but if this cover of the book, My Brother's Wheelchair, with this particular picture, this is the cover picture, is shown without any kind of prefatory comment or question, it may very well provoke a very sensationalized reaction about the singularity of seeing a child in a wheelchair, right? Such an approach can frame the story as a narrative about physical disability per se, which may lead to a patronizing response. In the physical space of the library, this kind of response can be spotted by the volunteer and quickly dismissed by additional clarifications or organized discussion later. However, when such an exercise cannot be afforded in the one-way format of a pre-recorded video, the volunteer Aarti has to take recourse to responsibly modifying how she's framing the story. She says that this is a story about a brother and a sister who have a lot of fun together, right? So that's the only thing that she says in her introduction to the story. And then she maintains this very chirpy, bubbly sort of tone throughout her entire narrative to keep up or to sustain this mood of fun and playfulness. And to add to this fun and playful mood, she also makes these gestures, these funny gestures, and emulates the brother and the sister in the picture, and just to enforce that this is a fun narrative, that this is not a very serious sort of narrative which is going to lead to questions about disability or a person in a wheelchair or things like that, but she keeps up the fun mood even though this is not exactly there in the text. These descriptions are not there in the text. Finally, the very last sort of image in the picture in the book is that of this sort of page, which has this one line of text of a house having a ramp, and among all the other houses and all the other houses which do not have ramps are actually shown in the background. So what she does is she chooses to use this narrative to build some sort of disability awareness, right? Even in her like a fun and playful storytelling mode. She sensitizes her audience to the possibility of structural and systemic change, remarking how nice it would be if all buildings and institutions had ramps just like the ones shown in the picture. The position of the minimal text in within the rest of the image helps in visually supporting her comment. On a simple level, the page introduces viewers to this word ramp, which might be a new concept for many of them. By having this word placed in right in the middle of this visual spread, on a more critical level, it concludes the narrative with a cue to think of disability not as an individual's impairment, but a lack of infrastructural accommodation. Instead of focusing on the singular experience of disability, she thus draws attention to how physical spaces themselves might upgrade themselves to become more inclusive of the multiplicity of people's needs. Okay, so that's all I'm going to leave you with, because there's a lot that can be said about the entire book, but I just wanted to step forward some of the important points that I felt are that the volunteer is very deliberately bringing out, that are probably not there in the text per se, through her performance, and that mediation is important. So closely listening, reading, watching this last page of the book, I'd argue that Aarti, she's the volunteer, her entire presentation of the whole book is guided by the same logical critical reinterpretation, introducing the book as one about sibling fun by ignoring the word wheelchair in the title, calling attention to images and objects with negligible visual, which are not there in the text itself, emulating the funny expressions of children without depending too much on the text. It significantly changes the meaning of the text for our audience. However, in the absence of physical space to ensure a two-way participation, engaged conversations, and collaborative meaning making, she takes recourse to framing her narratives in particular ways. These framing devices, her comments, gestures, and expressions, they create the sense of an alternate conversational realm that enables critical reflection. It tries to make sure that the members of community libraries, they continue to read and think with stories even as the physical space of their library is locked down. So that is my time, and yeah, hope you have a great conference, and hope the rest of the panel, picks up some of the thread that I began with. Thank you so much once again for listening to me.
I just want to pick up from Titash's presentation. And am I audible, visible?
You are, Ritu.
Because my internet is a bit unstable. Zoom might just throw me out of the room any minute. So let's hope it doesn't before I finish. So I just want to pick up from Titash's presentation, where she's talking about framing and mediation of how children consume the children's literature, and the adult role and responsibility in that framing and mediation, and the spaces through which it can be consumed, the spaces in which children's literature exists. And I want to add bookstores. I just want to mention bookstores to it, and how children's literature is situated within a bookstore, a mainstream bookstore. I'm not talking about bookstores which are solely dedicated to children's literature, but mainstream popular bookstores, commercial bookstores, which house all sorts of texts and other stationery and arts and crafts and all sorts of things that bookstores nowadays have. In any bookstore, the children's section is usually right at the end, after you've passed through classical literature and poetry and travel narratives and cookbooks and educational books. The children's bookstore section is at the back, stuffed in a corner, and usually scaffolded or just surrounded by fantasy like Rowling or Disney. With the Indian children's indie kidlit that exists, independently produced, homegrown children's literature, sort of hidden among shelves and shelves of Blighton. And even amongst that, the more frequently available texts are retellings of mythologies, which is something that Onudi has mentioned in her paper, and I think even Orpitadi has spoken about. It's this sort of relegation of children's literature to a lower level in the hierarchy of literatures, I think, is something that really I look upon as infantilization in my own work. And there are a few things which came up in all of these papers, which I sort of tie up with my paper. That is the educational influence on Kidlit. You can't really divorce Kidlit from education, because Kidlit grew from the educational sector. And all of children's literature is really propelled and fueled by the concept that we are educating. That one, and two, the colonization and the colonial effect of kidlit and the idea of what the child is and childhood. And it is something that continues to be seen in mainstream spaces with the amount of space that is given to controversial old classical canonical texts like Enid Blyton or Rudyard Kipling, and now Harry Potter. And my paper, which is super long, I'm very sorry to the organizers who might have had to read that very long paper. My paper, which is super long, is basically of chapter 1 of my MPhil thesis, which was on silences which exist in children's literature and how they work to educate children. In that, I looked at Mark Twain's children's fiction, but in this paper, I'm using Harry Potter as an example because, like I mentioned earlier, these papers all talk about education, and what is consumed by these kids is educational, and what is given to be consumed, the choices that are made and what children will be exposed to, comes with necessitates a lot of silencing that happens. What is exposed, what is not shown to children, what children are not exposed to, and what children are exposed to. I'm talking through a toothache, so if I'm fumbling, please excuse me. And these silences, they consume these silences which exist in education. And for the adult to guide a child through, for the adult to mediate, they have to have an awareness of their own, an awareness to these silences of their own, which in the non-academic space particularly, or in the non-directly educational sector particularly, an adult might not have, which again leads to this continued consumption by the adults of texts like Harry Potter. I mean, in Titasha's presentation, she talks about the very careful choices that the volunteer Aarti has to make, how she's going to frame it, how she's going to mediate it. And it comes with this free awareness that Aarti has, that these are good things to expose a child to. This is not what I want the focus to be on. This is not what I want the child's attention to be drawn to. A lot of this is what I'm reading as silencing and infantilization. So I just want to read like the first few pages of my paper, which is, like I said, super long, which I wrote in my MPhil, and now I have modified for this conference. And it underpins a lot of the theoretical assumptions that I am working on with my PhD on mental health. And it also sort of binds together what the rest of the panel have been talking about. So my paper is called Infantilization Through Consumption, the Role of Silence in the Politics of Constructing Childhood. It brings together a few theoretical preoccupations that have marked my present research, along with work done in my MPhil, where my thesis examined silencing in children's literature to educate children. The taxonomy I did to that end, because I sort of categorized silences and acts of silencing. And in any act of silencing, it's multiple silences really which sort of bleed into each other, which converge. I'm not going to go into those detailed categories because it's super long, like I said, but I will just like talk about the introduction. It is recreated here in its essentials, supported this time by the Harry Potter books and related texts as found in the Wizarding World franchise developed by J.K. Rowling post the completion of the Potter books. It is not as heavy on secondary references as its size might wrongly indicate. Rather, it is a meditation on several theoretical ponderings I have encountered through my work. So while the rest of the panel were talking about practical experiences, I'm sort of theorizing all of that. Here I attempt to articulate my early considerations into what I'm hoping will be a long-term theoretical exploration into the concept of the infantilization of childhood. And so I consider where and how silence aids and supports or resists infantilization, especially when the child, l'enfant, is positioned as the consumer. This made necessary also examining the power dynamics of the adult-child binary. For childhood is a man-made construction in the sense that adult and child are exclusive of, but psychologically linked to each other and define each other by being what the other is not. Hence, there is no category of adult if there isn't a related category of child to define it in the first place. Adult defines itself not as not a child, a phrase which echoes with pejorative connotations. A child is lesser, inferior, immature. To define itself, adult needs child. To call itself mature, the other must be immature. The other can only be immature if it is so reinforced for the other, particularly by the one who holds financial and political power to do so. Who defines maturity and immaturity? The one with the articulation and power. The same control guides the subsequent socialization of the child, who, by virtue of initial biological and financial dependence, is already in a position of powerlessness. Maturity and immaturity are terms in flux with no definite uh, attributions to any group possible, but they are pivotal in reinforcing infantilization, not just of children, but any media and silence they are fed, that they consume. The Harry Potter canon and the related texts from Rowling's Wizarding World have been used simply as examples to illustrate the various kinds of silences that have been mapped. Despite controversy, particularly in academic discourse, the Potter books continue to deeply permeate popular consciousness and occupy significant space in bookshelves. Harry Potter merchandise, inspired cuisine, apparel, accessories are as much consumed by children and adults as the books, films, and associated official media are. The play Harry Potter and the Cursed Child is not included here, partly because it directly contradicts canon as established by Rowling in the 7 Potter books. I don't personally consider it canon. And partly because as a work of theatre, unreleased in a digital format, it is not accessible to a major portion of the global consumer base. In South Asia, the Potter books and films have all been translated and dubbed into major Indian languages and continue to be in great demand, as evidenced by bookstore displays. Ashish Nandi writes, in Reconstructing Childhood, a critique of the ideology of adulthood, and I quote in full, once we have linked the processes of physical and mental change to a valued state of being or becoming, we have already negatively estimated the child as an inferior version of the adult, as a lovable, spontaneous, delicate being who is also simultaneously dependent, unreliable, and willful, and thus as a being who needs to be guided, protected, and educated as a ward. Indirectly, we have also already split the child into two. His childlikeness, I take an issue with Ashish Nandi's use of his here particularly, because that sort of links it to ideas of boyhood and what about ideas of girlhood, or ideas of just non-binary childhood, as an aspect of childhood which is disproved by the society. The former is circumscribed by those his childlikeness is an aspect of childhood which is approved by society, and his childishness as an aspect of childhood which is disproved by society. The former is circumscribed by those aspects of childhood which click with adult concepts of the child, the latter by those which are independent of the child constructions of the child. Childlikeness is valued, sometimes even in adults. Childishness is frowned upon, sometimes even in children. He talks essentially about infantilization of childhood, where childhood is both a state of innocence and one that must be grown out of. Linking maturity and intellectual agency with chronological development results in the frequent use, I quote, in the frequent use of childhood as a design of cultural and political immaturity, or it comes to the same thing, inferiority, close quotes, which in turn gives the mature adult power over the child to train them in socialization. Literature, that for children, becomes a major tool in this cultural socialization or institutional brainwashing, as Ashish Nandi phrases it, for it is through literature that the child encounters a world beyond its immediate reach. Yet, as is the infamous condition of children's literature, it is largely a literature created by adults for children, and as such carries in itself the political agendas espoused by the adult creator. Ergo, the child reader presumably encounters, accepts, and internalizes these views. What these views are and how they are framed and presented depends greatly on what is chosen to be presented, which results in the automatic silencing of that which is not. Silence is used to educate children for against dominant ideologies just as much as the spoken is. Nevertheless, silence infantilizes, for it deprives of agency more than it gives. The silences children consume through literature has the potential to cause a psychic violence, as children's author Shantanu Dasgupta says when talking about representation, leading to a self-infantilization through an internalized indoctrination and a trauma response to erasure, for silence exists primarily in erasure. It is what exists between two parties who are marked by their differences from each other, and yet caught in the binary whereupon the existence of one defines the existence of the other, the racial and or gendered us them, and more significantly, adult child. So moving on from that, this is something that we saw in Onubi's. It's there in Onubi's paper. It pins Onubi's paper. It's there in Orpita's paper. It's also there in Ohona's, because the presence of controversial children's texts, which are continued to be selected by adults for children to read, for children to consume, such as Harry Potter. This also works in so many ways to silence the texts which are not chosen, to silence the texts which might challenge the problems which exist in these far more popular texts. So in the rest of the paper, I have about 20 categories of silence where I use the Harry Potter texts as examples. For instance, I talk about hierarchical silencing, where house elves are seen as an example of being the lowest in a hierarchy, and therefore they are silenced through hegemonic power. And at the same time, they are in a position where they can be literally silenced, because in book 5, I think, when Sirius Black just tells Creature to stop talking, Creature opens his mouth, he tries to speak, but no sound comes out. And I link that concept of the literal child of the literal silencing to the old adage of a child should be seen and not heard. That position where the child is really at the lowest of hierarchies is also something that is reinforced particularly for the South Asian child by the Western children's literature that they consume. And I'm not just talking about Harry Potter here, but I think my generation at the very least, growing up, we were all familiar with the school stories Blyton had, and we all aspired to boarding school lives of that kind. Oh, I wish we didn't go to day school, I wish we went to boarding school. And there were moments where darker girls who looked like us, like Charlotte from St. Clair's, she's very categorically described in terms of her class and her complexion, and differentiated as she's different, she is othered, she's someone who is exotic, her circus background is exotic. That also works in so many ways to make the non-white child, that is South Asian children in our particular context, also feel different, also feel other while living in South Asia, which is such this very dangerous result of colonialism. And I also talk about something like stereotypical silencing, because when these are the representations that children are consuming, where the brown child or the non-white child is only looked upon in terms of being othered, it also leads to the child thinking of themselves through stereotypes, and just consuming stereotypes endlessly also can take very dangerous proportions. And to not get into murky waters, but I think we all know what happens when beef enters any conversational context. And so much of that is a result of stereotyping and a result of silencing through stereotypes. So I think I'll stop here. And so much of children's literature just certainly exists on this. So, and we at Eclisa are trying to, I think, also uncover those silences, the silences that Western children's literature has sort of blanket covered Indian, South Asian children's literature, and also scholarship, because we, like Onudi said at the beginning, we draw from Western scholarship. So much of our work is drawn from Western scholarship. And Eclisa is a space where we want to highlight, we want to encourage, we want to develop not just connections with Western scholarship, but also promote South Asian scholarship. We want to promote a space where South Asian scholarship can exist in its own right, not in terms of how it's related to the West, but just how as it exists with its own identity. So I'll stop there. And if we have any questions, I think we'll take them now.
Thanks, Ritika. I was just about to silence you. So I think I think that we are well within time. We actually have, I've been told that the session ends at 3:25. So we have around, some time for question and answers. So we would love to, hear from all of you. Darshan Beer has sent a question. Ma'am, there was a reference to Gauri Vishwanathan during the first half of the panel. Related to that reference, I would like to ask if somehow colonization has a strong role to play in children's literature, especially produced in India. Is it actually reducing the effectiveness of Indian narratives? Ahona, Ritika, would you want to take, or should I take this one?
You can take it and then I can pick up or something.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that is something which we're also trying to get at, Darshan, that, the entire, if you look at the trajectory of the growth of children's literature in India, if you look at studies by, say, Sudhir Kakkar, who is doing like a very extensive sort of, mention of child, trying to explore these mention of childhood in Indian books, he very appropriately points out that the idea of the child as a separate category is something which is very Western. It is a result of the Western liberal, thought process, and the, and specifically growing around the Victorian period, when there was a lot of focus that was, given to children's education, and the founding fathers like Locke, Rousseau, and also Newbery. We should mention Newbery because the boom of children's literature also happens with it coming into print culture, because before that it was more locally produced by, say, mothers or nannies who were taking care of children and hand producing these books. So the mass, the book kind of opens up to the masses with coming of Newbery, and that's also kind of the idea which we inherit when during the colonial period, and when the missionaries got these books imported to India. So a large part of our understanding of child as a separate category is actually following this standard of the English child, which becomes a problem because our children have different childhoods, and this is also about a space like England itself. Within that space also, to categorize a child as one type of a child is basically homogenizing and essentializing this entire discourse. Like in India, if you look at children, there are so many children who have to go through child labor. There are it's a privileged state that many people don't have access to. So in that sense, yes, of course, in following that sort of an idea of a child at the heart of this discourse dilutes the Indian narratives of children. Ritika, you can, if you want to carry on.
Also, I think you've said it in your paper, and there's a paper tomorrow on Thakumar Jhuli in the paper presentations, which I think will also highlight this, that so much of early children's literature produced in India has basically been in the model of Western children's literature. And even now, if you look at contemporary kidlit, whenever there are literary references, whenever there are children's literature references made in books, and for example, say the Nimi books, it's always Western children's fiction. So it's always, the reference is always Harry Potter or Enid Blyton, the same old references over and over again. It's also, the texts are also written in the model of what is current, or say kidlit from the 60s in the West. It is reducing effectiveness in a way in which we are modeling ourselves on that. And also when it just comes to basically consuming on a production and on a consumer scale, because those who are actually purchasing the books, they prefer to purchase Harry Potter or Rick Riordan or a Meg Cabot book rather than something that has been produced by Duckbill or Tulika or Pratham. And bookstores also stock these books accordingly. The space and the visibility is given to those books. So effectiveness, it would be more effective if people were purchasing it more, I guess, if the ones with the buying power were conscious and aware.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because, I remember, and this is just to share this incident, I was asked to, Scholastic used to have these annual story writing competitions where children of various age groups had to write and, send in their entries. This would be kind of shortlisted, and the final stories would be published as a book. So it was a very nice attempt at that point of time, because these were children who were writing their own stories. Now, I was invited to shortlist at the first level before it went to the final judges. And I remember at that point of time, I was still in JNU, and there were like 5, carton full of stories that was delivered to my place. Out of those 5 cartons of books with thin sheets of, entries that were there, 90% of the entries were actually stories of these anglicized children having ginger beer and, going out on these, boarding school picnics and things like that, which we read in Enid Blyton. And I could not relate to that child, being a brown child, I could not relate to that. So that's when it was like, at that point of time, I was only theoretically engaged with it and had just written one book at that point of time, which was a retelling of Shakespeare. So nothing original, but it kind of made me aware of the fact that, what the children are reading, which in turn is also affecting their own storytelling process, which is again the Western child.
Since you mentioned that particular thing, there was an article in the Telegraph earlier this year which spoke about that this endeavor of scholastics, and I was enraged reading that article because the director publishing, I think, he was quoted in it, and the perspective that, oh, they are writing, the children are writing, but they're not very good, and most of them aren't going to go and make a career out of it. And like, what is this very discouraging, condescending, patronizing attitude towards children? They are producing literature for themselves, they are asking for space, and this is the treatment. I wrote a very enraged letter to the Telegraph after that. But so Ritvika, you will be happy to know that, ultimately the stories that were shortlisted by us were actually the badly written stories. So yeah, because we wanted to, kind of celebrate more of the originality than something that they're doing, which is, more overarching. Okay, there's another comment, an additional comment that Darshan has put in. Relating to your answer to my previous question, I would like to make a point that during our first semester in this course, we read the poem Chimney Sweeper, Blake, Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience. Do you feel that there is a lack of such pieces in Indian narratives due to which there is less awareness in the nation?
There's another question also above it, Anuti. I think you can take that also.
Okay. That one, the second question, as in the related question.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm again going to go back to what I said earlier, is about what the people with the buying power choose to buy. There are certainly texts which talk about marginalized children. A very recent text is Samina Mishra's Jamlo Walks. I think that's the text.
Yeah.
And there is another text called The Bridge Home by Padma Venkatraman. There are all these texts which deal with marginalized children, which deal with children who live out on the streets, children who have lives similar to Blake's Chimney Sweeper. But again, the books which are preferred to be bought are high fantasy, Harry Potter or Blyton or a Disney book. Like, parents would literally rather buy their kids a Frozen retelling by Disney than Jamlo Walks. And again, the texts which end up in course syllabi, and I'm talking again very specifically from my own, Jamlo Walks, thank you. I'm talking very specifically from my own experience in a similar kidlit course, is the texts which end up in course syllabi in schools and colleges are also these traditional, classical, canonical golden age children's literature. We very rarely include contemporary kidlit in course syllabi, which can translate to an awareness in the real world. I hope that answers your question.
I think it's already 3:27. We have there's another question. I'll just very quickly try to answer that and then hand it over to the organizers. She's mentioned how the accounts by parents cannot be cited by you. Do you think that is a limitation as per research in children's literature goes? Well, it is in the sense that, where the comments or the kind of reviews that we are getting access to are in a very non-academic format. Like, we talk about good sources, bad sources. These would absolutely be bad sources. But, while, I feel like what we were talking about also is something that you kind of have pointed in your question, which means that there is a lack of scholarship. Even if parents are writing about it, I think we do not have that mode, that respected medium through which the transference of that review or that, just the conversation about a book is happening with respect to children's literature and the children who are reading it. So I think I'll just stop over here. It's 3:28. There's a talk at 3:30, I know. But thank you so much. I would like to thank Christ for giving us this opportunity. This is a special panel for Aklisa, because this is our inaugural panel, and also because, we are so happy that a conference solely titled as children's literature is happening. So which for us, I think, is something which is like a win-win point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right. So to quickly wind up, thank you so much for the session, and just to sort of maybe quickly wind up some of the threads that particularly in response to the last question and Bilal's and Anurima's response to it. Right. I also think that it's important for us to also look at these
academic, non-professional sort of spaces also as, relevant and authentic spaces. Because I personally feel that, parents' review of books on these particular kinds of sites and all of that would be much more authentic than an academically researched kind of a review, right, where we're going to them with a certain kind of a questionnaire and telling them, this is for purposes of an interview, right, or for research and things like that. It would be published under certain kinds of guises. At least when it comes on a particular platform, let's say online or otherwise, right, at least the reviews that are coming up there are much more authentic in terms of, in terms of their engagements or subjective understandings of good, bad, or, brilliant narratives or whatever else it is. I remember when I was doing my research, my MPhil research on Amar Chitrakathas and all of that, one of my engagements was necessarily people's blog responses and other kinds of responses to Amar Chitrakathas, right, from parents and children who grew up in the 1970s reading the Chitrakathas in that sense of the word, right? But and I also felt that, those kind of responses that I got from those specific spaces was much more authentic than the kind of responses I would have got, through reviews and sort of questionnaires and things like that, which is considered to be, let's say, more authenticized and academic and, let's say, within ethical considerations and all of those kind of things. Right, but yeah, that's just an aside. And it was also interesting to sort of, touch upon ideas that a lot of you had spoken about, whether it was the library spaces or about the way in which, let's say, children's narrative projects are working within the country. Thank you so much. So yeah. Zainab, if you have anything to conclude with, and then we'll move on. For paucity of time, I don't think we won't be having a break right now, right? So we'll continue with the session and wind up in time is the idea, right? So thank you so much to Anurima, Ahuna, Ritvika, and in absentia to Arpita as well as Titus. Thank you so much. Right, so that is it. So we move on to the next session now. Aditi, you can take over.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Aditi, you're audible. And hello, Amir. Can you hear us?
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Okay. Still good morning for you, early morning still.
Thank you.
Okay, Aditi, you can start the session.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this panel discussion of the International Conference, Children in Childhood, Imaginaries in Indian and Other Asian Literature and Film. So I'll begin by introducing a moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Sonia Ghalian. She is an assistant professor at the English in the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ Deemed to be University, Banagata Road campus. She received her PhD in English, where the research draws attention to the role of children in films and various themes they represent with the cinematic imagination of the contemporary Indian cinema, and it also contributes to the nascent academic discipline of children's cinema in India. Next, I'd like to extend our warm welcome to our speaker for the panel discussion, Dr. Amir Ali Nomian. He is an associate professor of English literature and critical theory at Shahid Beheshti University, Tehran, Iran. He completed his MA and PhD studies in the UK at Leicester University during the 1990s. His doctorate particularly focused on the philosophy of literature through readings of Jacques Derrida on literature and theology. He has published a number of books and articles in Persian and English on literary theory and interdisciplinary studies. His recent publications in Persian includes Science at the Threshold, Essay in Semiotics, and Semiotics a Reader. Dr. Nojumian's research interests are semiotics and narratives of cinema, philosophy of literature. And he is also a member of an interdisciplinary research group called the Tehran Semiotic Circle. So, sir, today I'd like to give you a warm welcome as you'll be speaking on the topic Politics of Identity in Iranian Children's Literature. I'd request all of you to keep your mics muted and ask any questions after the session, or you can drop it in the chat box. So you can continue. Well, thank you very much, Aditi. Hello everyone. It's my honor and pleasure to be among all the scholars, researchers, students, teachers at this very interesting conference. I'm afraid because of the time difference, I was not able to basically participate in all talks. The problem is that I'm at the moment in Canada and the time difference is huge. So I'm sorry about that. I should start by thanking Sonia, Dr. Sonia Gallian, for her kind invitation to this conference. I'm very grateful. And I should say that I enjoyed reading her contribution to this issue, the issue of childhood in the book, which was edited by Sharmani. So I'm very happy to be among you guys. So I think I have 45 minutes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you can talk for about 40 to 45 minutes, and then we'll have Q&A for about 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to start with a quotation from Alice in the Wonderland. Alice says, I wonder if I've been changed in the night. Let me think. Was I the same when I got up this morning? I almost think I can remember feeling a little different. But if I'm not the same, the next question is, who in the world am I? Oh, that's the great puzzle. So I think the issue of children's literature is intertwined with the notion of identity. Children's literature is perhaps one of the most influential sources of identity making for children at an age when their subjectivity is being formed. Children's literature is instrumental in shaping and mapping the child reader's identity. Any form of representation in children's literature and other media has great impact on the mind of a child. But the influence of children's literature does not stop there. Apart from going through a subject formation, children also learn about a collective identity through media. The representation of gender, social class, age, race, and the distinction between the self and the other shape the mind of children when they face with media images and narratives. Children learn about themselves and their surroundings through the narratives they are exposed to. This is especially more significant when they identify themselves with the child characters within narratives. In this talk, I will study how child and childhood are represented and how they will, in turn, shape the reader's minds and themselves, about themselves. I will define my understanding of identity first, and then present an example of Iranian young adult fiction in order to discuss the emergence of a modern female identity in Iranian young adult fiction. But as I said, I would start with the notion of identity. Stuart Hall in Cultural Identity and Diaspora argues that there are two perspectives towards the cultural identity. The first position, I quote, the first position considers the identity as collective, shared, fixed, stable, universal, transcendental, once and for all, absolute, final, and unified, which has an inherent essence. And this essence has roots in history or the recovery of the past. End of quote. The second position is that the identity is unstable, fluid, often contradictory, metaphoric, that is under the risk of perpetual transformation, heterogeneous and plural. The first position takes a one true self or one people, or a shared history and ancestry for granted. Yet the second position takes into account both the similarities and the differences. Hall acknowledges the fact that here he has utilized Jacques Derrida's theory of difference in order to deconstruct the concept of cultural identity. The second anti-essentialist position considers the identity as selves, I quote, selves, which are always subject to the continuous play of history, culture, and power, and belong to the future as much as to the past. A kind of identity which is in the making. It's towards future rather than the past. One could say that the essentialist concept of identity always looks at the past, while the modern concept of identity looks towards future. The first position takes the notion of identity as being, the second as becoming. Hall writes, I quote, "We should think instead of identity as a production, which is never complete, always in process, and always constituted within, not outside, representation." End of quote. He adds, I quote, "It is only from this second position that we can properly understand the traumatic character of the colonial experience." End of quote. In other words, Hall claims that the diasporic identity can best be studied through the second position. I would think that based on this view, one can claim that the identity is always engaged in a never-ending process of othering, which is imposed by the dominant discourse. For Hall, identity is not an essence, but a positioning. He writes, I quote, "The past continues to speak to us, but it no longer addresses us as a simple factual past, since our relation to it, like the child's relation to the mother, is always already after the break. It is always constructed through memory, fantasy, narrative, and myth." End of quote. Identity is the answer to this question: who am I and who are we? In a nutshell, there are two different perspectives to the notion of identity. The essentialist one believes in the same unique, consistent, coherent, solid, and fixed identity, whereas the modern perspective considers identity as something contradictory, differential, multiple, process-like, hybrid, and liminal. The first is looking at identity as being, while the second sees it as becoming. Okay, now that I put forward my understanding of identity, I would like to talk about a little bit about the tools for the representation of identity. How does literature represent identity? Language is, of course, the most important tool, but through language as a common ground of sharing, literature illustrates the space or place, familiar space with similar experiences. Literature demonstrates the time, characters, objects, and actions. And through all these representational tools, one will come up with a sense of individual and collective identity. But what are the approaches to the representation of identity? Do we have different types of approaches to the representation of identity in literature? I would argue that literature utilizes three major approaches to the representation of identity. First and foremost, identity is represented through metaphor, especially rhetorics. Simile, metaphor, symbol, metonymy, imagery, personification are the major figures of speech used in literature to represent individual and collective identities. Among these, metaphor plays a more significant role, as it shapes our cognitive system of understanding. So through metaphors in children's literature, we represent identity. Secondly, narrative structures dictate how we portray identity and how certain identities are value judged. In other words, narratives are the frameworks in which identities are introduced, come head to head with certain conflicts, and find resolutions in one way or another. This will frame the mindset of any reader or audience to imagine characters' relations, actions, conflicts, and fortune as their cognitive models in real life. Tony Watkins, in Cultural Studies, New Historicism and Children's Literature, an article which is in Peter Hunt's book, Literature for Children, quotes, says, the stories we tell our children, the narratives we give them to make sense of cultural experience, constitute a kind of maps of meaning that enable our children to make sense of the world. They contribute to children's sense of identity, an identity that is simultaneously personal and social. And end of quote. Thirdly, identity is represented through signs. Each text is a semiotic system of signs in which identities are located, mainly in a binary relation of the self and the other. Children learn who is the other through these semiotic representations. Okay, now that we discussed the meaning of identity, the tools to represent identity, and the major approaches to represent identity, I would like to say a few words about the dynamics and politics of identity. It is evident that identity is intertwined within the dynamics of ideology and politics. It is through identity that the self and the other are defined, and we are obliged to presume entities as the same or different. This could lead to assimilation or opposition in social groups. Identity is also associated with the dynamics of power. The agency or passivity, the feeling of superiority or inferiority, is the result of identity formations. Through identity, cliché identities, through ideology, cliché identities are constructed, grand narratives are made, and an essence is imposed. In the certain case of reading experience, the hidden and naturalized identities within the text instigate a process of subject formation for the reader. So the issue of identity is not an honest or an innocent process. The issue of identity within literature, and specifically in children's literature, is a political act, is an ideological dynamic, and that is very important. So now that we have come up with the basically with the major presumptions regarding identity, I would like to pose certain questions when we deal with identity in children's literature. What are we looking for? What questions do we ask when we read a literary text, in this particular case, children's literature? What type of questions do we ask the text? I suggest we propose the following questions when reading a text through the lens of identity.
One, to what extent is the identity represented in the text? Two, which identities are the dominant ones and which are marginalized identities in the text? Three, how are identities represented? Four, what is the text's attitude and orientation towards identities? Acceptance, opposition, redefinition. And four, finally, how do the textual constructed identities shape the notion of the self and the other for a child or a young adult reader? Okay, so now that I've set up the introduction to my talk, I would like to in the next 20 minutes or so, I would like, or even less, maybe 15 to 20 minutes, I would like to talk about a particular case study. Now, the case study which I'm presenting is a young adult fiction. It's for teenagers, Iranian teenagers, written in a collective project a few years ago, and I'm gonna talk about that. Regarding this particular case study, I and another scholar, Iranian scholar called Fatemeh Qaneh, we published an article in International Research in Children's Literature, published by Edinburgh University Press earlier this year, 2021. And I'm for the rest of my talk is actually some parts and findings of that research, which is published in International Research in Children's Literature Journal. The title of the article is Modern Iranian Female Identity in Farhad Hassanzadeh's Hasti. That's the title of the article, Modern Iranian Female Identity in Farhad Hassanzadeh's Hasti. Hasti is the title of the novel for young adults. And I'm reading some parts of that research, and mainly focusing on the findings. And of course, I don't have the time to go through it in detail, but I will give you an overview of that. And I think that's a very good example of looking at how identity is important and is actually not only shaping the reader's mind, but it also reflects identity in a society, identity in the making, identity as it is a process which is always in the making. Iranian women's first attempt at changing their social conditions dates back to the Qajar era, continuing up to the present time. In recent years, the traditional discourse on women in Iran has changed significantly, resulting in ongoing revisions concerning modern Iranian female gender identity. Yet this new conception of identity has not been reflected in official Iranian media. Similarly, children's books usually depict women and girls mostly within pre-established ideological frameworks. However, a seminal publication project acted as a game changer in 2010. Today's Young Adult Fiction, that's the title of the project, Today's Young Adult Fiction, commissioned by the Institute for the Intellectual Development of Children and Young Adults, invited many children's and adolescents novelists to contribute to a collection of novels with a new outlook. Among the published books, some writers narrated women's issues and struggles in the guise of young adult literature. Hasti, 2010,
A novel by Farhad Hassanzadeh comes from this project, emerging as an exemplar of protest against gender stereotypes. We argue that Hassanzadeh's book has been influenced by radical changes in gender identity in Iran's recent years. And in turn, this novel, among other literary and artistic works, may raise awareness and affect the process of change in Iranian Iranian society. Sorry. Okay, so that's the basic abstract of this article. But going back to Hasti, Farhad Hassanzadeh is an established Iranian novelist, mostly known for his novels for children and young adults, and was one of the 6 finalists for the 2020 Hans Christian Andersen Award. Hasti was first published in 2010 and chronicled Hasti's life. Hasti is a 12-year-old girl who lives with her family in the southern city of Khorramshahr. She exhibits masculine attitudes and interests, such as playing football, repairing motorcycles, and so on, ending in nothing but her father's criticism. At some point, Hasti even suspects that perhaps he's not her birth father, while maintaining a keen relationship with her mother, uncle, and aunt as they support her. She especially loves her uncle because he was the one who taught her to ride a motorcycle. During the Iraq invasion of Khorramshahr in 1980, the family moves to a camp in Mashhad. After a quarrel with her father, Hasti decides to run away on a motorcycle from home and go back to Khorramshahr, where her uncle lives. In the end, her father comes to Khorramshahr to find her. And for the first time, they have a candid and sincere father-daughter talk and reach a mutual understanding. Hasti has won many awards in Iran, the novel Hasti, and was commissioned by the publisher to be translated into English by Shaghayeq Kandahari under the author's supervision, resulting in the publication of an English version in 2013 in limited circulation due to US-led sanctions on Iran. The novel's target audience is young adults, according to the audience's age range. Choosing a teenage hero, especially a female hero, a female one, significantly impacts the work's reception, as female adolescents could quickly identify with the protagonist and her problems. Besides, Hasti can function as a role model for teenage girls because while reading a book, children and young adults imitate people who are confident and choose them as their behavioral model. The publisher's research regarding today's young adult fiction project claimed that the female readers identify with these stories, heroines, contributing to their increased confidence and empowerment. Hasti should be considered not only as a narrative, but also as a performative social action in the socio-cultural atmosphere. Accordingly, we examine Hasti's functional and performative discourse concerning the existing approaches towards women's issues. To this end, the theoretical approach of Norman Fairclough's critical discourse analysis is adopted, in which language as discourse is both a form of action through which people can change the world and a form of action which is socially and historically situated, and a dialectical relationship with other aspects of the social. In other words, the aim of CDA lies in and beyond the text, reviewing it in social, political, and cultural context, which in turn can influence the text and be influenced by it. According to Van Dyck, another very important CDA scholar, critical discourse analysis. CDA reviews the ways in which dominance and inequality are built into society by misusing social powers, and how they are reproduced in dialogue and socio-political discourse. Hence, the main advantage of CDA is that it goes beyond the text scope and deals with social issues. In a collaborative article, Fairclough and Wodak have also considered the primary objective at the core of critical discourse analysis as its critical look at social issues. Based on Fairclough's method, texts are studied on 3 levels or dimensions: description, interpretation, and explanation. Among these 3 levels, only the first level deals with the text and how the text language produces discourse. And the other 2 focus on analyzing the issues beyond the text. In the second level, we examine how the reader will use the same discourse to interpret the text. So it's the interpretation aspect or level. Finally, the third level, which is the explanation, analyzes the discourse on a much larger scale as part of a social process. In the case of Hasti, the novel is based on the discourses of gender identity in Iranian society, both traditional and modern. In traditional discourse, gender identity is often treated from the essentialist biological standpoint. Hence, the biological differences between men and women are considered the sole factors determining their status in society. Based on this approach, men are known for their higher physical strength, robustness, and higher rationality, while women are known for their delicacy, low physical power, and intense emotions. That is why men emerge as the powerful agents of society, while women are traditionally considered fragile elements. The family roles are formed accordingly, in which women's position is prescribed to be within the safety of the house, while men function best outdoors. This traditionalist ideology of identity is challenged in this novel among a group of works in young adult fiction and even children's literature. Now, this I would believe, so it's not just an exceptional, the novel is not an exceptional case, but it shows how Iranian society is redefining the pre-established definitions of identity in modern Iranian society. So this is the basic discussion and argument. I don't think I have the time to go into details. I'll just give you a few examples from the novel and how, you know, especially in the description level, how the language represents these pre-established traditions through the voice of the father. The father in the novel acts as a source of this traditionalist patriarchal definition of womanhood. And Hasti, as the main character, is trying to challenge all that. In the novel, Hasti's father believes in the essential separation of gender roles. He does not tolerate Hasti's deviation from this pattern, saying, girls, I quote, girls must focus on embroidery, sewing, cooking, and all that sort of stuff. And what is another quote, what is the good of school and learning lessons for a girl who will finally marry? End of quote. This discourse resulting from a discriminatory and biased attitude towards gender by continually, and I quote from Ridgway, continually reinforcing sex gender as a system of presumed difference. Interaction creates a salient distinction that can easily become a basis for inequality. Gender status beliefs are one form of inequality. Ridgway adds, these are widely held cultural beliefs that evaluate one sex as generally superior and diffusely more competent than the other. Accordingly, women's independence and capabilities are largely ignored, as is the case with Hasti's abilities, namely playing soccer and riding motorcycle. So I would just like to say a few words about the final findings of this case study, and I will end my talk. Considering the changes in women's position and standing in the past century, Iranian feminists have been working actively and passionately in the field of women's rights, such as providing religious ground for changes in the laws and publishing books, journals, and newspapers. One could argue that artistic production has been a significant player in feminist activism. In societies where individuals face challenges to express themselves, intellectuals and artists become the voice for communicating these frustrations in their creative and artistic works. Accordingly, they could have a significant impact on changing social attitudes towards women and their abilities. Given the current state structure, this appears to be one of the most effective approaches to addressing women's issues in Iranian society. So I would like to end my talk at this point in order to give some time for discussion. And thank you very much for your patience and your listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. I hope I'm audible. Yes.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay, so I have no idea that you have written this recent paper. So this is the one that I haven't read. But obviously, I've read a couple of your contributions in the Palgrave editions from the last 2 years that I have also contributed to. And I couldn't agree more. And I think the parallels that I can find between the kind of analysis that you have done, not in terms of just looking at how childhood is represented from the ideological framework in Iranian literature, but also this question of gender, which you have brought to the table. And I think that's something which should and is finally getting some kind of engagement at an academic level, because even when we talk about children's literature or children's narrative, most often than not, it is the boyhood or the boy's narrative. And I think that parallel is so iconic. I think in Indian narratives, definitely, like, in fact, I have actually done my entire one chapter of my PhD titled "What About the Girls?" and it talks about similar ideas that you're discussing. And I would probably, share some thoughts from that just to tie up a few things here. Just to, add to this conversation here. I mean, Sudhir Kakar, who's the cultural theorist, also when he studies the Indian childhood, draws our attention to the prejudice and the inequality that exists in the Indian society when it comes to the gender, right? And I think there is no two ways to say about it. We know how gendered the Indian society has been, and as much as things have progressed and moved, there are still a large part of the Indian tradition, and including the tradition of childhood, which is solely concerned with the boys, as he quotes, right? If not dispossess, at least ignore the girls and their childhood, right? And this kind of larger gender bias that exists tends to not only prioritize boys over girls, which is something which then gets replicated in the media that is created for children and about children, right? And I saw that same thing in children's films, right? When I started looking at the category of children's film in India, and then started looking at what kind of films are being produced, who's the protagonist, and it was a very clear kind of a difference in terms of the girlhood narratives or the boys narrative. And then when you go on to analyze what kind of narratives, that's what you're talking about, even when they are represented, the girls are represented, what is it that gets represented, right? The baggage, the ideological framework still kind of remains within the domain of the patriarchal, the traditional, the ideal girl becoming a woman, and the ideal Indian woman, the tradition and the modernity dichotomy that is always presented, and it's almost always on the shoulder of the woman, whether it's in the adult framework or on the young girl, that lies on the woman to kind of balance this out, this binary. And if not, then it becomes either the deviant, the vamp, the outcast, or it is then or kiddish, like if we talk about, or infantilized, right? The infantilized childhood, and that infantilization, just the way even women characters are presented in cinema, right? I mean, they're given the voice of a squeaky, very shrill voices of characters, I mean, Sri Devi for the longest time was the iconic actress, like in her full peak career, was actually doing a lot of roles, or at least positioning herself as this notorious girl, but she's actually a full-grown adult, right? But the voice that she's given, the character she's playing, the funny, the innocence, so-called, or the kiddishness that's associated with, oh, you are a kid at the moment. I mean, it's actually iconic, and I couldn't agree more with all the points that you have brought out. But I would definitely want to read this paper as well, so that we can perhaps have some more parallels that we can draw, because I think even culturally there is so much that we have in common.
Oh, definitely.
Right. And whether you take literature or whether you take cinema, and even the kind of investment people have in this kind of so-called media space is almost similar, right? And even in terms of limitations and restrictions to a great extent, right?
Yeah.
So I was also interested to maybe listen to you and take your note on, right? I mean, the fact that at least I would say in the cinema aspect of it, right? Iranian cinema, and especially children's Iranian cinema, has really sort of, ever since the 2000s, right? At the beginning of the 2000s, it has really sort of, actually, it's like almost like a, almost like a benchmark that it has set for itself. And I think now, to some extent, Indian narratives, especially in the indie space, or independent filmmakers, are coming to some extent get the same aesthetics that, or at least the sensibilities where the child's point of view is put into place. And, so I think they're very much there. But it's very interesting to note that even those gaps, those really big gaps about, gender balance, for example, when it comes to narratives for children, is still almost unchanged in that sense to a great extent. So I am so delighted that I finally got to also know this side of your work, which then opens up many other conversations that we should continue having. But for now, I think I'll open the floor to the audience. I think there are a couple of questions that have come in. You are free to also comment on what I've said.
Yeah, I just wanted to, before the questions, I see that there are 2 questions in the chat, so I think we need to look at that as well. But before that, because you mentioned Iranian cinema, and this new Iranian cinema, which in the world became quite well known in the 1990s, I would say, even before 2000, at the beginning of 1990. And I think you have read my article about the history, a cultural history of Iranian children's cinema in another Palgrave edited book, I think. And, in that, article, I also talk about the fact that it's very ironic and it's very interesting that Iranian cinema in the world, for the first time, is known through children's cinema, actually. It's very interesting. The major participants in this. In the major people who played a significant role were mainly filmmakers who had child heroes, and they had stories or narratives of children. In the special case of Kiarostami, his work, Where is the Friend's House? This film, Where is the Friend's House, which was made around in the mid-1980s, became known as the benchmark for a new definition of Iranian cinema. And this story is a story of a child hero. But as you mentioned, in many or most of children's cinema and also children's films and children's literature, the hero is traditionally defined as a masculine hero, a hero which moves in the shape of the pyramid, shape of the hero's struggle in the narrative, that kind of Freytag's pyramid, and the way that the hero is facing some complications, reaching a point of climax, and then resolution, etc., and then redemption of the hero at the end. So this is more a masculine story. Now, what happens to a girl? What happens to a woman who goes through this whole plot structure? Is the end or the fortune the same? In many cases, it's not. A woman is usually punished, or a girl is usually punished through challenge because she challenges, because she challenges the pre-established norms. And so this whole structure is different, I think, in the case of women. But in Iranian modern cinema and in Iranian children's literature and young adult fiction, I see in the past couple of decades a new trend in which, these girl heroes, these female heroes, they start to kind of find their voice. And the ending of the narrative is different. At the end of this novel, Hasti, you see that this girl is acknowledged by her father. And eventually, the story is moving towards a new definition of womanhood, a woman who is not comfortable with traditional female roles. And the father, as a patriarchal voice, at the end, finally acknowledges that, which is very refreshing. So I would rather not speak more and pay attention perhaps to the questions. Do you want me to read the questions in the chat and discuss
actually,
it?
we have the time. We have the time, so we can probably invite, since there are only 2 questions so far.
Okay,
we can invite
we have
Ananya.
Ananya. Yeah.
Ananya, you can unmute and ask, and then Bilal can go next.
Greetings, Doctor. Doctor, my question was centered around how you mentioned about the process of identity formation, that very process is not innocent. It's rather a very ideological and dynamic process. So I was wondering how we can trace this process of identity formation to understanding how this becomes a larger agenda to propagate and maintain stereotypes in society of, as you mentioned, the fragile and weak woman and the macho and masculine man. So is this particular identity formation process a way or a tool of propagating and maintaining stereotypes in society?
Definitely, but this process is not necessarily, as far as I'm concerned, is not necessarily a process which is like constructed in a, in a very calculated manner. It's the ideology is something which is happening as a subtext. In my opinion, ideology happens as a subtext under the surface in all societies. And what ideology does is that ideology tries to naturalize things that are not natural. In fact, the fact that, when we talk about, for instance, these traditional or ideological definition of womanhood or female identity, they're not natural. These are the things that are constructed through centuries in order to create a particular definition of manhood and womanhood. So I would say that ideology is happening all around the world, and it's not natural. And that is why I would say identity is also part of that ideological framework. So I do not consider identity as something separate. And that's why I said it's not innocent. The process of identity making is not innocent, because it's kind of part of that ideology or the dynamics of ideology in any part of society. So as you mentioned, we start with the words on the page, but we end up with a larger context, which is the society. And that is why I think CDA, or critical discourse analysis, is a very, very good tool for analyzing text. You know why? Because what they do is that they create links between the language and the way the language operates in an ideological framework with a more larger scale. And that is the social discourses. So the words on the page reflect the social discourses, and the social discourses end up in words on the page or the images in a movie. I don't know if I explained clearly your point or not.
Yeah, so I completely understood the relation of how you were talking about how words on a particular page can transcend into the very discourse in society, how what we read has a very big impact on how we perceive the world. And there's a kind of a communicative relationship between the two. And that also happens in many of the texts that we read around us. So how their construction of certain, not even in written text or the written word, even in movies that we watch, the particular stereotypical roles. It's either the damsel in distress or it's the macho man who comes and saves the woman. And I think it's these kind of stereotypical roles that are projected to us that make us understand how the world is. And the fact that children see these movies often shapes their understanding of the world from a very, very young age. That's a very important tool that is used to model their minds to think in a certain way. And again, so as you mentioned, that's not a very innocent process. It's done on purpose.
Definitely. And I suggest a very interesting book by Roland, because I'm, part of my, expertise is on semiotics. And I suggest a very interesting book that you read is by Roland Barthes called Mythologies by Roland Barthes. It's a collection of short articles. Each article is about 2 pages, 3 pages at most. And these were actually series written in the newspaper. And in those articles, he explains how this process is not innocent, how this process is ideological. He has a fantastic short piece on toys in this book, and how toys would create or would shape us as children regarding how we want to act in the world when we become adults, how we relate to the other sex, and many other issues. It's a fantastic book. I really suggest, if you haven't read it, Mythologies by Roland Barthes. And in that book, he touches upon gender identity in different sections, and how, and by the word mythologies, he means that these are like modern myths. They are made, constructed in modern society, and a kind of new mythologies. Okay, I think we have Bilal, who had a question.
Good morning, Doctor. You were talking about Stuart Hall's comment on identity, and in respect, can we talk about the position and essence thing, that identity is a position, not an innocence? In respect to some children's literature characters that we see, can we talk on that through that?
Definitely. Very good question. I think this is a very interesting word, positioning. You see, what Hall means, and many new cultural, theorists, Hall himself was very much influenced by semiotics, and he was actually part of what we call it as cultural semiotics, a kind of an aspect of semiotics which deals with the notion of culture. And he was a very important scholar in that field. Now, what he means by positioning is that identity is made and shaped through our position within a network of relations. In other words, we are put as a chess piece in a particular place, and they tell us this is how you act. You can only move one step forward, or you are another chess piece and you can move all the way to the other side of the chessboard. That's the difference. So you see, each chess piece has its own function or position, and based on that position has certain functions or roles. So positioning is the basis of identity making. And in that sense, one could say that identity is not an essence. So it's not something we are inherently capable of, or are inherently able to do. It's something that the society dictates through our position within the society. Wherever we go, we're in society, the society positions us from early childhood all the way to adulthood. They just keep position us in different roles, and each role has its own baggage, has its own ideological baggage with it, and we have to abide by that.
All right, I think that's all in terms of the questions, but I think the conversation can obviously be extended. And, I'm so glad that thanks to the time difference that you actually had a full slot that was dedicated to this, because the conversations and the parallels that the Indian and the Iranian context can have at various levels is also something that needs to draw and get some attention that I'm hoping today it did to some extent, right? So thank you once again on behalf of everyone, both me and Renu here, really want to thank you for not just making in for the time for your session, but also attending the morning keynote. It really is very encouraging, and we should definitely, continue our conversations at various levels, and also at some point, just see how, I think today, if I want to sum up my whole day of listening to different ideas and ideologies in children's narrative in childhood, what we have actually seen is what we were aiming for, right? The diversity of narratives that one needs in this space, right? And also multiple childhoods that even now you were talking about, right? There is a need to see not just in terms of where the narratives are coming from, but also who's creating the narratives, and how do we then get, or at least be aware of the ideological baggage or framework that already pre-exists in almost the way we are thinking about anything, right? So earlier it was globalization, right, that we were discussing in the morning, and how that can at one level give the opportunity to, get the local into the global, the local into the global, but also now when you're talking about the gender, and you've really, positioned it really well, because I think within the childhoods, within narratives for children in childhood, I think the question of girlhood needs to be looked at very, very closely. And I think you've made some very, very interesting and very thought-provoking ideas, and the kind of theoretical frameworks that can help us do. That is also something that you have drawn our attention to in terms of looking at how semiotics and, works of Barth, or even the idea of myths, right? That itself, what Barth talks about. The myths itself is constructed in a way that can make us think the way we think is what is the truth, right? But the difference between the two seems to we looked at very carefully. And I think looking at girlhood really would sort of make us more aware of that. So again, once again, thank you so much, Amir. It's been a lovely day. Thanks to you as an audience as well, and as now also as a speaker. We hope that tomorrow at some point, though tomorrow the most important morning session would be at a very odd or unoddly hour for you. That's in the morning itself. So we are having some publishers and writers for children in the Indian context coming and talking, and also animators, right? People working with animation for children. But that's early in the morning at 9:30 onwards till about 11 to 12. So I don't know if you can make time for that.
I'll do my best. The 9:30 would be about 11 o'clock or 11:30 at night here.
Yeah.
But I'll do my best to at least stay for an hour if I could. But again, thank you so much to Renaud, to Sonia, to everyone, and to Christ University for their for doing this. This is such an important topic, such an important topic, and the issue of child and childhood is something that I've always been interested in, and I've been working on this in Iran. I used to teach a program called Children's Literature, an MA program. Called Children's Literature, and I was part of the founders of this program at Shahid Beheshti University, and I was always interested in this subject, because I think the more we can never say that it's enough to talk about childhood and children's children, and the fact that this is the basis of humanity, and whoever we are is part of our those few years when we were children. So I think more and more needs to be discussed, and especially the parallels between the Indian and the Iranian is huge, and many areas. I visited India twice and for 2 conferences many years ago, and I saw that the Indian scholars and Iranian scholars have a lot in common regarding their mental preoccupations. Why? Because the society and the way society operates has some resemblances as well. So thank you again. Thank you very much for inviting me. And I wish all the scholars and all the participants the best. And I hope that from these discussions some tangible results and outcomes come as well, like researchers, like educational programs at universities, colleges, schools. It's very important. I think. Another thing which is very important is in English departments, because I was working in English department in Iran for 20 years, and I try to open up this space of children's literature in English department, because 30 years ago, when you were talking about children's literature, they were saying, well, that's not maybe worthy of discussing, but nowadays, it's important. I remember I supervised the thesis on Harry Potter many years ago, and I was always encouraging the students that they need to pay attention to children's literature, right? We had numerous dissertations on Alice in Wonderland and on Harry Potter, on different children's works. So anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for this.
Thank you, Amir. Have a good day ahead.
Thank you. And you have a good evening, and I hope that tomorrow will also be as successful as today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, audience, as well, for being so patient and staying with us throughout. Tomorrow we start at 9:30. And you can go through the schedule. The link would also be there in the schedule that's been up on the website. So again, we request you to probably join 5 minutes before the session. So maybe by 9:25, so that we can start everything on time and all the panels and all the schedule goes as planned. But thank you for today, and we hope to see you back tomorrow. Good evening.
Good evening.
कुछ इतना